Chapter 43. As he was heading to his room, Jill Tapshaw called out to Devine from her doorway. She was dressed up, her hair was styled, and she had on makeup, all a rarity for her. "You going out?" he asked, walking over to her. "No, I've already been out. I had a meeting with Christian Chilton from Mayflower Enterprises. He came out to Mount Kisco. We met at a fancy restaurant in town. He bought the meal and everything. And he had 2 associates with him. What did you think? He's very professional, stylish, expensive suit. His haircut cost more than my dress. But his face was bruised and swollen, he must have hit it on something very hard." "Yes, he did," thought Devine. "How did it go?" "They're very interested in Hummingbird. We're sending them our current slide deck and updated financials. I could tell from what he said that they have a ton of capital and not many viable places to put it. That's a problem for a lot of investment firms these days. There are lots of shitty companies out there begging for money. Well, you're not a shitty company, you're the real deal. And don't forget what I told you about valuation. Don't worry. I'm going to quadruple rather than triple it. That way we can back off to look like we're giving something up and still get to 3x of what we had hoped for. There you go, thinking like a Harvard MBA again. But I wanted to thank you for what you did. This could really be the turning point for Hummingbird. What I did was nothing compared to what you've done, Jill. If Hummingbird blasts off, it'll be because of you and no one else. You know, you might want to register on our platform. There are legions of wonderful ladies looking for someone like you. Maybe I will. Hey, any luck with the email I forwarded to you? I'm through about 3 layers of obstruction. I can see why Will was having trouble, but I'll keep working on it. I see it now as a cool challenge. Thanks. So, they haven't found out what happened to Sarah Hughes? No, not yet. I met her parents. They came in from New Zealand. They're staying at her place for now. I'm sure they're devastated. Maybe the father is. Tapshaw frowned. What do you mean? And her mother's not? She's a piece of work, actually. Turns out Sarah was pregnant but she terminated it. Her mother accused her of being a slut and of murdering her child. That's awful. And no surprise, her mother and Sarah were estranged. She said Sarah had changed over the last year. So I'm not sure she cares all that much about her daughters being dead. And they're missionaries, teaching Christianity in New Zealand. They should try teaching themselves to be nice to other people. But you're trying to make the world a happier place, said Devine. So just keep doing what you're doing. She pecked him on the cheek and went into her room and closed the door. He was about to go to his room when he heard the doorbell ring. He looked at his watch. What now? He hustled down the stairs to find Valentine at the open door staring at Jennifer Stamos. Chapter 44. Valentine turned to look at Devine. It's for you, Travis. Thanks. Valentine walked off and Stamos looked nervously at him. Surprised? Yeah, I am. Everything okay? Can we talk? He looked around. Out on the front porch is the most private. I've got 3 roommates. Okay. But what about the people living in the places next to you? They're empty. Being renovated by the owner. Okay. You want a beer or something? No, I'm good. He closed the door behind him, and they sat side by side on the brick steps. She had on shorts and a sleeveless blouse and sandals. The temperature was still around 80 and humid. She looked at his clothes and said, "Did you just get home?" I had a few errands to do after work. Is this a bad time? No, it's fine. Did you take the train out here? No, I took that zip car parked over there. It's silly to keep a vehicle in the city. Devine looked at the green Prius. Agreed. And you got my address from? She looked embarrassed. From the personnel office. Didn't think they gave that info out. They normally don't. Look, I'm sorry. I just wanted, it's okay, Jennifer. Fire away. He knew why she was here. He just wanted her to know this was not going to go all her way, or easily. I spoke with Brad. And he told you that we met? Yes. It seems that everything is resolved. Nothing is resolved. She looked startled. What? But I thought. That part is fine. But we still have no idea who killed Sarah. It wasn't me. Do you know where Cowell was when Sarah was killed? Stamos shrank back from the question. You can't possibly think that. Well, people certainly thought that I might have killed her. And he told me he wanted to have sex with her, but it was a no-go on her end and that probably pissed him off. I'm telling you this in good faith. If you run to Cowell and tell him I told you, things will get complicated really fast. I won't do that, I swear. He looked at her, trying to gauge her sincerity. Did you know that Sarah had her abortion back in December? That was before I even got to the firm. Why is that important? Because some people were trying to make out that I was the father of her child. That's crazy, she paused. But did you sleep with her? I'm not going to answer that. Do you know where Cowell was when Sarah was killed? No, I wasn't with him that night. She suddenly scowled at him. I understand you took pictures of Brad and me. Don't get all pissed off, Jennifer. I needed some leverage. And what the hell were you thinking doing it out in the open like that? He has a damn penthouse with a bed. He just grabbed me, said it would be exciting. It all happened so fast, her cheeks flushed. Will you erase the pictures? No, but I'll never look at them again. How can I believe that? Believe it. I did not find it the least bit pleasant. I don't just mean with what happened to Sarah. I mean it seemed pretty damn degrading to you. She flushed again. That's my business. Yes, it is. But why exactly are you screwing the boss? You have the talent to make it on your own. This isn't 1980. Do you really think things have changed that much, Travis? I don't know. I'm not a woman. That's right, you're not. So don't judge me, she added sharply. And for your information, there are only 3 female partners in the entire firm. I know 24 more who lost out to guys who weren't half as good, according to the damn book. So take your 80s comment and shove it. Okay, I guess I deserve that. But the thing is, Sarah wouldn't sleep with him, or so Cowell complained to me. Do you think that's a motive for him to kill her? Come on, he could have pretty much any woman he wanted. But the woman he apparently wanted was Sarah and she was having no part of it. That might have pissed him off. You just won't let that go, will you? The guy, as far as I know, has no alibi for when she was murdered. And maybe he lied to me. Maybe they did sleep together. And she got pregnant and the child was his. And maybe he paid to have it aborted, and she regretted it and was going to expose what had happened. The boss impregnating the help and then paying for her abortion. Do you know how much money Cowell gets from church and state pension funds and teachers' unions and other organizations that would frown on that sort of thing? He wasn't the father. He stared warily at her. How do you know that? I just do. How? Devine persisted. Sarah told me. Why would she do that? You weren't close friends. We were closer than I let on. Wait a minute. If that's true, did she tell you the real reason why she was interested in the play Waiting for Godot? I don't know. What the hell do you mean you don't know? Either you do or you don't. She was worried about something. But she wouldn't fully confide in me. I think she was scared. I told you that before. And she didn't want to involve me. I think she was protecting me. Devine studied her. He said slowly, it sounds like you and Sarah were way more than friends. Sarah and I. Sarah and you what? I can't. Devine was out of patience. For God's sake. Sarah is dead. Just fucking tell me. She drew in a long, tortured breath and then let it go. We were in love. Okay. We were in love. Satisfied, asshole. She jumped up, hurried over to the Prius, started it up, and drove off. Devine just sat there and watched Stamos disappear into the dark. He finally went back inside, where Valentine said, "Damn, she is so hot. Are you doing her?" "Just shut up, Will. Just shut the hell up." Devine, his mind reeling, walked upstairs to his room and slammed the door. Chapter 45. 4:15 a.m. 10 minutes into his workout at the high school. Warm, muggy, dark, cloudy skies, sprinkles of a pre-dawn summer rain commencing. Devine was already loosened up, sweaty, into a rhythm, trying to focus on his physical side, while his mental side was all over the place. There was simply too much to process. And whenever that happened to him, he had focused back on the basics. Take one step, figure it out, and go on to the next step. And the one after that. At some point it would start to make sense. At least I hope to God it will. It was then that the three men stepped from the outer rim of the darkness and blew up all his thoughtful plans. However, Devine had heard them coming and moved forward to confront them. Why, if it isn't Detective Carl Hancock of NYPD, where no one knows your name? He looked at the other two men, carbon copies of Hancock, only white. Hancock nodded. Surprised it lasted as long as it did. You talked to them and told them about me and they went bats hit, am I right? Something like that. Devine looked at the other two guys as the rain started to fall. Remorseless bastards paid to do harm. He had seen enough of such men. They all pretty much looked the same. Zombies with guns. Hancock took some gum from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and started to chew it. His jacket was open. The Glock was there. They were all armed, Devine was sure of that. All he had was himself and whatever he could find to defend himself. He was pretty sure it would be enough. They had already made one cardinal mistake. They didn't kill me right away. Care to explain the subterfuge, said Devine. Hancock cracked a smile. Subterfuge. Now there's a word you don't hear every day. Seems the only one to fit, at least to me. Devine moved slowly to his left, an inch at a time, while not appearing to move at all. Who are you, Devine, really? I can ask you the same thing. You have upset some serious folks. They don't like to be upset. That's why they bring in guys like me. I'm not sure what I've done to deserve the attention. Not being square with me was part of it. Military dude, now trying to make it in the investment world. What kind of bullshit is that? I can't spend the rest of my life getting shot at. But see, you've also been playing detective, asking questions. Getting involved in shit you shouldn't be. That bothers people greatly. Well, you've been doing the same. And it bothers me greatly, too. And Sarah was my friend. I was naturally curious as to who killed her. But I did a deal with the head guy. It's all good. Your services are no longer needed. I seriously doubt that. That was a slip on Hancock's part. He had just divulged something very important. Now if I can just survive this encounter to use it. Care to explain that? We didn't come here to chit-chat, Devine. And thanks, by the way, for telling me your workout schedule and where. Yeah, I didn't know you were a dirtbag back then. Not a dirtbag, just a working man, like you. And who do you work for, Devine, really? You don't want to be where you are, clear to see. You're there because someone put you there. Tell us who, and we go on our way. And leave me for the high school football coach to find on the 50-yard line with a bullet in my brain. We won't leave you here. We're a class act. We do things right. There's a lake not that far from here. You won't feel a thing, swear to God. Devine had now moved, in total, 9 inches to his right, without, in the poor light, seeming to have moved at all. It was like an optical illusion, and these guys had bought into it, slightly moving along with him to keep their relative positions the same and not even realizing they were doing it. It was like planets revolving around each other, so long as the distance and angle were the same you never focused on the actual movement. He had been taught this in close-quarter combat drills in the army. And it was as true now as it had been then. And they were overconfident, cocky because they outnumbered him. That was what separated guys like them from guys like him. We need information. If we have to beat it out of you first, we will. There's only 3 of you, so how will you manage that? Army Ranger speaking, said a grinning Hancock. All badass, right? If you're faster than a bullet, kudos to you. So, last chance, who are you and why are you at Cowell and Cumley? Devine moved another half-inch until he felt the tire against his ankle. I love capitalism, guys, just like you. I don't want to kill you, but orders are orders. And who's giving the orders? Hancock shook his head. Come on, Hancock or whatever the hell your name is. It's not like I'll be telling anybody. I'm heading for that nice little lake, right? I can tell you that what this involves goes way beyond anything you can imagine. Sounds like a cliché from some lousy movie, I know. But in this case, it happens to be true. See, actually the real world is way more complicated and dangerous than how the movies and TV make it out to be. Thanks for telling me basically squat. It's nothing personal. But this is how I put food into my family's mouths. So nobody's messing with that. Just be prepared to deal with the consequences, replied Devine as he tensed and bent slightly at the waist. Okay, we're done. Hancock looked down and pulled out his pistol just about the time the car tire hit him in the head, knocking him heels over ass. The second tire flung by Devine slammed into the man next to Hancock and down he went, too. The third man had his gun pointed right at Devine and was about to fire. The third guy had always been Devine's worry bead. Shit. Then a loud crack sounded somewhere. The gunman whirled around to see what had caused it, giving Devine time to hit him at gut level. They went tumbling and the gun spun off into the darkness. As the men fought, Devine gripped the man's throat, placed his rebar-strong thumb against the left carotid, and at the same time pressed his index finger dead center of the throat. He crushed the carotid with his thumb and used his index finger to rupture the trachea. The man stopped struggling and went limp. Next moment, Devine was up and sprinting flat out. As he passed by Hancock, who was trying to stand, Devine kicked him in the head, sending him hard back to the dirt, grunting in pain. Devine jumped the waist-high fence and hit the ground running on the other side. As shots rang out, He zigzagged his way over and then in between two buildings, kicked it into high gear, and got free of the men's sight lines. He made it back to his townhouse and called 911, telling the dispatcher what had happened. It was only then that he noticed he'd been wounded. The guy he killed must have had a knife, too, because Devine had a slash across one arm and a deeper cut in the palm of his hand. The loud noise, probably a car backfiring, had saved his ass. He cleaned and dressed the wounds and changed his clothes by the time the cops showed up. They had checked out the football field first before heading over, the head cop told him. Nobody there now, the cop said. Dispatch said you thought you'd hurt one of them bad or maybe killed them, but you must have been mistaken. But we found some shell casings and some blood. You're damn lucky, buddy. What the hell were you doing out there alone at that time? I mean, this is a pretty safe area, but you were just asking for it. Yeah, I was really asking for it, thought Devine. Chapter 46. 6:20. The train bumped out of the station with Devine in his normal seat staring out the same window at the same countryside. He didn't expect to see Michelle Montgomery, and thus was surprised when she was sitting by the pool in her itty-bitty bikini staring at the water like it was the most mesmerizing thing ever conceived. She didn't look up once at the train. She didn't flip them off, or, to the chagrin of all the guys with their faces pressed to the glass, show her thonged butt, or better yet, strip to her birthday suit and take the plunge. Only as the train started to gather speed, did the woman look up and wave. Pretty much every man on the train car waved back. Except Devine. Ironic, since he was pretty sure he was the one she was waving to. And then Montgomery was gone from sight as the train sped up. Devine sat back against his seat. He figured she was appearing more routinely because he was on the train and would be watching her. Devine wasn't sure how he felt about that. He was investigating Cowell and she was Cowell's girl. That was going to get really complicated really fast. He took out his phone and sent a text to Emerson Campbell to arrange a meeting that day. Next, he looked at the slip of paper that Fred Hughes had given him, with the information on the clinic that had been involved with Sarah's abortion. He doubted they would tell him anything over the phone. But they might if he went to the clinic. He had to try. He checked the train schedule on his phone and calculated the logistics. He next thought about the man he had killed that morning, glancing down at his big, strong fingers, which had done the deed. He rubbed the bandage across his palm and felt the one under his shirt sleeve. Don't feel anything, Devine, not remorse, and sure as hell not guilt, because it was either him or me. Maybe he had a family who would miss and mourn him when he didn't show up. But he'd made the decision, not Devine. He made fists with his killer hands and hid them in his pockets. The 6:20 moved on and took a reluctant rider with it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was lunchtime and Devine didn't head to the dining hall to hobnob with the exalted of Cowell and Cumley. He headed north, to the 50s. To the little Italian restaurant that was apparently never open to the public. Campbell sat in the same room, in the same chair, but wearing a different set of clothes. A bowl of spaghetti and a bottle of wicker-bottomed Chianti was in front of him next to a half-full glass of wine. A large napkin was tucked into his shirt. He did not look up from his food. I had to kill a man this morning, said Devine. This news did not startle or disturb the old soldier. Campbell took a mouthful of pasta and a sip of wine. Explain in fuller detail. Devine did so and added, I don't think Cowell is at the top of the pyramid on this. I never thought he was. He's a means to an end who is paid a king's ransom. Care to elaborate? I wish I could. But I don't really know more than that. Hancock also knew I was an Army Ranger. He knew that the first time he saw me. Your military service is not a secret. I still don't like it. Campbell finished the wine and pushed his plate of food, only half eaten, away. I don't actually like pasta. He wiped his mouth. They wanted to know who I really was, and why I was at Cowell and Cumley. That cuts very close to the bone. You need to be concerned about that. Campbell poured some more Chianti. I will make inquiries. What else? Sarah Hughes and Jennifer Stamos were a couple, at least according to Stamos. And she said she knew Cowell wasn't the father of Hughes's baby, which makes me believe she knows who the father is. And that man might be Brad Cowell. He has no alibi for the time she was killed, said Devine. Does this tie into what might be going on at the firm? Which is your mission, after all? Hughes came to Stamos and told her about the Godot play. To check it out. I did and found nothing, but now that I know they were more than friends, there has to be something there. And it has to tie into Cowell. And then there's Area 51, Devine quickly explained about the inaccessible floor. It's not their high-frequency trading center, like I thought. That's in Queens. I had a buddy check that. A buddy, said Campbell, a look of alarm on his face. He has no idea about any of this. He's a white hatter, hacks for a living. We had heard of the off-limits floor there from another source. But we also assumed it was just the high-frequency trading space. But now that we know it's not, you need to get in there. I'm working right now on a way to access it. Campbell leaned forward. Have you figured out how you can? I think so. But I need your help. That's the other reason I'm here. Chapter 47. After meeting with Campbell, Devine rode the train to Westchester and took a cab to the abortion clinic. There were protesters out front with graphic pictures on poster boards. They were marching and chanting. One man confronted Devine and wanted to know if he was the father of a baby being butchered inside the Chamber of Horrors, as he termed it. No, said Devine as he hurried past the man and rang the bell on the front door of the clinic. It was barred and armored and had a surveillance camera mounted in the corner. A voice coming over a call box said, yes. Travis Devine. I phoned earlier. I spoke with a Dr. Tillis. ID. He held up his driver's license. Just a moment. He waited, glancing back at the protesters, who had to keep their distance per the law. He heard the door buzz, and he pulled it open and shut it firmly behind him. There was an armed guard in the small foyer, who looked at Devine suspiciously as he told him to walk through a magnetometer, then wand and patted him down. A woman in her 40s in hospital scrubs met him in the foyer a few moments after that. This way, she said. He was deposited in a tiny, drab room, where he supposed women came to consult about having an abortion. Devine knew that this particular subject would be one in which no general consensus would ever be reached. But he could imagine people sitting here and making perhaps the most momentous and gut-wrenching decision of their lives. A woman in her 50s walked in. She was in a dark blue dress with a long white lab coat over it. She had let her hair go gray and it hung limply to her shoulders. She had rimless glasses on a chain around her neck. Her eyes were blue and alert, and her manner efficient and professional. She introduced herself as Dr. Cynthia Tillis. The police have already been by, as I told you over the phone, Mr. Devine. I conveyed to them what I was legally allowed to tell and nothing more. I believe they will come back with a subpoena to compel more information and I will have to deal with that then. I understand. But I can't really tell you anything. The police at least are trying to find out who killed Sarah. I only agreed to see you because the fact of Sarah's abortion has now come out in the press, and you said you were a friend of hers. How did she come to this clinic? Sarah said she had been referred by someone. She didn't give a name. We went through everything, and the decision was made on the best way to move forward. And she never mentioned who the father might be. Even if she did, I could not provide that information. Is that what you told the police? Please, Mr. Devine. Okay, did she say why she was having an abortion? I can't divulge that either. He looked at some pictures on the wall with accompanying medical terms. Can you tell me how it was done? She began carefully. I can generally tell you our range of procedures. Up to 11 weeks is deemed the embryonic period. Up to that point the abortion can be done by what is called medication abortion. A pill, you mean? Yes. And in that event, there may be a follow-up appointment within 1 to 2 weeks to ensure the pregnancy is terminated and the patient is well. If the woman's last menstrual cycle was more than 11 weeks ago, an in-clinic abortion may be required. That would have to be performed here. I was told she was only 8 weeks along, so Sarah could have just done it with a pill. She could have, said Tillis vaguely. About 40% of clinic-managed pregnancy terminations are done that way. Devine thought quickly and something occurred to him. Do you know who her OB/GYN was? I'm afraid that. Look, I know that HIPAA doesn't allow you to tell me anything about her personal medical history, but I'm just asking for the name of her doctor. I don't think there's any law that says you can't tell me that. And what will you do with that information? Go and talk to the person? Probably, and they won't tell me anything they're not legally supposed to. I just wanted to know about, well, her pregnancy. Why she ended it. Her OB/GYN might know. I take it you knew her well. We worked together. We were friends, as I told you on the phone. I'm very sorry she's gone. I can understand that. Tillis tapped her fingernails on the desk and then looked at something on her phone for a few moments. The name Sarah provided was a Dr. John Wyman. She gave him the man's contact information. Thank you very much. Was Sarah alone when she came here? I won't get into that. But if the person is undergoing a medical procedure, they need someone to be with them. With medication abortion, they normally don't. It can be done at home, and often is. It must have been a very hard decision for her. For every patient I see it is, and Sarah was no exception. Her parents are in from New Zealand. Have you talked to them? No, I've had no contact from them. Why do you ask? Sarah's mother was the one who told me about your clinic. That's how I knew to contact you. She must have gotten that from someone else, the police perhaps. That's right, she did mention that. Do the police have any leads as to who killed Sarah? Not that they're sharing with me. She looked at him closely. I don't necessarily expect you to answer this, but were you the father? No, I wasn't. But I guess I could have been, if things had turned out differently. Tillis did not seem to know how to take this. To Devine she seemed a bit alarmed, and he suddenly wondered if he had really stepped in it again. She might call the police the second after he left. I didn't even know she was pregnant until after she was killed, he said. Nobody did, apparently. She wouldn't have been visibly showing at that stage. Many women don't even know they're pregnant at that point. She was very nice. A good person. When everyone at the firm found out what had happened, we were all rocked. It just didn't seem possible. I can see that. Do you have any idea who could have done it? No, but I hope to find out. She looked alarmed again. I think that is better left to the police. You'd think, wouldn't you? Only it might be more complicated than that. Chapter 48. On the train back to the city, Devine called Dr. Wyman's office with a request to speak to him about Hughes. However, he was told that Wyman was not available. Devine then left his name and number and asked if the doctor could contact him when he had the chance and that it was important. The receptionist said she would pass along the information and then she hung up. Okay, so much for that. He got off the subway at Broadway and walked until he reached the Lombard Theatre. Godot was still playing for the next week or so. He walked around the front of the building and took in the marquee, the ticket office, the stanchions, and the people scurrying around. Hughes had been interested in this play for some reason. She had walked into Jennifer Stamos's office and told her to go see it. Now that Stamos had told him that she and Hughes were in love, her confiding in Stamos made sense. But the more he thought about it, the more Devine was convinced that Hughes had told Stamos more. He didn't believe Stamos's explanation that Hughes was trying to protect her by keeping her in the dark. If Hughes had told Stamos to check out the Lombard Theatre, he was sure she would have told her lover why. Then something occurred to Devine, and he groaned, chastising himself for not thinking of it earlier. He took out his phone, did a Google search, and found his answer. The Lombard Theatre was owned by the Locust Group. Hughes's interest had nothing to do with the play. It had everything to do with the property. The nicely rehabbed property. Christian Chilton's property on the Upper East Side, the Locust Group. Montgomery's Walk-Up, the Locust Group. The Lombard Theatre, the Locust Group. He looked up and down the street. What else did the Locust Group own? And what was the connection to Cowell and Cumley? He had told Campbell that he had thought of a way to get inside Area 51. Maybe the answers to his questions would be found there. During their meeting at the restaurant, Devine had made a request to Campbell for some equipment he would need. Then he looked on his phone and found the nearest Apple store for the other item he required. Later, back at his cubicle, Devine took out his phone and texted a message to the same number from which he had received the summons to meet with Brad Cowell. A problem has come up. We need to discuss tonight. His thumb hovered over the send key, then he pressed it and put his phone away. He spent the rest of the day laboring over work that he couldn't have cared less about. All around him the other burners were going full bore, analyzing data from all four corners of the earth. Every dollar to be made, every dollar to be paid, every dollar to be lost. That was, ultimately, what it was all about. As he had heard Brad Cowell say in an interview with CNBC once. The first billion is the hardest to make. After that, it gets a lot easier. I'm sure it does, asshole. At 7 that evening, when he was looking at his phone clock and thinking about leaving, the text came in. Same place, same process. 9 o'clock. Smart guy, thought Devine. He wants me to work overtime just for the honor of meeting him. But then again, no burner got paid overtime. The only one who made money off that extra work was the firm of Cowell and Cumley. But he was glad it was later, because he hadn't gotten the item he needed from Campbell yet. It was supposed to have arrived by now. Without that, his plan was dead. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Now he had to confirm something else. Again, without it, his plan was useless. Normally he would have all his ducks in a row before executing a strategy. But here it wasn't possible. It was a classic chicken and egg problem. He texted Michelle Montgomery and asked her to let him know if she would be once more escorting him to his meeting with Cowell. Come on, come on. Please. 10 minutes later he got an affirmative on that from her. He felt tremendous relief. Without her his plan had no chance of working. It still might not have a chance, depending on how good or bad his powers of persuasion were. Next, he Googled the name and Cumley. He had done this before and found nothing. The result this time was the same. Even Emerson Campbell and his people could find nothing on the woman. He then Googled Bradley Cowell and found about 10 billion results. Maybe one for each dollar the man had. He sat back and thought about this. Morgan and Stanley. Plenty of stuff on both people, now long dead. Same for Merrill and Lynch. The defunct Lehman Brothers, the same. J. P. Morgan was a real guy. E. F. Hutton as well. Hell, even Harley and Davidson, if you ventured outside the financial world. But Cowell and Cumley, apparently not so much. And he doubted he was the first person to wonder about that. He did another search focused more on that inquiry and found a video from 6 years ago that Cowell had done with the Wall Street Journal. The reporter had asked Cowell about his partner. Cowell's response had been interesting. Without directly addressing the question, he had said, partnerships can be of many different varieties. It can simply be an idea or a perspective. When the journalist had asked him point-blank if and Cumley existed and, if so, where and who she was, Cowell had terminated the interview. As the video ended, Devine thought he could see just the barest of smiles on Cowell's features. At 7:50, Devine finally received a text from Campbell. "Thank you, Jesus." He left the building, walked around the corner, and passed a man who had just left a paper bag on a stone wall. Devine gripped the bag as he walked by and looked inside it. The object was small and wafer-thin. He surreptitiously palmed it, then threw the bag in the trash and bent down as if to tie his shoe. He slipped the device into his sock and pushed it down until it rested inside his shoe. He had no formal training as a spy, but he had spent years as a soldier in the Middle East. And those wars weren't just about carrying guns and shooting at the enemy. They had been about gathering information, getting Afghans and Iraqis in villages and towns and cities and deserts to trust him and provide intelligence. And he had participated in a number of info drops where he knew he was being watched and had to carry it off in a way that would not cause harm to him, or death to his informants. He returned to work, feeling better about things. At 8:58, the door opened and there stood Willard Paulson. He motioned to Devine, who put on his jacket, grabbed his briefcase, and waved to the remaining burners. Two of them, a man and a woman, looked up at him curiously. He'd had beers and meals with them, not many, but a few. They had vented about Cowell and Cumley, about the oppressive workload, the ungodly competitiveness abounding in this building, and the insecurities they all possessed about not being good enough to make the cut. And yet he knew little about their personal lives, and they knew next to nothing about his. It was just that way here. As a soldier, he had known pretty much every personal detail of the men and women with whom he served. It was just a totally different reality on Wall Street, where literal walls were set up everywhere. And I hope to breach a big one tonight. Chapter 49. Montgomery met him at the elevator and Paulson left them. She was dressed all in black, as though she were in mourning. Devine hoped it wasn't for him, and he suddenly began feeling some nagging doubts about the woman. But he had a mission to perform and he had to get started. He glanced at the pot of gold in her hand. Here was the whole ball game. He drew a deep breath and said, Michelle. Yes. Can you help me do something? He hadn't asked her this in the text. This was something he needed to do face to face. Like Cowell had said. Analog. What? He took the iPhone he bought that day and held it up. It was the same model as Cowell's, with the same gold cover. And he had made the screensaver the exact same image of the blue Bugatti Chiron. He also had the same icons showing, using the screenshot he'd taken previously of Cowell's phone as a guide. He had also signed up with the same phone carrier so it would have that name and network bars showing. I don't understand, she said, glancing at it. I need that phone, just for a few minutes. And you can give Cowell this one while I have his. She paled and drew back. What the hell? Are you crazy? No. I am a little bit crazy, I guess. But some men tried to kill me early this morning. And it had to do with something going on here. She just gaped. Someone tried to kill you this morning? Do you really expect me to? He took the bandage off his hand and held it up. I didn't cut that on a soup can. He took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeve, and showed her the wound there. Oh my God, did you call the police? Yeah, and the guys were long gone by the time they got there. How do you know it has anything to do with Brad's firm? From things the guys said. He might be freelance, I don't know. Freelance? Mercenary might be a more recognizable term. What the hell are you mixed up in, Travis? The question is, what the hell is Brad Cowell mixed up in? And that's why I need his phone. She looked down at Cowell's phone like it was a cobra about to strike her. Please, Michelle, it might have to do with Sarah's murder, too. She looked visibly distressed. What are you going to do with it? I'm going to get into a place in this building I can't get into without it. At least I hope it's the golden key. If it's not, there's no harm done. And what are you going to do once you get in there? Just look around. I promise. I won't take anything. If you're lying to me, I'm not lying to you. I don't want to do this. But I have no choice, not now. Those guys didn't get the job done this morning. They'll be back, he added. Look, we better get going or he'll be suspicious. But he'll know I switched. It's an exact duplicate, complete with screensaver and apps. But if he tries to use it, he won't use it while I'm meeting with him. And once I'm gone, just keep him busy. I won't be long. Then I'll sneak back up and switch them back. My God, do you know how many things could go wrong with that plan? And I would be in so much trouble. It's the only way to get to the truth, Michelle. If there were another way, I'd do it. Look, Travis, I don't really know you that well. And I've known Brad much longer. I know he can be a prick, but... The Locust Group. What? The Locust Group. It owns your building. It owns the Lombard Theater. And it owns the brownstone where your buddy Christian Chilton lives. I don't understand. Sarah told Jennifer Stamos to check out the Lombard Theater. She was worried. She was scared. Then she ended up murdered. I checked the property records and found it was owned by the Locust Group. Just like your walk-up. I'm pretty sure Cowell is the Locust Group. It's not a crime to own property. It is a crime to kill people, Michelle. But you have no proof that Brad. Give me the phone and I'll try to find that proof. The fact is there's an entire floor here that's off limits. I thought it was the firm's high-frequency trading platform, but it's not. It's something else. And I need to find out what it is. I'm betting Cowell's phone, which he uses like my security card, will get me in there. But why are you doing this? Because of Sarah Hughes? Partly. Were you more than just professional colleagues? And don't lie to me. We were more. I thought she could be the one, in fact. For me. Did you sleep together? Once. And then she broke it off. Now I think I know the reason. Which is? She was in love with someone else. A woman. Montgomery drew a long breath. What's the other reason you're doing this, besides Sarah? You just have to trust me on that, Michelle. I took a big risk telling you all this. You could easily run to Cowell and tell him everything. But I trust you not to. Will you do the same for me? Will you trust me, An excruciatingly long moment passed, and Devine held his breath for all of it. Then she slowly held the phone out. He took it and handed her the fake one. "Thank you," he said quietly. She didn't look at him. The security app was already pulled up on the phone screen. Cowell had no doubt done that before handing the phone off to Montgomery. Devine used it to get them on the elevator. They rode it up, and when the doors opened into the foyer there stood Cowell. He used the wand on Devine, but didn't go below his calves. "Make this fast, Devine," he nodded curtly at Montgomery and held out his hand. She passed him the fake phone. He didn't even look at it. "Follow me." They walked into another room, where Cowell set the phone down on a table. "Thanks, Michelle," he said, waving her away. She walked off down a hall. He sat on a couch and motioned Devine to join him. "Well," said Cowell. Devine sat across from him. "Some men came to see me, really early this morning." "Men, what about?" "One of them had earlier pretended to be an NYPD cop assigned to Sarah's case. But he was an imposter. They came to make me tell them things about this firm. I refused, so they attacked me." He showed Cowell his wounds. Cowell barely looked at them. What sort of things did they want to know about this firm? Devine had been watching him closely, because it was not outside the realm of possibility that, despite what Hancock had said about other people being out there, he was actually working with Cowell. He would certainly have a motive to get rid of Devine once and for all. But Cowell seemed surprised, and, more important, worried. Not for Devine, of course, but for himself. What was Sarah really doing here? He lied. Who had killed her and why? That sort of thing. "And you told them nothing?" "What could I tell them? I didn't know anything." "And do you think they would have cut me up if I had talked?" "No, I guess not," said Cowell absently, his mind clearly leaping ahead. "So, what do I do if they come back?" "I'll make some inquiries." Then Cowell looked at him closely. "You can tell me, Devine, just between friends, or business partners, I guess is what we are now." "Tell you what?" "Why you killed Sarah." "I didn't kill her." "Come off it already." "Look." "No, you look," barked Cowell. "Your card was the only one that showed up on the entry log that night. And your picture was on the video. Because you put it there. That's what you say. You cloned my card and had somebody walk in the door with my face on their body. Come on. You bought a company that can do exactly that." "I know I bought the company, but the thing is, Devine, I didn't have anybody do what you're accusing me of. I didn't mess with your card or put your face on another body." Devine's gaze bored into him. "You really expect me to buy that?" Cowell shook his head, his expression resigned. "Hell, maybe I would have done that manipulation stuff, but the fact is, I didn't think of it, okay? You're right, when I saw the video and the entry log, I was going to send your ass right to the cops and get this problem off my back. But then you hit me with a shot to the gut with the pictures and video of me and Jen. I just thank God I didn't turn the stuff I had on you over to the cops before you showed me your hand. I'd have had nothing to hit you back with." Devine, for reasons he could not entirely understand, believed the man, because everything with Cowell was transactional. So if the man hadn't tried to frame him, who had? Cowell continued to grouse. "I need to get better people advising me. Not one of them even mentioned the possibility of framing you using the technology I had just bought and paid for. Useless pricks." He sat back on the couch and stared off, clearly pissed. "Let me know what you find out," said Devine. "Yeah, right. Okay, we're done." Devine rose, but Cowell said, "Wait a minute, I got to let you on the elevator with my phone." Cowell rose, too, and started to the table to get his phone. Only it was the fake one. Devine hadn't thought of this and his mind went blank, his panic level hit the top floor. "I've got it, Brad," said Montgomery, who suddenly appeared from around the corner, where she must have been listening. She snatched up the phone before Cowell could get there, and led Devine out. "I owe you," breathed Devine. "More than you'll ever be able to repay. Don't ever forget that, Mr. Devine." Chapter 50. The elevator went down, and Devine hit the button for the 51st floor and held his breath. It lighted up and stayed that way. He let out the breath and leaned back against the wall. The doors opened on the 51st and he cautiously stepped out. He had checked the phone settings. Cowell wasn't using a time lock right now, probably because he had had to give the phone to Montgomery to get him on the elevator and up to the penthouse, so he was good to go on that score. The hallway was long and bare of anything. There wasn't even carpet on the floor, only the building's underlying concrete slab. He looked around for signs of video surveillance but saw none. They must count on the fact that no one can access this floor except Cowell. And he wouldn't want anyone watching. He checked his watch and hurried forward. There was a door at the end of the hall with an electronic reader. He put his ear to the door and all he heard were hums. No footsteps, no snatches of conversation, no one on the phone. "You're running out of time, Devine. Just do it." "Shit, you took less time to go into rooms in the Middle East, where you knew there were guys inside waiting to kill you." He held the phone in front of the reader, and the door clicked open. He slipped through. And stopped, again looking around for any sign of video surveillance, but again coming up empty. The room was vast. All he could see were servers stacked in cabinets and computer screens set on tables across the entire space. He rushed over and looked at some of the screens. Data appeared on them, much like they did on his computer in his cubicle. He took out his own phone and started taking pictures and then video. Account numbers, maybe, wire routing data, perhaps. Money moving, almost certainly. Names of companies. Properties, and other assets, being bought and sold, surely. He was thinking the whole time, trying to piece together or envision what sort of business was being done here. Illegal, or just highly confidential, he didn't yet know. The streams of numbers he was seeing, and the currency symbols attached to them, demonstrated that assets were being moved around the world. If this went on 24/7, the size of the operation, whatever was being operated here, was Leviathan in scope. At least from what he could glean on the screens, most of the assets being acquired seemed to be in the United States. But from the bank names and other data he saw, a lot of the money pouring in seemed to be emanating from outside the country. As he watched one screen, he saw the name, the Locust Group, pop up. $4 million had just gone into its coffers from somewhere. He took a picture of that. On other screens properties were being purchased. Big, small, in between. Accounts filled up and then accounts were drawn down. And then they were filled back up, in what seemed like an endless cycle. He took video of all that. He looked at his watch. He had to get back upstairs to the penthouse, without being seen. He couldn't make some excuse to Cowell about returning, because the only way he could return alone was if he had a phone he wasn't supposed to have. From inside his shoe Devine brought out the wafer-thin device, provided by Emerson Campbell, and looked around for a good place to locate it. He quickly found a spot on the wall. After he affixed it there, the device blended right in. This camera was space-age in its capability and had originally been designed by NASA for use in outer space, but then was deployed by American intelligence for surveillance purposes in the most demanding environments. Area 51 had to have pretty significant protections against electronic eavesdropping from the outside. There were no windows in this room, and underneath the walls were probably copper sheathing and other counterintelligence measures. Valentine had been unable to get through them, apparently. Only Devine had an advantage there. Valentine had been outside trying to peek in. Devine was inside, trying to get intelligence out. And this space observation device turned spy video camera, he believed, could do the job of stealing Area 51 secrets. At least he hoped. He brought the related camera app up on his phone, engaged it, and on the small screen he saw Area 51 operating on all cylinders. Now he just needed to see if it would do the same when he left the building. He exited the room and headed up on the elevator. He said a prayer right before the doors opened. He glanced out, saw no one, pushed the button for the lobby and then for the door to stay open, and darted into the foyer. This was it. This was where it was probably all going to go to hell. Because the chances were very good that, as absorbed as the man had been, Cowell was probably still on the couch, thinking, or else had the fake phone with him. Devine did a turkey peek into the room they had been in minutes earlier. Cowell wasn't there, and he wondered where the man might be. He hurried over to the table and breathed a sigh of relief because the phone was still there. He made the switch back after wiping his prints off the case with the sleeve of his jacket. He once more looked around, and that was when he heard it. Oh shit. He followed the sounds and saw the door where they seemed to be coming from. When he looked down at the floor he had confirmation. There, in a pile, were the clothes Montgomery had been wearing. He was sorely tempted to go over there and put a stop to it all, to tell Montgomery that. But what would be the point? He ran back into the elevator, released the hold, and the elevator shot down to earth. All the way, the only thing Devine could envision was the door to the bedroom opening and Cowell walking out, zipping up his pants with that triumphant expression that made Devine want to punch his lights out. And Montgomery would be in the room, flat on her back, legs akimbo, like Stamos had been, and wondering what the hell she had just done. As Devine left the building he couldn't remember feeling more miserable with himself. God, let it be worth it. Then he engaged the camera app on his phone and said a silent prayer. 1, 2, 3. Popping up on his screen were real-time images from Area 51. He let out a lungful of air. Bingo. As he stared back into the building where the night security guard was at the front reception desk, an idea struck him. He used his card to get back inside and walked over to the man. It was the same guy as always. He grinned at Devine. Trying to get a jump on tomorrow so soon. Devine smiled back. No way. I'm done, but I did have a question. Shoot. You were on duty the night that Sarah Hughes was killed. The man's smile faded. He shook his head and closed his eyes for a moment. That was some sick shit, man. Sick. Yeah, it was. The cops have been talking to me and others here. Apparently, they said someone came into the lobby at midnight and then left at 1:10 a.m. Nobody came in during that time. Devine looked startled. What do you mean? I make my rounds exactly at 20 past the hour. Takes me about 20 minutes. I have to key into certain areas so there's an electronic trail. That means I was in the lobby at midnight and at 1:10. Nobody came into the lobby that night. I can count on one hand the number of times someone came in that late, and I've been working here 6 years. And you told the cops this? Yes, I did. And I also told them what they needed to look at. What was that? The service entrance and elevator in the rear. Same security cards get you in there. And there's a camera back there. He pointed to the console, where there were video feeds on 6 different screens. The one on the right over there. Shot of whoever's outside that door. That's one of the places I check every hour, just to make sure it's secure. But you need a security card to get in, and there's a phone outside the door. During business hours, contractors have to call and we have someone go and let them in, verify they're supposed to be there and all that. Did the police check the feed from that camera to see if anyone came in that way the night Hughes was killed? Since I was the one who suggested it, I did it for them. So did anyone come in that way at the time window in question, midnight to 4? I figured if the dude didn't come in the front, because I would have seen him, he came in that way. I ran the video feed back to like 11 o'clock, just to be sure. He shook his head. But there was nothing. Nobody was there. Could the video have been manipulated, doctored? I don't know, man. I'm just the security guard. Not a computer whiz. After business hours no contractor rings that bell unless they got some special job and have to come in at night. But that's all arranged beforehand. I don't usually look at that camera during my shift. But the feed was clear, I can tell you that. But won't the security card show what entrance the person came through? Not to my knowledge. Front or back door, it's all the same. But the point is you need a card to get in. And the cops would have checked the entry log for that time. But I can tell you that the cameras were clear and I saw no one come in during the night. So I think whoever killed the lady was already in the building. What Devine knew that the guard didn't was that the video had been doctored to make it look like he had come into the building during that time window. And his card had been cloned and the log manipulated to further incriminate him. So the entry log and surveillance cameras are basically useless. But the guard had suggested an intriguing possibility. Was the killer already in the building? That certainly could be the case, because it was really impossible to confirm that every single person had left Cowell and Cumley that night. Including Brad Cowell. The cops had made no mention of Hughes having had sex or being sexually assaulted or raped. Had Cowell tried to have sex with her and she refused? And in a fit of rage he had strangled her and then hoisted her up to cover up his crime? Cowell was physically capable of doing that. And he had clearly been frustrated by her rejection of his advances. And Spears might have hit it on the head. Despite his denials, Cowell could have erased his own info from the electronic log, put Devine's in, and then had someone at Cybersurgeon show Devine coming into the lobby at that time. Only the security guard would have blown that scheme all to hell. So even if the NYPD had gotten the entry log showing Devine coming in and even seeing him on the video camera, they would have been confronted with a real, live person saying that did not happen. Electronic skullduggery apparently had its limits. And maybe I have my limits, too. And I might be just about to reach them. Devine walked off into the darkness. Chapter 51. The notebook Devine was using was full of scribbles, notes, and thought balloons that had resulted in calculations, lists of entities, dollar and foreign currency amounts, along with dates of transactions and other data. And lots of question marks. Devine yawned and drank down another cup of coffee. He was in his room on his bed. He had downloaded the video images he'd taken of Area 51 from his phone onto his laptop and had gone through pretty much all of them. He next looked at the feed on his phone from the camera he had planted. Area 51 was still roaring along. He could clearly make out some of the screens from the surveillance camera he'd planted. He had seen the Locust Group mentioned many more times. And he had also seen money flowing to Chilton's Mayflower Enterprises. Nearly $3 million in one night. He looked at his watch. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. He decided he needed to work out. He changed and was leaving when he saw the light under Jill Tapshaw's door. He knocked. "Jill, you're up early. Everything okay?" She opened the door, fully dressed and beaming. I'm being interviewed by a magazine in Amsterdam. What time does your flight leave? Don't be dumb. It's on Zoom. What's the name of the magazine? The magazine. I mean, isn't that clever? Although that's the translated name. It's something else in Dutch. I don't think I could speak Dutch. The words are too long and there are too many consonants. He smiled and quipped, but they have great coffee and even better weed. They're one of the hottest online publications in Europe, Travis. And their subscription base and Hummingbird sweet spot users are a perfect mesh. We've been trying to beef up our international exposure and this will do it. Her enthusiasm made him feel better, even this early in the morning. Go knock 'em dead. Her smile faded. I forgot to ask you before. Why were the police here yesterday morning? It was early but I got woken up when I heard them knock on the door, and then I saw the police lights outside. You know my room faces the street. Oh, that? It was nothing. She looked at him crossly. Travis, the police don't show up for nothing. Okay, I was working out at the high school like I always do and somebody tried to mug me. Mug you? I'm fine, Jill, just fine. It was just a couple of punks. Did they hurt you? She ran her gaze all over him. Fortunately, he'd had the presence of mind to put his bandaged hand behind his back so she wouldn't see he'd been wounded. No, not at all. They saw how big I was and they just took off. But they had a knife and stuff, so I thought I better alert the police. So, not to alarm you or anything, but keep your eyes open, okay? Anything looks suspicious, call the cops. And you're really bad about not locking the back door when you come in from the garage. And lock your car up. Start doing all that, okay? None of us can be too careful. Sure, Travis, I will. She looked at his workout clothes. Should you go back over there after that? I'm not, he held up a flashlight. I'm just going to go for a run. Now, go get some Dutch people to start dating. Her smile returned. I will. Thanks. As he walked off, Devine thought that if Hancock tried to do anything to Jill or Helen or Will, Devine would hunt the man down and rip him apart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Later, showered and changed into his suit, Devine walked off to the station. On the train he kept checking his phone to make sure the surveillance camera was still working. He still marveled at the amount of money and transactions moving through that digital space. He didn't expect to see Michelle Montgomery after what had happened the previous night, but he was wrong, because there she was in her bikini. She didn't look at the train or wave. She looked tired, her shoulders slumped. She must have come back here with Cowell. He didn't blame her for getting up early to meditate by the pool after what had happened the previous night. I do owe her more than I could ever repay. He got to the city and jumped on the subway. He checked his phone again and got a shock. The entire operation in Area 51 had shut down. The computer screens were black. The servers were no longer humming. It was dead. When he got to the office building, two men were standing out front. For some reason he thought they were waiting for him. Shoemaker and Ekman looked like they had been up all night. Devine approached them and said, I thought I looked like crap until I saw you two. Stuff the bullshit, Devine. We have a major problem, which means you have a major problem. What are you talking about? Where were you last night between midnight and 3? Home. Anybody verify that? At that time people are in bed, including me. And what do I need another alibi for, anyway? Jennifer Stamos was found murdered at her home, said Ekman grimly. Chapter 52. To say Cowell and Cumley was like a morgue might have been an understatement, Devine thought. Everyone looked on edge. Everyone looked like they wanted to be somewhere else. Me included. The firm had had an all-hands-on-deck meeting at 9 o'clock in the largest conference room. Surprisingly, Brad Cowell didn't speak. He wasn't even there. Neither did the mysterious and Cumley pop out of a cake and give her 2 cents worth to the troops. Instead, one of the top executives provided scant information about the crime. Stamos had been found in her bedroom. The police had not released any information on how she had died. When someone asked who had found her and called the police, the executive said he didn't know. The firm was providing counselors for anyone who wanted them. And that was about it. Everyone went back to work. And that included Devine, until a message dropped into his personal mailbox. And there goes Jennifer. It was only a matter of time. You can only love one person. After that, you love and lose. And she lost. I will spare you the more intimate details. It wasn't pretty. And it wasn't fun. But it had to be. Devine stared dully at the message. Again, he didn't recognize the sender. It was just a series of numbers like last time. Devine texted Montgomery, asking if she could meet him for lunch in the city. She texted back in the affirmative and he ducked out of the office. Around 12:30. They met roughly halfway between the Cowell building and her walk-up in Soho. Montgomery had on white jeans and a blue short-sleeved blouse. Her features were strained and her eyes were puffy. Devine had a terrible thought. Wait a minute, he didn't. She held up a hand. No, he didn't force himself on me. I let him. I encouraged it, actually. You didn't have to do that, Michelle. When I said, distract him, I didn't mean. Then what did you mean? She shot back. For me to read him fucking poetry? As soon as I got back he grabbed the phone and was going to make a call. I had to think fast and that was the only thing I could think of. God, I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. Just forget it. It's over and done with. It's not like I haven't screwed the guy before. It's the only reason he has me around. You're taking this pretty calmly. Sex is sometimes just sex, Travis, okay? Men look at it differently than women. So long as I controlled things and it ended on my terms, I can deal with it. So please just deal with it too, okay? Okay, he said quickly. They went inside a small brick-faced cafe, sat at a table in the back, and ordered. After they got their drinks Montgomery said, "Did you get what you were looking for on that floor?" "Yes." "What's going on?" "Transfers of money in amounts that are beyond belief. And that money is being distributed to lots of different entities, which, in turn, use it for other purposes." "But isn't that what Brad's company does? What all those companies do?" "Not like this." He took a sip of his iced tea. "Something about this has me confused. Just one thing." "Wow, you're way ahead of me." Devine continued, "I was sure that Cowell had framed me in connection with Sarah's murder, cloning my security card and putting me on the security video around the time of her death." "What?" she gasped. "Yeah, that's right, I didn't tell you that before." She looked at him suspiciously. He said in an exasperated tone, "I didn't do it, Michelle. I talked to the night security guard at the building, and he told the cops no one came in at the time the video of me was on the security film and my security card showed up on the entry log. So the frame would have been worthless. But Cowell didn't know that." "Okay. But last night I point blank asked him about trying to frame me. And he denied it. Come on, what else did you expect him to do, confess?" "I know, I keep going back and forth with that, too, Did he or didn't he? But the more I think about it, the more I think he was telling the truth. He is one competitive prick and he always wants value for his money. And he was pissed that he hadn't thought of framing me. He was also ticked off at his highly paid advisors because they didn't think of it either. He said he saw the security log and video later, and then he was going to use it to put this problem behind him. In fact, based on that evidence, I think he thought I really had killed Sarah. He doesn't want the police snooping around here, and after what I found last night, I can understand why. But then I countered with some dirt I had on him that stopped him from revealing what he thought he had on me. What kind of dirt? Devine thought of Stamos, now the dead Jennifer Stamos. Just something that he would never want to see the light of day. But the point is, if he didn't try to set me up, who did? I can't help you there. I have no clue. He looked over at her, his own suspicions ratcheting up. When did you leave the penthouse last night? I saw you by the pool from the train. Around 1 in the morning. I couldn't sleep after, well, that. And Brad got woken up by a call from someone. And he said he had to go out. But that I could stay the night if I wanted, which I didn't, not after what happened. We went down together in his private elevator and then he called a car service for me. I decided to go out to his place in the suburbs. I didn't want to be in the city at all last night. Did he take his Bugatti? No, he called a car service, too. Did he say who called him or where he was going? No, why? He eyed her nervously. Because Jennifer Stamos, a woman he was having a sexual relationship with at the office, was murdered last night at her home between midnight and 3. Montgomery had taken a sip of her Coke and almost spit it out. What? And we had a big meeting of everyone at the firm this morning. With 2 people murdered, folks are getting edgy. Only Cowell wasn't there. Some other guy filled in for him. You asked me before if I knew Jennifer Stamos. I did, yes. Because I knew she and Cowell were a thing. He eyed her closely. She flinched and said, wait a minute, are you suggesting that Brad killed her? I don't know. It would make sense that she would call him late at night. Even if he didn't kill her, he might have found the body. The guy this morning didn't say who had notified the police or who had found her. Do you think Brad might be dead, too? I think we would have heard about that if he was. Unless they haven't found his body, countered Montgomery. He also might have called the police anonymously and then run for it. If he found her dead, he'd probably think, like I did, that people would believe that he had killed her. And others might know of their relationship. I gave him a lot to ponder last night, and a murder on top of it, with a woman he was screwing around with. The press would have a field day with that. And the cops would be all over him. He paused and said, did you have any idea he was seeing somebody else? With Brad it was pretty much a given. And our relationship wasn't going to be permanent. And I asked you over to swim in the pool. I was ready to go to bed with you the other night. So I have no problem with him sleeping around when I'm willing to do the same. Fair is fair. Okay. She shook her head. And I thought I had a shitty night. That poor woman. I have something else to tell you. What? I got a message from her killer. Travis. He explained about the email he'd gotten that morning, and about the previous one he'd received after Sarah Hughes had been killed. And about both messages being untraceable. Why would the killer be contacting you? I don't know, Michelle. I knew both women. That's the only connection I see. But so did lots of other people. But you and Sarah had a thing. You slept together. That's true, he conceded. And there's no way to find out who sent the messages. I had a world-class hacker try. And fail. I have someone else trying. This is beyond bizarre. Agreed, but we have to keep pushing forward. He paused, took a sip of his iced tea, and said quietly, "Look, can you contact Cowell and tell him that I want to talk to him about Stamos's murder?" "That's a little vague, isn't it?" she replied. "It's meant to be." She pulled out her phone and texted the message to Cowell. She set her phone down and fingered her coke. "Where did you go after you left there last night?" "I went home and started going over the stuff I found." "Let me know if you hear back from him." "Do you really think he killed Stamos?" she asked. "Someone sure as hell did, and it wasn't me." Chapter 53. 8 p.m. Devine was standing across the street from where Jennifer Stamos had lived in Hamilton Heights, near Harlem. And where she had now died. He had found her home address on a database at work. He had read the cryptic message a dozen times. You can only love one person. That might be significant. Stamos had loved Hughes. Had Hughes loved someone else before? And because her love had moved on to Stamos, she had lost. And so had Stamos. And what did the sender mean by it not being pretty? Or fun? Stamos's apartment was on the ground floor of a walk-up like Michelle Montgomery's, only situated in Upper Manhattan. She would have to traverse nearly the entire island north to south to get to work each day. While not as tony as where Sarah Hughes had lived, it was a diverse and thriving working-class community. Police cars were parked outside, and he figured detectives and forensics people were inside trying to find out who had killed her. There were no details in the news on how Stamos had died. The police were holding that back for obvious reasons. He again wondered if Cowell had been the one to report the murder before fleeing. If it hadn't been Stamos who had called Cowell, it was quite a coincidence that he had gone out right around the time she had been killed. And did Cowell send me the untraceable emails? With all his resources, he could afford to hire the best at people around. Was Stamos pressuring him somehow? Perhaps Hughes had told Stamos something about Cowell and maybe what was going on in Area 51. Hughes knew about the Locust Group and its ownership of the Lombard Theater. That knowledge had probably gotten Hughes killed, and now maybe the same thing had happened to Stamos. He texted Campbell and arranged to meet, then took the subway back to Midtown and the little Italian restaurant. Campbell was in the same room sitting in the same chair with another plate of food in front of him. "Bronzini," he said in answer to Devine's curious look. "People think of Italy as the land of spaghetti, it's actually the land of fish. You hungry?" Devine had noted that with each visit the retired general was more informal and friendlier. He didn't know if this was an act, a tactical move, or whether the man was actually beginning to like him. And since Devine had barely eaten any of his lunch 8 hours earlier and no breakfast, he said, "Thank you, sir." Food was brought and the men began to eat. Devine took about 5 minutes filling Campbell in on what he had found on the 51st floor and how Michelle Montgomery had helped him. "Sounds like she would make a good operative," said Campbell. "Probably better than me," thought Devine. "There's bad news, though. The camera feed was working great. But on the train ride in this morning, the whole thing shut down." "What?" said Campbell sharply. "I was checking the phone constantly, to make sure it was all good. And it was until my ride into the city. They must have found the camera." "I don't think so, sir. If they had, why not remove the camera? I can still see inside the place if it ever starts back up." "Well, forward what you have to me," said Campbell. "It's a lot of data. It won't fit in an email." Campbell made a call. A minute later a man entered the room. Devine showed him what he had. The man arranged for a secure file transfer onto a laptop and then left. Campbell said, I'll get my people working on it immediately. And, by the way, why have you waited this long to report in? He added gruffly. That was the other thing I've yet to tell you, he went on to inform him about the NYPD detectives meeting him outside the office early that morning to tell him that Jennifer Stamos had been murdered. I've been preoccupied with that all day, said Devine. But there's something else. He showed Campbell the untraceable emails he'd received. Campbell looked at them and said, if this is the killer, he's targeting you. For some reason. Any ideas on that? No, not really. Do you need us to try and trace them? I have someone working on it who's making progress. Your hacker friend? No, someone even better. Still, forward them to me and I'll put my people on it. Another set of eyes never hurts. Devine did so. Campbell said, we'll have our forensic accounting people go over the surveillance footage, of course. But you have your MBA. What do you make of it so far? Enormous amounts of money coming in from what looks to be foreign sources, and enormous amounts of money going out. Locust Group is one recipient. They own the Lombard Theater, on Broadway, and Michelle Montgomery's Walk Up in Soho, and the brownstone on the Upper East Side that Christian Chilton lives in. That's just the tip of the iceberg. There could be thousands, tens of thousands of properties and assets being purchased. You said foreign. Can you tell the precise sources of the funds coming in? Asked Campbell. Numbered accounts, maybe Swiss, maybe Bahamas, maybe Chad. Offshore platforms, the routing is a labyrinth. It'll take an army of your forensics accountants to unravel it. There were also what looked to be transfers of cryptocurrency of various types. This is definitely a global scenario. Campbell tapped his fish with his fork. So what do you think is going on there? Money laundering? The obvious answer, of course, would be yes. But in the world of modern finance, having an automated system like this in place to buy all sorts of assets and transferring money all over the globe could be completely legit. Speed is one's friend in this arena, and lots of firms do things similar to this, although not with near the same velocity and scale. Do you really think it's legit? Asked Campbell. Except for two things, I would tell you I'm not sure. What are those two things? Sarah Hughes and Jennifer Stamos being murdered. That is obviously not something that typically happens in connection with big investment firms doing these sorts of transactions. So hopefully it will be enough to take them down, right? He looked at Campbell. The man didn't seem overly confident. What is it? Asked Devine. There's the matter of proof. What I got is inadmissible, Devine. Fruit of the tainted tree. But I'm a civilian. Any competent defense lawyer would argue that you had been effectively deputized by the government, and, indeed, used a piece of specialized surveillance equipment provided by the federal government. We won't have a legal leg to stand on. I guess not, conceded Devine. But there are perhaps ways to work around that. I sure as hell hope so. What did you learn about Hancock, the imposter in NYPD detective clothing? We can't confirm this yet, of course, but my sources told me it sounds an awful lot like a chap named Eric Bartlett. He's a former CIA operative. Left government service about 8 years ago. He's popped up here and they're working for some unsavory types. But he was too slippery to catch and hold. He's previously pulled impersonations like this for different clients. Well, hopefully we can put an end to those impersonations, and to him. Because I don't want to run into that guy again if I don't have to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Devine got home later that night, Tapshaw's light was out, but Spears's light was on. He knocked on her door. Yes. It's Travis, got a minute? She opened the door and eyed him appraisingly. Jill told me about the mugging and your warnings to her, to all of us. How bad was it? Could have been worse. Only it wasn't a mugging, was it? Said Spears. It was the guy who was pretending to be NYPD, and a pair of thugs. They had guns and knives. That's how I got this scratch. He held up his hand. Impressive you got away alive, then, she said coolly. More luck than not. I doubt that. The army taught you well. He looked over her shoulder at the stack of books. How's the studying coming? It's coming. Torts are easy. Criminal law is harder. That's what all the criminals say, quipped Devine. I've seen the news. Jennifer Stamos is dead. Yes. Was she the one who came here to visit you the other night? Yes. And you told me she was having an affair with Brad Cowell and you had proof of it. Yes. That does not look good, Travis. For you. I didn't kill Stamos, Helen. Why would I? You keep lobbing legal softballs at me. Your motive is she decided to call your blackmail bluff and threaten to expose you. So you silenced her. Do you have an alibi? No, but I found out that Cowell got called out at just around the time she died. And now he's pulled a disappearing act. So either he killed her, or else he found the body, called the police, and went into hiding. Spears said, maybe he killed her and called the police. Why would he do that? Guilt, or thinking it might help him somehow. People under stress do strange things. He looked over her shoulder at the pile of books again. Well, I'll let you get back to it. As he walked off he had a brand new problem. And that problem was Helen Spears. Because those books and study guides hadn't been touched since the last time he'd seen them. They were all in the exact same position. She wasn't studying for the bar. She might not have graduated from law school. Her name might not even be Helen Spears. He had had no reason to check before. Now he did. Chapter 54. The 6:20 was delayed for 5 minutes by some problem at the station, then it lumbered on its way. Later, the train slowed and then stopped. Devine looked out at Cowell's pool area. It was empty this morning. No meditation for Montgomery in a bathing suit. And Cowell might have already fled the country, if he had indeed killed Stamos. As the train remained motionless, Devine once more checked the video feed on his phone. Area 51 was still dead as a doornail. What the hell had happened between his looking at the feed the previous morning on the train ride in to find everything firing away, to his checking the feed as he arrived in the city only to find Area 51 shut down? Devine decided to call Montgomery to check on her. She answered on the 4th ring, sounding groggy. Sorry it's so early, he said apologetically. No, it's okay. What's up? I passed by Cowell's house this morning. And you weren't out by the pool. But it made me think of you. Just wanted to touch base with you to make sure everything was okay. And whether you'd heard back from Cowell. I haven't heard from Brad. And I'm fine. I stayed in the city last night. I was surprised that you were out by the pool yesterday after everything that had happened the night before. I forgot to ask you about that when we had lunch yesterday. But Stamos's murder sucked up all the oxygen. Well, that wasn't my call. Come again, Devine said sharply. Brad texted me at like 3 in the morning and told me to be out by the pool before 6:45. Luckily I wasn't really sleeping and heard the text come in. I texted him back and told him I'd do it. Wait a minute, he wanted you out by the pool in time for my train to come by. I don't know about that, he just told me the time. Michelle, why didn't you tell me about this at lunch yesterday? With everything else going on, it didn't seem important, she yawned. It still doesn't, at least to me. Not important. I told you that he might have murdered Stamos, or at least found her body. I know that, she shot back. But how can that be connected to him texting me about going out by the pool? I mean, what would that matter? And he didn't tell me where he was, so I had nothing to tell you on that score. But didn't that make you suspicious? That after maybe finding a body, or killing a woman, he took the time to text and tell you to be out by the pool by a certain time the next morning? Look, if you want the truth, Brad has a voyeur fetish. He wanted guys checking me out. I lied to you about that train. I knew about the gap, that people could see me. Some men get off on that, and Brad is one of them. So I parade around in my bikini when Brad tells me to, and he pays me well for it. And it's not like he asks me to do it all the time. It's actually pretty rare, although it has been more often lately. But he wasn't there to see it last time. But he has cameras around the property. I figured he was going to watch later, like it's his own little porn video. Devine shook his head, and then something occurred to him. Something maybe crazy, and then again maybe not. Do you pick the bikinis to wear, or does Cowell? I do. Devine looked deflated. His theory had just gone down in flames. But Brad picks the colors. He tensed once more, his adrenaline racing. He picks the colors. Yes. I don't like red or emerald green. They're not really my colors. I prefer blue. The only green I wear is lime, and that's only in the summer when I'm tanned. But Brad likes me in those colors. And he tells you when to go out by the pool in the bikinis? Yes. Like I said, he has a fetish. Is it always by 6:45? Yeah, it is. Okay, he began. Let's go over the chronology. Last Friday, before they found Sarah's body, you were wearing a green bikini. Correct? She thought for a moment. Yes, that's right. And you weren't by the pool on Saturday. That's right. I didn't take the morning train in on Sunday, but were you told to sit out by the pool then? Yes. Red bikini? Correct. I was told on Saturday that Sarah's death was due to homicide, not suicide. Okay, she said. But I don't see the connection. Then on Monday morning, I saw you wearing a green bikini. That's right, I was. Just like Brad told me to. I was surprised because normally it wouldn't be that frequent. Most of the time weeks would go by. And this goes back to last summer. We met in August, and that's when I moved here. I think I know why the frequency picked up. Why? She asked curiously. Because people started dying. Now, you were by the pool on Tuesday, but you had on a blue swimsuit. Why that color? That was all me, not Brad. Like I said, blue is my favorite color. But why were you by the pool if Cowell didn't tell you to be? She smiled impishly. I decided to have some fun after you told me about all the guys checking me out. I mean, I knew they were, but I knew you'd be on the train, too. So I decided to put on a show and then flip everybody off. He shook his head. That's why it didn't fit the pattern. Okay, then on Wednesday you were by the pool with the red bikini? Yes. That was when Brad texted me late and told me to get over there. So Stamos was dead, Cowell probably knew about it, and you got the message to be by the pool in your red bikini? I must be pretty dumb, because I don't see where all this is going, Travis. I think you got the message from him to wear the red bikini because he had found Stamos's body. Her face screwed up in confusion. Why are you so fixated on me and my bikinis? It's just one of Brad's quirks, like I said. He has a lot of them, let me tell you, she added wearily. Devine sighed and sat back. You ever heard of Hermes? The people who make the handbags? No, the Greek god. What does that have to do with anything? He was the cleverest of the gods. He was their interpreter. And he was also their messenger. Again, so what? Said Montgomery in a puzzled tone. So, at the most basic level, Michelle, green means go. And red means stop. Chapter 55. Devine finished explaining everything to Montgomery and then clicked off. The pattern was now established. Transactions flowed into Area 51 with green, and those same transactions stopped with red. And someone on the 6:20 train was receiving those signals and then doing what needed to be done, namely either putting on the brakes or punching the gas based on the color of a freaking bikini. And Stamos's murder had made the signal go to red this last time, and led to Area 51 shutting down. But whoever was driving all that money to Cowell and Cumley must not like it when those shutdowns happened. It was like a blood vessel with an obstruction, or a rain-swollen dam. At some point the thing was going to burst. Thus, Cowell had to keep opening the valve back up, even if it caused personal peril for him. Cowell was no doubt afraid, and he had good reason to be. With 2 murders, the police would dig deep. But there were problems with that theory, too. If they went in there and saw all those silent servers and blank-faced computers, it could easily be explained as being related to Cowell's business, and how could the cops prove otherwise? And without that there would be no warrant issued to search the cloud connected to all that data, particularly not with the legal firepower Cowell had on retainer. Hell, they probably wouldn't have enough probable cause to search anywhere in the building, because Stamos hadn't been killed there. It occurred to Devine that he was struggling because he didn't know enough about his opponent, Brad Cowell. Now he had a specific search he was going to employ with a slightly different spin. He typed it into his phone, Bradley Cowell negative stories. He found that there were more than a few, but they all had the same theme. Big, bad billionaire who only cared about himself. Again, what a shock, Devine thought. Like he built what he had by being a nice guy. But after a great deal of searching, he found one article that took a different theme. It was by a financial journalist whom Devine had never heard of, but Elaine Nestor had once been a respected reporter and had contributed pieces to the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and Mother Jones. She had also been a commentator on numerous business shows. Then she had simply vanished from the radar nearly 2 years ago. And the story Devine had just pulled up, written by Nestor around that time, must have pissed Cowell off immensely. And maybe that was the reason Nestor no longer had a career. Nestor was basically arguing that something was very shady in the land of Cowell. Every other named partner of a major Wall Street investment firm was well documented and vetted, even those long dead. Not so in Cumley, argued Nestor, which was the same thing Devine had previously thought. While others in the financial field waved this off as trivial and unimportant, Nestor said that Cumley was a red flag because no one could find out anything about her. And in the financial world, that sort of deception might have been reflected in other areas of the firm's business, Nestor had concluded. In the matter of Brad Cowell personally, the lady had been even more pointed. Nestor maintained, based on anonymous sources, that Cowell's elite academic status at college had been bought and paid for. That he was not nearly the amazing businessman he claimed to be. That he had, in fact, inherited large sums of money from both his grandfather and father but had squandered it on partying and lousy investment decisions. Nestor went on to write that the entire foundation of Cowell and Cumley could very well be rotten to the core. She had even called for an SEC investigation. Devine read some related articles and could now understand what had happened to Nestor. The anonymous sources had come forward and claimed they hadn't said what she had written about them. That she had offered them money and other types of bribes. Cowell's grandfather was dead and his father was in ill health, but in a prepared statement Cowell Sr. said that his son had gotten nothing from him, and that Brad Cowell had earned every penny of what he had. Cowell's University had roundly rejected the allegation that anyone could have purchased high academic status, although the president, the provost, and other key figures there at the time Cowell had attended refused to comment. And on top of all that, Cowell and Cumley had been enormously successful for 2 decades. Inept but slick-mouthed grifters rarely seemed to really pull that off. Although Nestor had countered that almost all the investors who had given their money to the likes of Bernie Madoff and others of his ilk would beg to differ. Cowell had sued Nestor and buried her under legal bills, another article said. It's the same threat he made to me. The publication she had written the piece for rolled over under threats from Cowell's lawyers and had hung Nestor out to dry. The matter had been quietly settled on terms that were never disclosed. Devine was surprised that her article was still even available online, but he'd had to dig really deep to find it. Once something was on the internet, it was really difficult to purge it from every platform. Nestor's last known address, at least that Devine could find, was in rural Connecticut. He searched to see if she was still there. It seemed that she was. There was no phone number or email, and she had no social media presence. He wondered if that was part of the settlement. He texted Montgomery and asked her if she was up for a motorcycle trip to Connecticut the next morning. "Hell yes," was her response. "I can meet you in Westchester, at the train station." After another grueling day of work and suspicious looks from his fellow burners, Devine took the train back to Mount Kisco. As he walked home from the station, a black sedan pulled up. "Get in," said the driver. Devine got in and found himself sitting next to Campbell. "The chatter we've been relying on died out completely," said the retired general. "When exactly?" He told Devine the precise time it had happened. "Thoughts?" Devine explained to Campbell his theory regarding Montgomery's being the unwitting messenger using the color of her bikini to signal someone on the 6:20 train to either halt or start back up the Area 51 operations. Campbell nodded knowingly. "That's the way they used to do it in the old days. Not bikini colors, mind you, but person-to-person communication using a signal or system that would raise no suspicion whatsoever. A folded newspaper with the below-the-flap part showing, a different colored flower left in a vase in a window, a light left on or off. In Vietnam we would tie different colored bandanas around trees, change the meaning frequently, and the Viet Cong never figured it out. But why did they pull out the red bikini and grind Area 51 to a halt? Stamos's murder. Cowell sent the order to Montgomery to wear the bikini before the cops even knew she was dead. So he either killed her or found her body and panicked. But if Stamos did call Cowell that night, the police will be able to tell from her phone records. "Okay, what's your next move?" Devine told him about Elaine Nestor and his planned trip. Campbell nodded. "Make it count, Devine. My old soldier's instincts are telling me that we are running out of time." Chapter 56. The next morning Devine called in sick and then met Montgomery at the train station. She was wearing jeans and a long-sleeved shirt and black ankle boots. He passed her his spare helmet, she climbed on, and they set off for Connecticut. When they arrived at the address, they saw that Elaine Nestor's cottage was small but quaint, with gray cedar shake siding, white trim, and beds filled with colorful summer flowers. Hers was the only house on the Macadam rural road. When they knocked on the door a woman answered. She was in her late 40s with graying hair cut short on the sides with one long bang in the front and black-rimmed glasses on a chain around her neck. She looked more like a caricature of a librarian than a hard-charging financial journalist digging up dirt on the wealthy and powerful. But her features were alert and her eyes bright and probing. Elaine Nestor. Yes. Who are you? She said. He saw a phone in one hand and a wooden mallet in the other. But when she saw Montgomery standing next to him, she relaxed just a bit. My name is Travis Devine. This is my friend, Michelle. I work at Cowell & Co. That got the door slammed right in his face. Should have seen that coming, idiot. He glanced at Montgomery, whose expression said pretty much the same thing. He called out, I read your article on Brad Cowell. The one that got your career torpedoed. I just wanted to tell you that you were right. The door slowly opened, but Nestor's look remained suspicious. Why are you here? What do you want? Have you read about the murders? Of course I have. And what do you mean I was right? Devine had prepared what he was about to say on the ride up. I think Cowell is running the biggest money laundering scheme in the history of the world. And would you like your career back? Nestor stared at him for an uncomfortably long moment. Would you both like some coffee? She said brightly. 3 cups of coffee later Nestor was still shaking her head. Area 51. Really? Really, said Devine. As crazy as it sounds. It doesn't sound crazy. People will do anything to make money. But you took a huge risk doing what you did. He looked at Montgomery, who was fingering her coffee cup and looking pensively out the window into the rear garden. I had incentive enough, Devine said. Nestor said, you asked me about Brad Cowell, and I told you what I thought. He's a slick operator and can talk a good game, but if he knows the difference between an LBO and HBO, I'll run naked down the street. And he did inherit a lot of money and he blew it on coke and women, and shady investment types who took him to the cleaners, and I have the receipts to prove it. He's a front man, plain and simple, and I wrote all about that in my article. And then I got my ass handed to me and basically run out of town on a rail. It's just history repeating itself. Anyone who had the temerity to question Bernie Madoff's guaranteed returns got the same treatment for decades. Nobody wanted to pop the illusion, interjected Montgomery. It's the Emperor's New Clothes syndrome. Nestor eyed her. Nobody likes to admit they were suckered. It's easier on the psyche to keep living the lie. But not easier on the wallet, said Devine. It has to come to a head. Although Cowell is not running a Ponzi scheme. I think what he's doing is actually a lot worse. It goes right to this country's national security interests, Nestor nodded. I'm sure you read about the Panama Papers and, more recently, the Pandora Papers. It's no secret to those in the industry that rich people from all over the world have been stashing trillions in opaque trusts that run from generation to generation, in perpetuity, and they don't pay a dime of tax on any of it, ever. A lot of it is illegal money from cartels, terrorist organizations, deposed dictators who have emptied treasuries, ransomware players. Creditors can't touch it, and the people whose money it really is can never recover it. I read that South Dakota is sitting on over $600 billion of that trust money, said Devine. It creates a few hundred jobs in the state, but it sucked the lifeblood out of the places where that money originated. And Wyoming has something called the cowboy cocktail that has even more privacy layers. Nestor nodded. You can be the trust's grantor and the beneficiary, and the people running the trust have no clue who the real owners are. They just see account numbers. You've got do-nothing descendants who haven't worked a day in their lives and they have their own jets courtesy of these tax-robbing schemes. Devine added, and you have some high-and-mighty politicians screaming about working-class Joes pulling 3 jobs getting a few hundred extra bucks a month in government benefits, because they think it'll make them lazy. Nestor said, from the scale you mentioned, I could imagine it being Russian oligarchs and Saudi princes, dictators who have raided national treasuries, crime syndicates, drug cartels, your run-of-the-mill billionaires with criminal sides to their businesses, or legit ones who just want to offload money to avoid taxes and acquire more wealth surreptitiously and then pass it down from generation to generation without the taxman getting a dime. Devine said, but there's more to it than that. This money is not sitting in stock and bond portfolios. From what I saw, they're buying huge chunks of this country with it. Nestor shook her head. Can you imagine if the Taliban or Iran or North Korea or Russia were getting cash flow from investments in this country to fund their terrorist activities? Kim Jong-un, a landlord in New York? An Iranian Ayatollah owning hog farms in Kansas? Or Putin having oil fields in Texas? That would be the scandal of the century. How do you think this all started? Asked Devine. I know that Cowell left the country over 2 decades ago and was gone for a while. He had burned through all his inheritance by then, and he had some personal scandals he was dealing with. Over 20 years ago, when I'd only been an investigative journalist for a few years, I traced a meeting that Cowell had with some shady people in the Seychelles, but then the trail went cold. Then he dropped off the radar for about a year or so. He might have been in Asia or Eastern Europe, at least those were my best guesses. Next, the man waltzes back into New York, buys and rehabs that skyscraper, starts his investment group, hires all sorts of pricey talent, suddenly has a client list that the biggest players on Wall Street would covet, and boom, he's the talk of the town. He wasn't even 25 years old. And no one really questioned that, said Montgomery. That seems crazy. Nestor said, the money folks will forgive a lot if the cash keeps rolling in. Same goes for the government. Cowell's operations bring millions to the city and state in taxes. He employs lots of people, and they also pay taxes and spend money there. He greases the palms of politicians he needs to. He gives liberally to charities. Always good for a funny one-liner or an expert diatribe on a business show. Lives life fast and hard but backs up the talk with results, and he can afford an army of lawyers. Who's going after a guy like that? Hell, I'm living proof of that. Nestor looked at Montgomery. Now, this signaling technique using a bikini is intriguing and unique. Not the words I would use for it, said Montgomery, looking embarrassed. I actually thought it was cumbersome, interjected Devine. It just seems like sending an email would be a lot more efficient. I think I can shed some light on that, said Nestor. About 12 years ago Cowell came really close to being indicted by the Justice Department and the state of New York for some financial shenanigans. I mean huge fines, delicensing, and possible prison time. They got onto him by electronic eavesdropping. Phone, computer, associates electronics. He used his money and influence and a fleet of high-priced attorneys and calling in chits from political pals to get out of the jam, but it would make the man paranoid about relying on those types of communications again, interjected Devine. He actually mentioned to me something along the lines of what you just said. He told me for the important stuff, he always went analog. And let me tell you something else. And Comely? I spent years trying to track her down. She doesn't exist. I'm sure of it. I watched an old interview where Cowell said she might just represent an idea or something like that, said Devine. Well, maybe now we have our answer, it represents a criminal enterprise. She eyed Devine over her coffee cup. So, what will you do now? Keep following the money. And anything we do find goes right to you for your exclusive. I want to make sure you come out of this with your career and good reputation back. I appreciate that very much, Mr. Devine. But what about the murders? Do you think these 2 women found out what was going on and that's why they were killed? Hughes knew about the Locust Group. Stamos was her lover and was also sleeping with Cowell. He might have let something slip over pillow talk, and Hughes and later Stamos followed up on it. And they were both murdered, maybe as a result. Financial crimes are one thing, killing people is totally something else. I don't think Cowell is calling the shots here, not really. I've run into some goons who decided my time on Earth was up. Luckily, they were wrong. But it was strongly intimated that Cowell is not running this show. If Brad Cowell is involved with the sorts of people it looks like he is, this will become even more dangerous, said Nestor. I'm actually sort of counting on it, said Devine. Chapter 57. On the way back to New York, Devine and Montgomery stopped and had lunch at a restaurant on the water. They sat at an outside table overlooking Long Island Sound. It wasn't too hot, the breeze off the water was pleasant and refreshing and the views were lovely. Still, Montgomery stared sulkily off before glancing at Devine. Doesn't sitting here just make you want to chuck it? Chuck what? He asked. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Travis. He sat back and looked out to the water, where a sailboat was cutting through the waves. Got to make a living. I'm not rich. I'm not even well off enough to take a vacation. I've got my portfolio. Then you can chuck it, Michelle. Not that much fun alone. You could come along for the ride. There are about 1 million other guys who'd be a lot better for you than me. And I can't make that decision for myself. Yes, but I also have to make that decision for myself. She hiked her eyebrows. And you have no interest. I think you know that I do. But I've got baggage that you don't need to deal with. And you think I don't. And you don't believe that'll be a red flag for them to hunt us down if we suddenly disappear together? I suppose it would be. She studied him closely. Why are you really at Cowell, Travis? You don't strike me as a person interested in that world at all. He started to tell her the standard line, but then he decided to be more candid. His conversation with Campbell had made him reevaluate things. And Montgomery had stuck her neck out for him. She deserved something close to the truth. I left the army under a sort of cloud. It messed with my head. My old man always wanted me to go for the money, so I decided to do what he wanted. Even though you really didn't want to. I guess it was a form of self-punishment. Force myself to do what I hate. What the hell happened in the army to make you want to do that to yourself? I can't talk to you about it. I can barely talk to myself about it. Okay, I guess I understand that, she said slowly, but looking disappointed. You said your family situation wasn't a ball of fun, he noted. I'm the black sheep, I guess. Never lived up to my promise, or so my mother told me. Come on, you're only what, 22? Almost 23. I should have graduated from college by now. I'm way behind, Travis. No way to catch up, really. It's like being in the 19th century and suddenly realizing you're a washed-up old maid at age 18. I went back to school after getting out of the army. It can be done. But that's not what I want. I just want to travel to different places, experience different things. I don't want to be tied down to a desk or a computer for the rest of my life. But now I'm arm candy for a rich criminal. But you got me into Area 51, you went with me to see Nestor. She stared off moodily. Where do you think Brad is now? It's anybody's guess. I don't think they found the surveillance device I put in there, because I can still see the space. Maybe and maybe not, replied Montgomery. They might have found it but didn't remove it so you wouldn't know they had discovered it. Give them time to come up with a counterattack. You're getting good at this stuff, noted Devine. Not really, but I'm going to need to be. What do you mean? The thing is, Travis, they're going to eventually realize how that camera got in there. And when they do, we are both going to be in deep shit. Chapter 58. They rode back to New York. Devine pulled in front of the walk-up, and Montgomery climbed off and passed him the spare helmet. Can you come up for a little bit? Now that it's fully hit me that I was the unwitting messenger for a criminal syndicate, I don't want to be alone. I might slit my wrists. Don't joke about that, said Devine. I'm not joking. They went upstairs, got beers, and returned to the roof and sat in the deck chairs. Now, you said you met Cowell about a year ago. But I imagine Area 51 has been going on a lot longer than that. So how did they work the signals before me? Did he just use a different method? He built the house that the train overlooks 3 years ago. And now I guess I understand why he allowed a gap between the tree canopies and the wall. So the person on the train could see. So maybe that method of communication dates to back then. You know, one morning while I was there I couldn't sleep and got up early. I looked out the window and Brad was raising the umbrella at one of the tables by the pool. Red or green? Asked Devine. She thought for a moment. Red. I thought it was odd. I mean, it was so early. And I think the train came by a few minutes later. Devine looked thoughtful. There was a guy on the train who said he saw another woman by the pool, before you hooked up with Cowell. She was a brunette and she wore a bikini early in the morning sometimes, too. Really? Yeah. She sat back, looking perplexed at first, and then a look of understanding came into her eyes. I thought Christian was helping me by introducing me to Brad in Italy. But maybe Brad was looking for a new messenger girl and Christian was really helping him. I think you might be right. Hey, do you think this brunette might have stayed in this building, too? Michelle suddenly became rigid. When I was moving some things into my bedroom here, I found a credit card slip that had fallen behind a drawer. Devine perked up at this. Do you remember the name on the credit card? I do actually because it was so unusual. Dominique Devereaux. Very alliterative. I mean, it sounds fake. Devine took out his phone and searched the name. Okay, Dominique Devereaux was a character on the TV show Dynasty. Both in the original series back in the 1980s and then on the reboot on the CW. Maybe it was an alias, then. Hold on, here's another Dominique Devereaux. He clicked on a link and read down the page. Age 24, originally from California. N. He stopped speaking and stared at the screen, his look troubled. And what, Travis? He glanced up at her. Devereaux killed herself nearly 1 year ago, by jumping into the East River. Chapter 59. Devine rode back to the townhouse in Mount Kisco. After they learned about Devereaux's fate, he and Michelle had first talked about her going into hiding. He had even thought about calling up Campbell to have his people protect her. But in the end they had decided that her best protection was to stay put. To not let Cowell or others know that anything was amiss. But he had told her to keep a watch out and call the cops if anything looked off. He had communicated with Campbell about these latest developments and his meeting with Elaine Nestor, and arranged to meet with the man later. There was no one at the townhouse at this time of the day. Valentine wasn't on the couch and the Mini Cooper wasn't in the garage. Tapshaw must be at her office, he thought. He knocked on Spears's door, there was no answer. He called out, "Helen, you decent?" There was still no answer. He tried to turn the knob. It was locked. That wasn't unusual. He locked his door, too. He could have picked it, but he didn't want to risk it. If she had a camera in there. He went to his room, looked up the number for NYU Law School, and placed a call. He was passed from person to person and department to department until he came to a man who seemed to be the right one. Devine said, "My daughter, Helen Spears, just graduated from NYU. I haven't been able to reach her and I'm getting concerned. She still lives in the same apartment. I'm on the West Coast. I wanted someone to go and check on her. That might be a matter for the police, Mr. Spears. Look, I paid a ton of money for her to go to law school there. Can you at least help me? Please hold for just a moment." He heard classical music for about 30 seconds before the man came back on. He said in a somewhat snarky tone, "We have no record of any Helen Spears being enrolled at the law school or having just graduated, Mr. Spears. You might want to check with your daughter about that. Have a good day." Devine put down the phone. Okay, Helen Spears is not who she claims to be. So who is she and why is she here? Devine thought back and recalled that Spears had come here just about the time he had. Was she a plant? If so, by whom? She had been very curious about everything, telling him time and again to let her recommend a lawyer for him. Since she hadn't gone to law school, he wondered what she would have done if he had taken the woman up on her offer. And where did she go during the day with her briefcase? His phone buzzed. It was a number he didn't recognize. Hello? Mr. Devine? Yes. This is Dr. John Wyman. You called my office seeking information on Sarah Hughes? Devine tensed. Yes, I did. I worked with her. We were friends. So you said in your message. What exactly do you want to know? I know that she was pregnant, but she ended up aborting the baby. I knew about her pregnancy, I didn't know she had terminated it. I talked to the doctor who helped with the abortion. Sarah wasn't that far along, so it seems no medical procedure was necessary. So a medication abortion, then, said Wyman. Probably done at home. Yes. Sarah gave your name to the abortion clinic. Are you her OB/GYN? Not exactly. I don't understand. Can you tell me of your interest in all this? Asked Wyman. As I said, I worked with her, and, well, the police and her mother seemed to think that I was the father. Even though I didn't meet Sarah until after she became pregnant. I'm not sure they believe that. Quite frankly, I think they want to make me out to be her murderer. I thought that might be it. What? Devine said sharply. I know you're not the father of Sarah Hughes's baby. How? Because she underwent artificial insemination and utilized a donor in acquiring the sperm. I run a practice pretty much devoted to that. I told the police this when they came by to see me as well, which is why I'm telling you. They mentioned your name, not understanding at that point how Sarah became pregnant. When I told them, they were quite surprised. They wanted to know if you had donated the sperm. I told them that you had not. I told them that Sarah never mentioned you to me. When I saw your name on the message my receptionist took from you, I put 2 and 2 together and decided you needed to know the truth. Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Wyman. Do you know who donated the sperm? No, I do not. Sarah provided it. I told the police that, too. Then how do you know it wasn't me? About 6 weeks after she became pregnant through insemination, Sarah told me that the sperm donor had died. You obviously are very much alive. Was it Detectives Shoemaker and Ekman who talked to you? Yes. And they seemed very disappointed to know that you were not the father. I'm sure they were. Did Sarah have anyone with her when she consulted you, or when she had the insemination done? No, but I got the sense that she was not going through this alone. That there was someone who was partnering with her in this process. Devine thought of Jennifer Stamos, and then Brad Cowell. Cowles said he hadn't had sex with ewes. But with artificial insemination, he wouldn't have had to. She didn't mention any names. She didn't, but from the little she volunteered, I had the impression that she was going to take time off to be with the child. He paused. Was there someone like that in her life that you knew of? Possibly, said Devine vaguely, and he meant to be very vague. Do you know how far along Sarah was when she terminated her pregnancy? Asked Wyman. I was told about 8 weeks. So, shortly after she told you the sperm donor had passed away. She seemed so excited about being a mother. I wonder what changed her mind. So do I, thought Devine. Chapter 60. Devine heard Tapshaw's car pull into the one-car garage. Shortly thereafter he heard her come up the stairs. He listened to her open and close her bedroom door a few moments later. He sat on his bed and thought about things. The problem was there were too many things to think about. Later, he heard the front door open and the sound of footsteps came up the stairs. He could tell by the footfalls that it was Spears. Her door closed as well. Then he heard her bed spring squeak. He looked at his watch. 6:30. Spears would not expect him to be home. He walked over to the wall separating their bedrooms and put his ear to it. He heard clicking. She was on her laptop. He stood there, hoping that she might make a call and he could attempt to listen, but that didn't happen. The clicking stopped. A minute or so passed and her door opened and she passed down the hall. He opened his door a crack to see her at the top of the stairs dressed in her yoga clothes. She went down the steps. He slipped out and quietly moved over to her door. He tried the knob. It turned. She had forgotten to lock it or thought there was no need. He slowly opened it and glanced back at the stairs. Normally Spears would take a good 45 minutes for her yoga routine. He stood in the doorway, looking around. The clothes she had obviously been wearing were lying on the floor. He glanced at the bed and thought for a moment of that sex-charged night and then pushed that right out of his head. This woman he'd thought was a friend was a potential enemy. He eased into the room and closed the door softly behind him. He could also hear clicking coming from Tapshaw's room. She was obviously humming away on her monster screens. He did a quick search of the desk drawers and eyed the pile of law books that were stacked exactly as before. He opened the one on top and riffled through the pages, no marginalia, no highlighting, they were clearly for show. He went through the closet and bureau drawers and found nothing helpful. Her laptop and phone were time-locked and biometric protected, and thus inaccessible. Her purse was there and he took out her wallet. All the cards and driver's license said Helen Spears, and the picture on the license was her. He put the wallet back and looked under the bed. A suitcase was there with no name tag. It was empty. He lifted the mattress and saw it underneath. A Glock 17 in black matte finish with pebbled grips and a big tritium night sight. He put the mattress back in place and left. As he was closing the door to leave, a voice said, "What are you doing, Travis?" He turned to see Tapshaw in the doorway of her room holding a large coffee cup with Hummingbird's logo. He said, "I was looking for Helen. I thought she was in her room. I had given her a book to read that I needed back. But I couldn't find it." "Oh. I think she's downstairs doing her yoga." "Thanks, I didn't hear her." "Why are you home so early?" "Did you get fired?" she added playfully. He grinned at her remark. "Some days I wish I had. Want some coffee?" "I'm going to make some." "No, I'm good, thanks. I'll ask Helen about the book later, no need to bother her if you were going to." "No problem," she glanced at him. Are you sure you're okay, Travis? You just seem, I don't know, out of sorts. He decided to tell her the truth. Another woman from my office was found dead at her home. She just stared at him for a moment. Then she shivered, shook her head, and said in a low voice, "Another woman? Was she? She was killed, yes." Tears appeared in Tapshaw's large eyes. "Oh, God. I just don't understand how." I got another email from that same source. Can I forward it to you to see if it helps you trace the other one?" She looked at him with determination. "Definitely. I will trace it, Travis." Tapshaw turned, walked back into her room, and closed the door. He heard the lock turn. And who could blame her? He thought. At 11:30 that night Devine was awoken by movement in the hall. He listened for a moment, then rose and opened his door a crack. Spears was in her nightgown and was peering down the steps leading to the main level. When she turned back around, he eased the door closed. He heard her walk back down the hall and then a door opened. He looked out again and saw her enter Valentine's room. She closed the door behind her. Devine slipped out into the hall and wondered if Spears was enjoying a sexual encounter with Valentine as she had with him. Why should I be special? But then he heard snores wafting up from the main floor. He edged down the stairs and saw Valentine sleeping on the couch. Now he understood. That was why she had gone there first, to make sure the Russian wasn't in his bedroom. Devine went back to his room. A couple of minutes later there was a knock at his door. "Yeah. It's Helen. Give me a sec." Devine sat up in his bed, laid his pillow next to his right hand, sat back against the headboard, and slipped his hand under the pillow where it gripped something. "Come on in." The door opened and Spears stood there in her nightgown that hit at mid-thigh. It was transparent enough with the backlight from the hall illumination to get his full attention. She had nothing on underneath. "What's up?" he said evenly. "I've missed you," she said. "I've been here all evening." "You know what I mean." "Do I?" thought Devine. "With the way you're dressed, I guess I do." "Yeah." She came in and closed the door behind her, locking it. "I'm not sure Jill and Valentine are asleep," he said. "I think Jill went out. Will is snoring on the couch. Pizza and beer do it. Every time. He's gonna have a coronary any day now." She sat on the bed next to him, drawing her legs under her, and studied him. He made no move to draw closer. "What? You're no longer interested," she said. "I'm just trying to understand why a young, beautiful, newly graduated lawyer needs to knock on my door. You can do a lot better than a 30-something Wall Street wannabe like me." She said, "You undersell yourself, Travis. You're good-looking. And you're working in a field where you can make a lot of money. That's an attractive package. And you were a soldier, too, so you know how to take care of yourself. And me. I don't think you'd have any problem taking care of yourself," thought Devine. She reached out and put a hand on his thigh. "It's not complicated, Travis. It's all complicated, Helen. And for that reason, I think you need to go back to your room." She eyed where his hand was under the bed and he saw something in her expression he didn't care for. "She knows." "All right, but remember one thing." "What's that?" he asked. "I never sleep with my enemies." He heard her feet padding back to her room, where she closed her door. Devine sat up and pulled the SIG P226 out from under the pillow. He looked down at the gun, which looked similar to Spears's Glock, at least to the untrained eye. What the hell was she doing searching Valentine's room? And was the visit tonight just about showing me she's my ally? Then it dawned on him. She knows I searched her room. I put everything back just so, but I must have been a millimeter off somewhere. So, the lady is good. Real good. And if she is my ally, that's also really good for me. But if she's lying and she's my enemy? Chapter 61. The 6:20. Right on time. Devine was really starting to hate this commute. Actually, there's no starting about it. He looked, but there was no Michelle Montgomery at the pool. He didn't imagine she would be told to wear the green bikini for a while, if ever. Later, he walked into the lobby at Cowell and Cumley, waved at Sam the guard, and took the elevator up to his floor. Turning a corner, he nearly tripped over the custodian, Jerry Myers, who was kneeling in front of a door fixing the lock. "Sorry," said Devine. The man looked up, and recognition sprang into his features. "You were the one asking questions that day." "I was." Myers stood and put his tools back in the box on the floor. "And now there's another one, they say. Only she wasn't killed here, thank God. Couldn't take finding another body." "I'm sure." "The police got any leads?" Myers asked. "Not that I know of, but they're not keeping me in their confidences." Myers hefted his toolbox. "You guys slaving away in this place. I mean. You ask me, it's not worth it." "No sir. Maybe it's not. So why do it? When I figure it out I'll let you know." "Got a question. I understand that contractors and other service people come in through the rear entrance." "That's right. There's a phone they have to use. Goes to the security desk. Then they go let the person in, if they're authorized. Or if they have a security card, they can get in that way." "Sure, but contractors don't have security cards. That'd be a problem. Can't just let folks waltz in the back door like that." "Right. Thanks." Later, around 2 in the afternoon, Devine was working away in his cubicle when the door opened. "Mr. Devine." He looked up and saw the same woman who had previously come to retrieve him motioning to him. He rose, looked around at the burners watching him suspiciously, and made his way out. Detectives Ekman and Shoemaker were waiting for him. "Now what?" he said. "This way," barked Shoemaker. They led him to the same room as before. Sitting across from him, Shoemaker said, "We talked to the guard on duty at night. He said that you and Stamos came into the building late on the day Yuza's body was found, and then left at the same time." "That's not true." "You saying the guard's lying?" Ekman said sharply. "No, he just misinterpreted what he saw. I didn't know Stamos was in the building that night. I came back for my phone and did some work. Then I left. Alone." "Did the guard say Stamos and I were together?" The detectives exchanged glances. "Did you meet up with her in the building?" asked Shoemaker. "No, and I'll take a polygraph on that if you want." "Did you meet up with her later?" Now they were getting into dangerous territory. But since he had asked the question, Devine suspected the man already knew the answer. "It wasn't a meeting. I went to a bar in Greenwich Village. She was there. We talked. And you never mentioned this before because I saw her in a bar, so did a lot of other people." "You seem to use that excuse a lot," said Ekman. "Because it's true. We understand that you two argued in that bar. And then you kicked the shit out of 3 guys in the alley next to the bar. And that she saw the whole thing. I did have a fight with 3 guys, yes. Over Stamos? It could be construed that way. And again you never mentioned that to us because what relevance would it have?" "You've gotta be kidding, right?" said Ekman. "That all happened before she was killed, in case you forgot. And by the way, I found out that Sarah's pregnancy was from artificial insemination. Thanks for telling me that. You knew I wasn't the father all along. Just to get this straight, we don't have to tell you jack shit, barked Ekman. And how did you find out about that? Asked Shoemaker, leaning forward and drilling Devine with a hard stare. I got the name of the doctor from Mrs. Hughes. I called him. He told me. And why would he do that? Because he thought you guys were trying to pin the murder on me. Shoemaker sat back and said, and we understand Stamos came to visit you at your place in Mount Kisco. You two had another argument. Shit, how could they have found that out? Helen Spears. She did come out to my place, but we didn't have an argument. We just talked. What did you talk about? Sarah. What about yous? Just chit-chat. Devine, you are 1 inch from being arrested for obstruction, exclaimed Shoemaker. So you better consider your next answer really carefully. What did you discuss about yous? Stamos said that she also knew I wasn't the father of Yu's baby. She didn't come out and say it, but reading between the lines she knew that Yus had gone the artificial insemination route. Ekman shot his partner a look. Wait a minute, from all we learned those ladies were rivals at the firm. Why would they be talking about babies and such? Devine decided to just tell the truth. He could tell he was close to being put in jail, and he couldn't very well do much from there. Stamos told me that she and Hughes that they were in love. Devine expected both detectives to blow up at him. Instead, Shoemaker cracked a smile. Finally, we get some truth out of you. What do you mean by that? Said Devine curiously. Did you find something to back up what I just told you? Stamos's place has been searched. Electronics all gone. Phone and computer are probably at the bottom of the Hudson by now. Did you find something online then? Instagram, Facebook? No, we checked all that. There was nothing. Not surprising, said Devine. There are rules against employees seeing each other. He thought for a moment about Stamos and Cowell, but he really wasn't an employee. Shoemaker said, but we talked to one of Stamos's sisters. Apparently she'd confided in her. So you know I'm telling the truth, then? Just about that, Devine. But there's a lot about you that neither one of us likes. Well, when that becomes a crime, be sure to let me know. Chapter 62. Devine left work around 8 and headed to check in with the Hughes's. They might go back to New Zealand any time now. Ellen Hughes had made it clear that she loathed the city. And he wanted to find out if they knew about Stamos and their daughter. Or about Sarah's being artificially inseminated. Ellen Hughes hadn't mentioned that fact. She hadn't really said whether she knew her daughter was pregnant before the police had told her. She was just furious about the termination of that pregnancy. Devine wanted to ask her directly. She struck him as the sort that kept a lot back. He got to the house and knocked, but there was no answer. He looked through the sidelight next to the door, but could see nothing. Mr. and Mrs. Hughes, he knocked again, then tried the knob. It was unlocked. Just like in the movies. He pushed it open and poked his head in. Hello, Ellen, Fred. It's Travis Devine. I just wanted to talk to you for a minute. He went inside and closed the door behind him. Hello. Anybody here? The place was dark, with the dim outside light being the only illumination. He walked through the front room and peeked into the kitchen. Nothing, although there were some dirty dishes in the sink and an empty coffee cup was on the table. He walked toward the bedroom and looked in there. The bed was made and the bathroom was empty. His gaze lingered on the bed for a moment. It was there that he and Hughes had had sex. Once. And then she had broken it off. He thought she had found another guy. But then to find out she and Stamos were in love. He shook his head. He'd had no inkling that Hughes had been gay or maybe bisexual. Yet she had obviously wanted a child. But then why go through all the steps necessary for artificial insemination and then terminate the pregnancy? But now that he thought about it, the timing was off. The pregnancy had occurred before Devine had even met Hughes. If she and Stamos were going to have a baby together, why would Hughes sleep with him? They must have gotten together afterward. Then maybe Sarah had a relationship with someone else along with the pregnancy. Then was that relationship broken off and the pregnancy terminated? Was that how she fell into bed with me? A rebound off another guy? Or another woman? With Hughes, Devine had thought he might have finally found a woman with whom he could spend the rest of his life. In addition to being beautiful, Hughes had been kind and funny and smart and caring. There had been a spark from their first meeting, which led to other meetings. During firm outings they had ended up spending time together, talking and secretly planning to see each other. Everything had to be kept on the QT because of company rules. And then they had come here and slept together. It had been immensely satisfying to Devine. He had even thought about quitting Cowell and getting another job so that Hughes and he could come out in the open. But after that night together, she had withdrawn from him, and finally the end had come. Not in an email or a text. Just a look from her in the hallway and a mouthed "I'm sorry, Travis." And that had been it. And if Hughes was attracted to women instead of men, he could understand her decision. One had to be who one was. He turned and walked to what he knew was the guest bedroom. Outside in the hall were two large roller suitcases. He looked at the tags. They were the Hughes's. They had flown on United from California to here, after the much longer journey from New Zealand to the Golden State. He stepped inside the bedroom and flicked on the light. And Devine stopped right in the doorway. Ellen and Fred were in bed. They would not be waking back up. There was blood all over the bed covers and they were staring up at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Ellen Hughes looked surprised. Fred just looked like he was watching TV. Devine slipped over and touched the woman's skin. Ice. He tried to bend her arm. Still pretty stiff. He knew that meant rigor was already well established. They'd been dead a while, he knew. Devine had seen his share of stiff bodies in the Middle East. He looked for what had killed them. There were slashes in the covers around their chests. A knife, probably. It was a savage attack. He retreated, wiping off his prints along the way. He poked his head out the front door and looked all around. The coast right now was reasonably clear, at least he hoped. He stepped out and closed the door with his coat sleeve over his hand. He set off at a rapid pace and called Campbell along the way and told him what he had discovered. "Get as far away from there as you can," said the old general. "Full retreat, Devine." "But what about the bodies?" "The police have to be notified." "Leave that to us." Devine clicked off and picked up his pace. He reached the subway on Fulton Street and made his way back to Grand Central, covering the 4 miles in about 12 minutes. He retraced his train's morning route and eyed Cowell's place closely when they reached it, looking for any sign of activity, but saw none. He had seen his share of violent death in war. Bodies mangled beyond all recognition. People he knew and fought alongside. He had grieved and moved on because you had to in a war zone. But the 2 bodies in the bed. It had sickened him, shaken him right to his core. He was no longer in a war zone, but it felt like he was. Devine didn't make eye contact with anyone the whole ride home. He grabbed a cab at the station because his legs were rubbery, took it home, went up to his room, and sat on his bed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who would want to kill the users? The same people who killed Sarah. But Sarah was killed because she had found out that Cowell and Cumley was a laundering machine. She knew about the Lombard. She probably knew a lot more. Stamos the same. But why the parents? Ellen Hughes said she and her daughter were estranged. Why would Sarah have told her mother and father anything about Cowell and Cumley, and if she hadn't, why would someone kill her parents? Because the killer was afraid she might have told her parents something. Or since her mom and dad were staying at Sarah's place, the killer might have feared the users would find something damaging. Something felt off about that, but what else could it be? He went downstairs and grabbed a Coke from the fridge. There was no one here, which was a good thing, because Devine didn't want to deal with any of his roommates right now. He sat at the small kitchen table and looked out the window. Someone might have seen him enter and leave Sarah Hughes's old home, where 2 butchered bodies lay. Campbell said he would take care of notifying the police. But even with that, Devine expected a visit from Shoemaker and Ekman. And as unpleasant as the first few encounters had been, he assumed the next one would be the worst of all. If they could find any reason to arrest him, they would. He heard the front door open, and a few moments later Will Valentine poked his head into the kitchen. "Locust Group," he said. "What about it?" asked Devine, perking up. "Did you find stuff?" Valentine sat down next to him and opened his laptop. "They own shitload of stuff. I mean shitload. I know of 3 different places in the city alone." 3. Dude, give me fucking break. He hit a key on his laptop and screen after screen of line items associated with properties and other assets flashed across it. "Wait a minute, that's all Locust," exclaimed Devine. "I have computer stop count at 141,312 different properties, assets, and businesses. In 57 countries, but most of it in America. That is tip of iceberg. It is serious shit. In all 50 states. And they are buried deep, so nobody will find out. I track Locust Group through shell companies, consortiums, SPACs, investment funds, tax shelters, CBOs, derivatives, debt funds. They own whole fucking towns in Idaho and Wyoming and Montana and Alabama and Arkansas and other places. And they own whole blocks in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Houston, and other big cities. Gold and silver mines, uranium, chemical, and manufacturing plants, oil refineries. They own sports teams and TV and radio stations and newspapers and streaming platforms, social media sites and a whole shitload of other stuff. Never seen anything like it, dude. I mean, not even Putin is this fucking big, and never in my life did I think I would ever say that. How much asset value are we talking about? Shit, maybe 40 trillion. Devine gaped. How far back do some of the transactions go? I find slew of them back over 15 years. Okay, that fits with other things I've found out. What is going on, Travis? Money laundering, probably. For example, your buddy Putin and his friends have dirty money to get rid of. Money they steal from the Russian people. Right? Shit, yes. Putin is so rich he makes Bezos and Musk look poor. But he say he is not rich, and nobody disagrees with him because they get shot or poisoned or put in prison. So, the dirty money comes over here and it's used to buy all sorts of assets. Then instead of dirty money, you own a house or a building or a company or a chunk of the Dow Jones, whatever. That's why they call it money laundering. Valentine nodded. I know this. Clean money, dude. That is name of game. But it's not just about owning assets. With radio and TV and newspapers and online streaming platforms and social media sites, and owning whole towns and city blocks, they can manipulate and control everything. From cradle to grave. Dude, that is not good. That is Russia. Can you send me all that stuff? I've got someone I want to show it to. Valentine looked at him curiously as he did this. You are not what you want us to think. Are you? Just a hacker, dude. A good one. Take you long enough to say, asshole, but he tacked on a grin to this. Valentine opened the fridge, grabbed a beer, and walked off, while Devine stared down at his hands, thinking. Something Valentine had said had stuck in his head and had made him think of Cowell's own words from that old interview with the Journal. A partnership can be simply an idea or a perspective. He grabbed his laptop from his room and plugged in the name in Cumley, running it through a popular site on the internet that he had used before, but then only for fun. There was nothing fun about the exercise this time. It didn't take long for the program to kick out what Devine knew was the exact right answer. An anagram for in Cumley was clean money. Chapter 63. Devine would not be taking the 6:20 in that morning. He knew that as soon as he saw Detectives Shoemaker and Ekman waiting for him at the Mount Kisco train station. Shoemaker tapped out a smoke and both men came forward. Pretty early for you guys to be all the way out here. Come on, we'll drive you to work this morning, Devine, courtesy of NYPD, said Ekman. His tone was friendlier, which bothered Devine greatly. Was it just a facade before the hammer came down? They started off, Devine in the rear seat. He was waiting for the question and it wasn't long in coming. He just needed to pull off the surprised part. Fred and Ellen Hughes are dead. Before Devine could reply in a shocked manner, Ekman turned and looked at him. We know you already know. Devine nearly swallowed his tongue on that one. And we know you got an alibi. We talked to your friend Helen Spears. You were with her at the townhouse during the time in question. You talked to Helen. When? That's none of your concern, pointed out Shoemaker. I thought you'd be thrilled she provided an alibi. So is that when they were killed? He asked. Ekman nodded. Between 11 and 1 that night, yeah. Stabs to the heart. Died pretty quickly. But whoever it was just kept right on stabbing them. It was damn vicious. I've been doing this job a long time. It was one of the worst I've seen. Shoemaker said, you have friends in high places. You should have told us. I would if I could have. So 3 people dead who were connected to Sarah Hughes, who was also murdered. And what was her sin? She was connected to Brad Cowell, who has disappeared. So, he killed her. He was probably in the building that night. He got a call that I believe was from Stamos on the night she was killed. He headed out in time to murder her. Her phone records should show that. And why would he do that? My friends in high places didn't enlighten you. The only message we got was that you were a good guy on a government mission and to have your back. Ekman added, so, what's so special about Cowell? Some things have come to light. But I can't share them with you. Not that I don't want to, but fruit of a tainted tree sort of thing. If I infect the cops with it, the case is dead and the man walks. Ekman nodded. Okay, that makes sense. So, Cowell is a bad guy. Is his money dirty? Is that what this is about? It's not his money. It belongs to other people. People from outside this country. And that's really all I can say. If the folks above me want to say more, that's up to them. Ekman and Shoemaker exchanged a look. Ekman said, okay, but we're homicide. Financial crimes are another division. We just want whoever killed these people. And it looks like it's Cowell to you. Or someone working for him. Rich guys don't usually do the deed, do they? They hire others to do it. Like that Hancock guy. Speaking of, why would he focus on me out of all people? We don't know, said Ekman. And he also knew before it was made public that Sarah had not killed herself. That it was murder. Did you give someone a heads up on that? Shoemaker said, Brad Cowell is a very important guy in this town. He's been very generous with certain people at NYPD and City Hall. I'm not saying any heads up came from there, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Ekman interjected, but from what you said, Cowell might have done Stamos himself. He might have. There might not have been time to hire a gun. By the way, how did she die? Ekman glanced at Shoemaker. It goes no further, Devine. It won't. The killer drugged her, then tied her to her bed, and then carved the word bitch on her belly. She bled out. Devine felt the little breakfast he'd eaten start to come back up on him. He bent forward and stared at the floorboard, his breathing short and choppy. After about 30 seconds he sat up straight and looked at the two men. Shoemaker almost appeared sympathetic. Yeah, I know, he said quietly. Pretty sick. Was Stamos pregnant? No, that's what we thought, too. Me confirmed that she wasn't, replied Ekman. So why do it that way? It was to send a message, is what I'm thinking. What that message was, who knows? And no one saw anything? Asked Devine. Nope. We've checked. That late on a weekday in that neighborhood, not surprising. We think the killer got in through a window in the back. Stamos was on the first floor. No signs of a struggle. Same with the Uses. They were probably dead asleep. Ekman blanched. Sorry, bad choice of words. So, the Hughes family got wiped out, said Shoemaker thoughtfully. Which seemed to be the killer's intent. But why? Why did they have to die? They just got to the country. What possible beef could someone have with them? Is it just the connection with their daughter? And her connection to Brad Cowell, added Ekman. If he is involved in some crooked money scheme, and maybe Sarah Hughes found out. They could have been afraid that she had told her parents something. I was thinking that, too, but now I seriously doubt that actually happened, said Devine. She was estranged from her parents. They were Christian missionaries, and I don't think they would have had any interest in or understanding of any part of Sarah's world. You mean her and Stamos being a thing, like you told us before? Yes. Her mother was not in favor of same-sex couples and made no secret of it. But how could someone even know that? They just got to New York. Well, I found out just by being around her for a few minutes. And she thought her daughter was a slut sleeping around outside of marriage, Shoemaker said. We seem to be going in circles. If all these deaths aren't connected to the Cowell business, what then? Devine thought back to the emails he had gotten. The one that not even the likes of Will Valentine could trace, and he didn't know if Campbell's people would have better luck. Although he was hoping Tapshaw, and her magical fingers, could do the trick. Was the killer trying to let me know that I'm involved in all this? Do they blame me for what happened to Sarah and Jennifer? Who would have that sort of grudge against me? What have I done? He debated on whether to share this with the detectives, but decided not to. It would just piss them off that he had withheld such evidence. And they were getting along so well right now. You said the Uses were stabbed in the heart. Right through, yeah. Why? Asked Shoemaker. The heart symbolizes emotions, beliefs, feelings. So, said Ekman. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Maybe the killer murdered each person in ways to symbolize the reason why they were killed. Ekman and Shoemaker exchanged another, interested glance. Sarah Hughes was hanged. What does that symbolize? Asked Ekman. Well, said Devine, in the past, they used to hang traitors. So when does my turn come? Chapter 64. It was barely noon and the news of Fred and Ellen Hughes having been murdered had circulated throughout Cowell and Cumley. Devine abruptly left his office and sought out Wanda Sims. Any idea where Mr. Cowell is? He asked. I'm not his keeper, Travis, the woman said sharply, but then her look immediately softened. I'm sorry, but this is all getting to me. 4 people have been murdered. And 2 of them worked here, and the other victims were the parents of one of them. You'd think the head of the company would be around to lead the troops. She looked at him skeptically. For all I know, he jetted off to some island with a group of swimsuit models. But if you say I told you that, I'll deny it. Have you spoken to his little group of executives? I have. And they won't say a word about him. Too afraid, I would imagine. I would imagine, too. Wanda, do you have any idea what's on the 51st floor? Her look immediately became guarded. Why, what's it to you? 4 people have been killed, like you said. And that floor is the only one that no one can access. Oh, come on, Travis. Every investment house has secure areas. It's probably where the high-frequency trading takes place. Just servers and the like. Did you ever think of that? Yes, I did, thought Devine. One more thing. Did you tell anyone that I had come up to the 52nd floor on the morning Sarah's body was found? She looked warily at him. Why? Just trying to figure something out. I might have mentioned it to Jen Stamos, actually. Now she's dead, too. And she was really broken up about Sarah's death. I didn't think they were that friendly. Well, you just never know. Thanks. So that's why Hancock was sicked on me so fast. Stamos might have learned from Sarah that we had slept together. And then I show up asking questions. She tells Cowell, and Cowell gives marching orders to Hancock, or Bartlett, rather, to go play detective and find out what he can. And Stamos also told Cowell I had come back to the building that night and that the guard saw me. He checked the security log and there was my security card for the 52nd floor. And then he sees my security card login and my face on the video on the night Sarah died and plans to frame me. And he also thought that might be why Rachel Potter from Channel 44 had been on his case, too. One of her confidential or probably anonymous sources might have been Hancock/Bartlett using her to put the squeeze on him. He texted Campbell, asking for a meeting. He got a nearly instant reply, and location. He left Cowell and headed for the 50s again. And on the way he got another email from the untraceable source. I was surprised I could find Mr. and Mrs. Hughes' hearts to stab. The world is better off without them. I hope you agree. Devine slowly put the phone away and kept walking. But with every step the dread he was feeling grew like a cancer, creeping to every organ he had. The restaurant door opened for Devine and he slipped inside. Campbell was waiting for him in the same room. Thanks for running interference for me last night. I take it the detectives assigned to the case have made contact. Early this morning. They're playing nice. Good. We have been monitoring Area 51, it's still shut down. I had a buddy of mine dig up some things on the Locust Group. He went on to tell the general about how many companies and assets and countries were involved. My folks are finding the same thing. And it goes far beyond the Locust Group. We saw a great many entities that appeared regularly on the surveillance feed, even in the short time we had access before it was shut down. Devine also told him about his theory on the name and comely being an anagram. Clean money. I think you must be right. Were you able to trace those emails? Because I just got another one. He showed Campbell the latest message. The general sighed and sat back. The long and short of it is, no, the general consensus is that none of my people have seen anything like this. Devine said, I received that first email on the day that Sarah's body was found. As you saw, it had intimate details about the murder that only the killer would know. At first I thought someone else had found her body and emailed me because, well, they knew that I liked Sarah. I think it was more than liked, Devine. He looked at the general with a blank expression. I have 3 sons and 2 daughters, soldier. I've seen broken hearts before. Devine looked at the general with a new level of respect. As far as I know, I'm the only one who got those emails. The killer must be someone at the firm. We thought that all along, didn't we? Yes, and there's something else. The way the people were killed. Sarah hanged. Stamos. Yes, I know all about that, continue. And Sarah's parents stabbed through the heart. I think each was symbolic. What's your take on what each one represents? Sarah the traitor. Stamos, well, I'm not sure. But her wounds reflected the killer's anger at maybe losing Sarah, and Stamos and Sarah were in love. And Sarah's parents' hearts were destroyed. And from what I learned of their relationship, it might mean the killer knows about Sarah and her mother's estrangement, too. The killer intimated that it was difficult for him to find their hearts, and that the world was better off without such people. You know what all that adds up to, don't you? Sir. That the reasons these people were killed have nothing to do with Brad Cowell and Area 51, and everything to do with Sarah Hughes. Which means the matter is more for the police than it is for me and you. We need to focus on the scheme at Cowell and Cumley, Devine. The police can solve the murders. But it could still be someone at Cowell's firm who committed the murders. Countered Devine. Sarah was pregnant. And even though she had artificial insemination through a donor, we don't know who that donor was. Campbell looked intrigued by this theory. You think it might have been Cowell? Because that would put it back in our camp. Even though Devine had been told the donor had died, there was no proof of that. It's certainly possible. He said he never slept with her, but he could have donated his sperm. And he had motive, means, and opportunity. So, you have 2 different cases to solve, but maybe with a related core element, Brad Cowell. And then there's the question of who might be next, added Campbell. Devine looked up to see Campbell staring at him and perhaps reading his thoughts. And that someone might be you, Campbell said. Chapter 65. Devine was on his way to the subway after leaving work early when his phone rang. Michelle? Where are you? She asked. Walking up Broad Street and enjoying the heat, why? Can you meet me at Brad's place later, the one outside the city? Why? I can't get into his penthouse without his phone, but I do have a key to the house. If he's not there, we can make a search. We might find something to nail that son of a bitch. And if he is there we can, well, strangle the asshole. Sounds good to me. Devine took the train home, changed, and was heading out when Tapshaw called out to him. He turned to see her at the top of the stairs. I got an email this morning. Mayflower is going to pull the trigger and invest $50 million, Travis, and at a valuation that will leave me with complete control of the company. This will change everything. He tried to force a smile. Force, because if this was dirty money, and it had to be taken back. That's great, Jill. You must have really wowed them. And that valuation means you are rich. She blushed at this. I've been scrimping and saving for so long, it doesn't feel any different. But I believe they definitely think there's a lot of potential in my platform and business plan. If I close the deal, how about another tequila date? You helped me a lot. He again forced a smile. I'm all in. But my turn to buy. She put her hands on her hips. Hell, Travis, with all that money I think I can afford to splurge a little. And the $1,000 you put in? It's worth a lot more now. He watched her walk off. And then his smile faded. Shit. He hopped on his bike and sped off to meet Montgomery. She was waiting outside the gates for him. She had Ubered out, she told him. What about the hired help, he asked. They're used to me being around. And as I said before, they're no fans of Brad's. They headed into the house and a maid came around the corner and nearly plowed into them. Oh my goodness, Miss Michelle, I'm sorry. It's okay, Denise. Is Brad here? I've been calling and nothing. No, ma'am. I haven't seen him in a few days. But that's not unusual. He's so busy. He might be in China for all I know. Right, well, we're going to hang out here for a bit. Travis here works for Brad, and hopefully, he'll show up. Look, why don't you and the rest of the crew take the rest of the night off? There's no reason for you to hang around. But if Mr. Cowell, if he shows up, I'll take full responsibility, she smiled impishly. And I can mix the man a drink myself if he so requires. And fry him an egg. Denise grinned. All right, miss, if you're sure. 10 minutes later the staff had left and gone to their quarters on the other side of the property. Montgomery closed the door behind them and turned to Devine. Let's hit it. She led him into what looked like a home office. What exactly are we looking for? He asked. Anything to show the guy is a crook. And maybe a killer, he said. 2 people dead and, it's now 4, actually. She whirled around to stare at him. What? Sarah Hughes's parents. They were murdered in their bed at Sarah's place 2 nights ago. Oh my God. And you think Brad? I don't know. I do know someone sent me, and apparently only me, an email detailing Sarah's crime scene. They also sent me messages about the murders of Stamos and the Hughes's. It has to have been the killer. Which means the person has some beef with me. Only I don't know why. You had a thing going with Sarah. Maybe the killer knew and was jealous. That would explain some things. And Stamos and Sarah were apparently a couple but keeping it under wraps. Maybe that's why Stamos was killed. And the parents? The mother was outright hostile to Sarah's lifestyle. The email shows the killer didn't like that. But I'd like to know how the person knew about it. It might have been in a diary or something. Which the cops couldn't find. Why would the killer care what her mother thought of Sarah? I don't know, admitted Devine. Hey, maybe she broke up with the guy she was seeing. He was the father and she ended the pregnancy because she didn't want to carry his baby. I found out that Sarah had artificial insemination. She used a sperm donor. But then why terminate the pregnancy? Devine shook his head. No idea. They began searching the office. They found nothing helpful there and headed upstairs. We have separate bedrooms, Montgomery told him. Brad's is at the end of the hall. It's about as big as my apartment. They went inside the chamber, which was really a suite with multiple rooms and every rich guy toy one could hope for, 2 fireplaces, enormous TVs, a full bar, a sitting area, a spa with steam room, sauna, and whirlpool, a massage room, and a bathtub nearly large enough to do laps in, with a walk-in shower next to it that looked like a Roman grotto. And 5 classic pinball machines along with a pool table. "Who could sleep in here?" he said. "Too many distractions." Devine looked at the bed that was about the size of his room. "How do 2 people find each other on that?" "Brad never had a problem finding me, I can assure you." "Don't go there, Michelle. I do not want to hear it." After a fruitless search, they perched on the bed and gazed out the floor to ceiling tinted windows. "So, what now?" asked Montgomery. "The penthouse is a no-go. Area 51 the same. So I'm not sure what now." Devine's phone buzzed. It was Campbell. "We need to talk right away." "Where are you?" asked Devine. "The first place we met." "I can be there in 30 minutes." He glanced at Montgomery. "Mind if I bring along someone?" "Who?" Devine told him. "That is not a good idea, Devine. We have no idea if she's working for Cowell and just stringing you along." Devine looked at Montgomery. "I've trusted her with my life, and she came through. She's had plenty of opportunities to throw me to the dogs and she hasn't. I've told her a lot. And if she had ratted me out to Cowell, I wouldn't be around. This is highly unusual, Devine. You recruited me, sir. I'm not a trained spy or intel officer. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. But in the Middle East I spent years reading people, trying to decide if they were trustworthy or would betray me when the opportunity arose. And I got damn good at it. So I'm just asking you to trust me on this. Soldier to soldier. See you in 30. Montgomery stared at him fearfully. "Why you're a spy." "I don't know what I am, really." "Who the hell was that?" "You're about to find out." Chapter 66. "A retired general," said Montgomery after Devine finished explaining where they were going as they climbed on the bike and sped off. "Yeah. And you work for him?" "It's complicated." "You really weren't at Cowell for the money." "I knew it," she added in a self-satisfied tone. "It's complicated," he repeated. "Not from where I'm sitting." She hugged him more tightly. "I'm so proud of you." "Okay. And thanks, I guess." They reached the strip mall and Devine knocked on the door. It opened and they were admitted. A man in a suit led the way and ushered them in to see Campbell. He rose from behind his desk and extended a hand to Montgomery. "Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Montgomery. Let me get the technicalities out of the way. You breathe one word of this to anyone, you'll be spending the next 20 years in a federal prison, are we clear?" Montgomery gave Devine a dubious look. "Pretty damn clear," she replied. "Sit." "What's so important we had to meet this fast?" asked Devine. "Certain lawmakers in Washington have gotten wind of what we're doing and are seeking to put the kibosh on our mission." "Why the hell would they do that?" said Devine. "Enemies of this country are." He broke off and eyed Campbell. "Devine, there is one thing that drives our politics. It's simple and out in the open and yet most people never give it a second thought: money. It used to be that the sources of political funding were severely limited, and those sources also had to be disclosed. That is no longer the case." He leaned forward. "So, let me tell both of you why my humble office is really interested in Cowell and Comley." He paused, collecting his thoughts. "We think Cowell is the key link in not just laundering money and buying parts of this country by global players all over the world, but some of the money, billions and billions of it, is going into the coffers of public officials at every level, from local to federal. Now, people do not give that sort of money without expecting something in return. That means that what was revealed in the Pandora Papers and like investigations is just the beginning. The laundered money is being weaponized to really take over this country at all levels. Montgomery said, I thought there were, like, laws against that kind of stuff. But if you have enough money, the laws don't apply to you, answered Campbell. And certain people, some of them in high positions of power, want it to keep going. Certain others don't want this to be uncovered and investigated because they would be directly implicated. So, what do we do? Asked Devine. Solve this thing before they pull our plug. However, I do have one lead for you. What is it? Asked Devine. The brownstone on the Upper East Side owned by the Locust Group. The one my good buddy Christian Chilton presumably lives in, said Devine, glancing at Montgomery, who looked uncomfortable at this change in the conversation's direction. We put it under surveillance after you told us about the connection. 2 people who are on an Interpol, keep eyes on list were seen entering and leaving the premises. And you couldn't grab them? Asked Montgomery. We had no legal grounds to do so. But these are bad people. Do we know if anyone else lives there with Chilton? Asked Devine. Montgomery answered. His grandfather, Carol Chilton, did. We called him Poppy. But I haven't seen him in years. Was the brownstone Carol Chilton's and then he sold it to Locust? Said Devine. Campbell nodded. From what we could uncover, yes. For 3 times. What it's worth. And it might have been his grandson who actually sold it. Devine and Montgomery exchanged glances. He said, maybe I should go check the place out. Maybe you should. Devine and Montgomery rose. Devine looked at her and said, I'll drop you off at your place in town. I'm going with you. I can't let you do that, Michelle. Campbell said, he's right, Ms. Montgomery. That is not possible. Either you let me go, or I'll just show up there on my own. Devine said, I'm dropping you off. Let's go. He grabbed her arm and dragged her from the room. When they were outside, she yanked her arm free and said, Look, you son of a bitch, you can't tell me what. Shut up and get on the bike. That was for the general's benefit. You're coming. Montgomery closed her mouth, put on her helmet, and they rode off. Chapter 67. They parked across from the brownstone. That's Chilton's BMW in front, observed Devine. I've known Christian since we were kids. He's not some criminal. He told me he's running Mayflower. His grandfather started it, and he's his generation's representative. What do you remember about his father and grandfather? Mr. Chilton was a decent guy. Always nice to me. Christian's grandfather, Poppy Chilton, was incredibly kind. He would play games with us and read to us. Those were really happy times. And they had money? Oh yeah. Lots. A ton of it. I mean, like Cowell. No, not like that. They actually had to let my parents go when I was 16. The cars had dwindled down to just 2. My dad didn't just work on the cars, he would chauffeur them around, too. The kids had grown up, of course, and my mother acted as a housekeeper and such. But I guess they couldn't afford her anymore either. So they ran into hard times. The year after we left, the Chiltons had to sell their home. It was a big estate, but old, outside of Boston. Before we left, I remember overhearing Mr. Chilton a couple of times talk about bankruptcy. My older sister was in college by then. My younger sister and me and our parents moved to an apartment in another part of Massachusetts. My parents got other jobs. I did some local modeling gigs and worked as a waitress until I went off to college for a year. Surprised your parents could afford that. They couldn't. The Chiltons had started college funds for us. I burned Through 1 year and then decided it wasn't for me, and I didn't like wasting money. Christian said his dad died in a car accident 2 years ago. His mother lives in Boston, or she did. I haven't seen her for several years. How old is Christian? I had him pegged at 30. No, he's only 3 years older than me. He was at Princeton when the family money totally ran out. But he had a full lacrosse scholarship. He's very smart. He has 2 younger brothers. They're on the West Coast and doing their own thing. But Christian stayed on the East Coast. And now he's running Mayflower and living in a big brownstone owned by the Locust Group, who paid a lot more for it than it's worth, and he's hanging out with guys on Interpol watch lists. And apparently making a lot of money after the family lost almost everything around 6 years ago. It doesn't look good, I know. Not good at all. There he is, hissed Montgomery. Chilton had walked out of the brownstone. He got into his BMW and drove off. Devine and Montgomery pulled into traffic behind him. Let's see where you're going, thought Devine. It didn't take long. The BMW turned into a posh assisted living center. It was located in an old brick building that took up half the block. They waited for Chilton to go inside and then followed. The place looked like an upscale hotel. As Devine glanced around, he saw elderly residents in wheelchairs and walkers. Some were reading in what looked to be the library, others were watching TV. Still others were just sitting and gazing off or slowly walking around. Montgomery caught sight of Chilton walking down a hall and grabbed Devine's arm to alert him, before Chilton disappeared around the corner. "What do you think is going on?" he asked her. "Why is he here?" "I think Poppy might be here." "So, what do we do?" "Act like we belong here." "I've actually been doing that my whole life," she added with a weak smile tacked on. They walked down the hall, passing by staff members. One stopped and asked if they needed help. Montgomery said, "I was supposed to meet Christian Chilton here." "Oh, yes, he just came in. He's with his grandfather." "That's right. He said that Poppy was here now. I haven't seen him in some time. Is he doing okay?" The woman smiled sadly. "It's not easy getting old. And Mr. Chilton is over 80. He used to be in the assisted living part of this facility. But now he's in our memory unit." "Oh, you mean," said Montgomery. "Yes, I'm afraid so. Would you like me to take you to them?" "You know, I think we'll just catch up with Christian when he's done, if that's okay." "I didn't know Poppy was. I'll just let them have their visit." "All right, you can wait in the lobby. Thanks again." Montgomery turned to Devine, her eyes teary. "God, I didn't know that about Poppy. I just remember this wonderful old man who liked to play games with us." 30 minutes later Christian Chilton appeared in the lobby. Devine noted he was wiping at his eyes. When he saw Devine and Montgomery, he jerked back. "What are you doing here?" "How's Poppy?" asked Montgomery. Chilton looked flustered. He's got Alzheimer's." "Why didn't you tell me that, Christian? I live here. I could have come and visited him." "He wouldn't remember you." "He doesn't remember me," he glanced at Devine. "And what are you doing here with her?" "We're friends, Christian, like you and me," answered Montgomery. Chilton stuffed his hands in his pockets and glanced away. "This place must be very expensive," said Montgomery. "Everything in New York is very expensive." Devine said, "You've come a long way in a very short period of time." "What is that supposed to mean?" barked Chilton. "From family bankruptcy to mega bucks in 6 years?" Chilton shot Montgomery a look. "You should keep your mouth shut, Michelle. Is that why you did it?" To pay for Poppy's care. And to support your mom. Did what exactly? Devine said in a low voice, you really want to go down with Brad Cowell? Chilton took a step back and said, I got a meeting to get to. Montgomery put a hand on his arm. Christian, we can help you get out of this. He shook his head, then looked at her and smiled sadly. No, you can't, Michelle. We're not kids anymore. And this isn't a game. It's never too late. You remember Poppy telling us that when we got into trouble. Poppy, it's just too late, Michelle. But I appreciate you trying. Michelle told me that you set her up with Cowell, interjected Devine. Why'd you do that? Chilton eyed Montgomery. I told you why. I knew she could use the money. Brad loves beautiful women, and there's no woman more beautiful than Michelle. Is that the only reason? Yeah, why? He also pays her to wear red and green bikinis at certain times out by the pool. Chilton looked at him funny. A bikini? Why would he pay for that? And the last lady he employed for that purpose ended up dead. They said. Suicide, but I don't think she jumped into the East River all by her lonesome. What last lady? You really don't know, do you? No, I don't. How much funding do you get from Cowell? I don't have to tell you anything. But you will have to tell the police. I have no idea what you're talking about, said Chilton heatedly. Your brownstone is owned by the Locust Group, not by you. They're laundering and hiding money, Christian, on a global scale. We're offering you an exit ramp. You just have to work with us. Christian, said Michelle, we're trying to help you. I don't need help. Everything will be fine. 4 people are dead and Cowell has done a runner, said Devine. He's leaving people like you to hold the bag. Chilton walked away. They followed him outside. Devine said, if you work with us, we can help. Chilton whirled around. Who are you? I thought you were working for Brad. I am. And I'm not. That's as clear as mud. If you don't jump to the other side, this will not end well for you. Then who'll look after your grandfather? Fuck off. Christian, said Michelle. He got into his BMW and left tire rubber on the asphalt as he sped off. Devine looked at Montgomery, who was staring after the car. Like he said, you're not little kids anymore, Michelle. You can't save him if he doesn't want to be saved. I doubt I can save anybody, not even myself. Well, for that, you've got me. Chapter 68. When Devine returned home it was nearly 11. He was surprised to see Tapshaw sitting on the couch eating a bag of chips along with a bowl of ice cream. She was almost always in her room, and he had never seen her eating chips and ice cream before. Hey, Jill, what's up? She looked up at him. Her face was puffy, and it looked like she had been crying. What's wrong? He blurted out. Mayflower bagged on me. Oh shit. What the hell happened? Said Devine automatically, although he knew very well what had happened. About an hour ago, Christian Chilton sent me a very curt email and said that their investment plans had changed, and that they were no longer interested in the dating platform sector. I mean, they go from investing $50 million to nothing. Devine sat down beside her. I'm sorry. But maybe it's for the best. That money would have launched us into the stratosphere, Travis. I don't think I'll be able to find that good a deal anywhere else. The valuation was sky high. But you've overcome every challenge. You'll get past this one, too. But what the hell happened between him emailing me this morning and everything was hunky-dory and an hour ago when he told me to basically eat shit and die? She looked at him. Do you have any inkling? Devine couldn't even look at her. I don't know, Jill. Crap happens in business, I guess. Maybe they ran into some funding problems, he added lamely. She perked up, wiped her eyes, and patted his hand. It's okay. I've got other irons in the fire. Our cash burn is under control. We can make it until new money comes in. And in 2 years I'll look that jerk up and he can eat some crow. He smiled but still couldn't meet her eye. Now you're talking. He went up to his room and fell asleep in his clothes. The next morning, he took the 6:20 in. He knew Montgomery wouldn't be at Cowell's place, so he almost didn't look out. But when he saw others in the train staring out the windows, he did, too. And his pulse rate spiked. Oh God! The police and a forensics team were by the pool. And they were pulling something out of the water. It looked like. The train gave a jolt and picked up speed. Devine craned his neck back, but he couldn't see anything. The man next to him said, "Damn, man, was that a body in the pool? Please don't tell me it was the bikini gal." Devine didn't answer. His heart was racing so fast he thought he might be sick. He took out his phone and punched in Montgomery's number. Come on, come on. Shit, please, please answer your phone. Don't be dead, Michelle. Don't. It went to voicemail. He tried again. Same thing. He texted her and awaited a reply. Nothing. He went online and scanned the news about a bodies being found at Brad Cowell's house. There was nothing. When the train pulled into the next station he jumped up and ran out the opening doors. He hoofed it outside the station and grabbed the first cab he saw. He gave the address and tried calling her the whole way. By the time the cab dropped him off he had no hope left. Why did she come back here? The area was blocked off, so Devine joined a group of other gawkers in front of the house. A black van waited, presumably for the body. Police were everywhere, keeping people away and securing the crime scene. A sedan pulled up, and Ekman and Shoemaker climbed out. Devine ran over to them. I saw them pulling a body out of the pool when we passed by. On the train. Is it? His phone dinged. He looked down as every bit of breath in his body left him. Sorry, I was asleep and didn't hear the phone. Everything okay? It was from Montgomery. She was alive. He looked up at the detectives. Come with us, Devine, said Shoemaker. They led him through the perimeter by flashing their badges. People were gathered around the pool surround, where a body lay under a sheet. Activity was swirling everywhere as police personnel looked for clues and collected evidence. The NYPD detectives and Devine stopped in front of a plainclothes man from the county. Figured you guys needed to know because of the connection, the man said. Let's see it, said Ekman. The sheet was lifted, and Devine found himself looking down at a very drowned and very dead Christian Chilton. Chapter 69. Shoemaker gave Devine a ride to the station while his partner stayed behind. Did Chilton die by drowning? Yes and no. Devine looked at him curiously. You want to try that again? There was water in his lungs, which means he did officially die by drowning. But he had blunt force trauma wounds on his head. Which means someone knocked him out and tossed him into the water, where he drowned. Right. Anybody see anything? Staff had been given the evening off last night. He looked at Devine. By the girlfriend, Michelle Montgomery. But you knew that because you were there. Anything you can tell me? Devine told them about their seeing Chilton last night. If I had to speculate, after our encounter, Chilton went to Cowell's to see what the hell was going on. And we saw how Cowell responded. But we have no proof Cowell was even there. Then we have to keep digging, replied Devine. Because, by my count, the man is now involved in 5 murders. You and your higher-up friends ever going to come clean on this at some point? Devine snapped, look, if it was up to me, I already would have. But even though I'm no longer in uniform, I'm trained to follow orders. So that's how it's going to be. If and when that changes, you'll be the first to know. Later, Devine took the train into the city after calling Campbell and filling him in on this recent development. He then arranged to meet with Montgomery at a diner around the corner from her walk-up. He figured there was no sense in going into work today. Not with the firm's founder a probable murderer and on the run. She was standing outside the diner looking tired, her features puffy and her hair still tousled from sleep. She gave him a warm smile. But when she saw his grim features, she blurted out, "What's happened?" "Let's go inside," he said quietly. They got coffees, and he took her hand and told her about Chilton's being found. She grew pale and slumped forward, the tears sliding down her cheeks. "Oh my God," she gasped. He rubbed her arm and patted her hand. "I'm so sorry, Michelle. I know you two were friends. I just wish he had listened to us." She sat up and wiped her eyes. "You think Brad was involved? You saw Chilton last night. We put the fear of God in him. I bet he called Cowell, arranged to meet, and ended up dead for his troubles. For now, you need to move out of the walk-up. Chilton might have told him about us, what we know. That makes both of us a liability. I can help you." She glanced up. "Where will I go? A hotel?" Devine thought for a moment. "No, I'll take you to my place. You can stay in my room, at least for tonight." "Your room?" "I can sleep on the couch. But in the interim, I'll contact Campbell and hopefully he can arrange more secure quarters for you." "Does this mean Brad did kill all those people?" "Not necessarily. We have to keep the two cases both separate and together, as crazy as that sounds. Cowell is running a global money laundering scheme. He's in bed with some very dangerous people. But he also had a relationship with Stamos and wanted one with Sarah. So if they found out about his scheme, what do you think would happen? They would be killed, like Christian. And they killed Sarah's parents because they couldn't risk them knowing something. But what about the emails you got? How do they tie into Brad? Why would he send you those messages? It doesn't tie into it, at all. Unless they're trying to muddy the waters. But even that doesn't make much sense. Then there could be a separate killer out there," she said. "Yes, there could." She reached out and took his hand. "I'm really scared, Travis." He gripped her fingers. "There's nothing wrong with being afraid. When people are in danger, they should be afraid. But you can't let fear paralyze you, then you're as good as dead. I guess you learned that in the army while fighting overseas. I've also learned it all over again right here in good old New York." Chapter 70. "Dude," said Valentine early that afternoon as Devine and Montgomery walked in the front door. Devine was hefting 2 large suitcases while Montgomery carried a smaller one. "Hey, Will, this is Michelle." Valentine eyed Montgomery and smiled. He quickly stood from his usual perch on the couch and put out his hand. Montgomery set her bag down and shook it. "Hello, Will." "Hello, Michelle," said Valentine, giving Devine a look along with arched eyebrows. "That is lovely name. Michelle is going to stay here for a bit, in my room." "Dude," said Valentine with another shit-eating grin. "While I sleep on the couch." "Oh, right," said Valentine. "On couch." Which means you have to sleep in your bed, at least for tonight, said Devine. This possibility apparently hadn't occurred to Valentine. Oh, okay, he said, his smile fading. If the Russian was aware that Helen Spears had been in his room, he certainly wasn't showing it. For a security expert, he was lax about his own security, thought Devine. Devine led Montgomery up to his room and they put her things down in the corner. I'll just pull out what I need for tonight, she said. I'm sure I can find a place in the morning. I've already texted Campbell. He's on it. I still can't believe that Christian is dead. You sleep with a cobra, you get bit. So, these people are just going to get away with it. I didn't say that. But what can you do about it? Your boss said the whole thing might come tumbling down because of a bunch of corrupt politicians. But we still have a shot. Who's your friend, Travis? They turned to see Helen Spears standing in the doorway. She had on a red dress and black pumps. Her hair was done in a French braid. A briefcase was in one hand. She eyed Montgomery inquiringly. This is Michelle Montgomery. Michelle, Helen Spears, a recent NYU law grad. The women shook hands and eyed each other with what Devine thought were aggressive looks. Michelle will be staying here tonight. Here, in your room. I'm bunking on the couch. Does poor Will know? That's basically his second home. He knows. Well, I'll leave you to arrange things. Nice to meet you, Michelle. Let's get together again, Travis, after tonight. She walked off. Hands on hips, Montgomery immediately faced off with Devine and said, "What was all that about?" What was what all about? Oh, please. You two have a thing going. Devine went over and closed the door. No, we don't. We're just roommates. Just roommates don't give women who are moving into a guy's bedroom. That look. She might as well have peed on the floor to mark her territory. Devine closed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair. He did not want to get into all that, and he certainly didn't want to tell Montgomery that he and Spears had slept together. All I can say is there is nothing between us except for a pair of guns, he thought. And secrets. Later they went to get some dinner in Mount Kisco. The TV on the restaurant wall had the latest details about the murder of Christian Chilton and his bodies being found in Brad Cowell's pool. The news said nothing with regard to the whereabouts of the missing magnate. They walked back to the townhouse to find Jill Tapshaw and Valentine chatting in the kitchen. "Hello," said Tapshaw to Montgomery. "I'm Jill." Devine said quickly, "Jill, this is Michelle Montgomery, she's a friend from the city," filled in Montgomery. "Nice to meet you." Jill founded Hummingbird. The dating service? I've been on there. It's really cool. You've been on a dating site, said Devine, while Valentine gaped. Tapshaw frowned. Dating services, at least the good kind, are for everyone looking for relationships. Travis told me that Sarah Hughes was on Hummingbird, said Montgomery. That's right, said Tapshaw. She was one of my first 100 subscribers. Devine stared down at his hands because he didn't want anyone to see his expression. I don't remember mentioning that to Michelle. Later, while Montgomery was in his bathroom, Devine slipped into his room, got his gun, and put it in the back of his waistband, then slid his shirt over the weapon to hide it. Montgomery came out of the bathroom wearing loose-fitting athletic shorts and a t-shirt. You don't have to sleep on the couch, you know. When he shot her a glance, she added, men and women have been known to sleep in the same bed without having sex. Yeah, married men and women, Devine quipped. I'll be safer on the couch. He fell asleep quickly, but in his dreams he once more saw the dead faces of Blankenship and Hawkins. He tried to say something in his sleep, answer their haunting looks in some way, but he couldn't. Yet it did manage to wake him up. And he just lay there staring at the ceiling and wondering when this would all be over. And whether he would be there to see it. Just like in the Middle East, the odds are not looking to be in my favor. Chapter 71. At 7 o'clock the next morning Devine got a call from Campbell. The surveillance camera in Area 51 completely went out last night. We're in the dark now. What do you want me to do? Get there and see what you can find out. Devine went upstairs and knocked on his bedroom door. Yes, said Montgomery. Can I come in? He heard her feet padding across the floor and the door was unlocked. Her face was puffy with sleep, and her hair was wonderfully tousled. To Devine, she had never looked more beautiful. What? She said. I'm gonna grab a shower and get dressed. Where are you going? I'm taking the train into work. You can come with me if you want. I want to go see Poppy. Poppy? Yes. His grandson is dead. I doubt he'll understand that if you try to tell him. And he has other family, doesn't he? I'm just going to hold his hand and be there for him. And I feel like I am. Family, in a way. Okay, he said quietly. On the train they passed Cowell's place. Devine watched Montgomery's expression as the train stopped. She studied the pool area where yesterday they had pulled out Chilton's body. She glanced at him. Different perspective. Yeah, I guess so. She looked at the other passengers, but this wasn't the 620, so it wasn't the normal crew for Devine. But several guys were giving Montgomery pathetically lustful glances. She let out a resigned sigh and looked out the window again. Devine decided to broach the subject he'd been thinking about since last night. Funny that you had been on Hummingbird and Sarah had been, too. But you knew that already. About Sarah being on there. Christian told me he was thinking about investing in it. I'd remembered it was a cool site. I went on there and found Sarah Hughes. You just happened to see her on the site. But last night you told Jill that I had told you. She glanced at him. Did I? I don't really remember. You did. So why would you do that? Her expression tightened. Does it matter? I don't know, it might. Do you have a question you want to ask me, Travis? I don't believe in coincidences. So I'd like to know how you knew Sarah was on Hummingbird. I told you I saw her on there when I visited the site. Out of all the people on there, you saw her. Okay, I did a search for her. Why? If you really want to know, it was because of Christian. I knew he was in the investment business. But I didn't think he invested in things like a dating service. And I knew you suspected him of being involved with the money laundering with Cowell. And that it might be connected to Sarah's murder. So I went on Hummingbird and searched for Sarah. I thought if she were on the site, that might be the connection with Christian. The reason he was interested in investing in it. But Sarah worked at Cowell. That's the connection. Not Hummingbird. I was just playing a hunch. She eyed him darkly. But if you don't trust me, you don't trust me. His expression softened. I do trust you, Michelle. You saved my ass with Cowell and his phone. I'm sorry. I guess stress is making me see things that aren't there. Don't apologize for being human. Personally, my stress level is through the roof. What are you going to do when you get to work? Pay a visit to the 51st floor, if I can. Chapter 72. Surprisingly, it seemed business as usual at Cowell and Cumley, despite a bodies having been found in the pool of the firm's leader. And that leader's still being absent from the scene. Money trumps murder, Devine concluded. On the way up in the elevator, he pressed the button for Area 51. Stunningly, it lighted up. Okay, didn't see that one coming. He got off on that floor and looked around. The door was open. He poked his head inside and gaped. It was empty. Every server, every computer screen was gone. All that was left were the cabinets and the tables. He hurried over to the wall where he had placed the camera. It was gone. He hurried back down to the lobby, texting Campbell on the way to let him know what he had found. Or not found. He walked up to Sam the guard and asked him if he knew of any movers coming into the building to take some things out. He shook his head. Not while I've been here. Can you check with the night guard? Sure, I can try. He's probably asleep by now. What's up? Just wondering about something. Hey, I heard on the news about the guy being found in Mr. Cowell's pool. What the hell is that about? Yeah, I was wondering that, too. I haven't seen Mr. Cowell for a while. Everything okay with him? That's way above my pay grade, Sam. Any idea where Jerry Myers is? Yeah, third floor dining hall. Some snafu with an oven. He found Myers in the kitchen working on one of the ovens, and asked him if he'd seen any moving trucks at the building. No, but if it happened last night, I wouldn't know about it. What got moved? I'm not sure. He next located Wanda Sims and decided to be more direct with her. I was on the 51st floor this morning, Wanda. What? She said sharply. You couldn't have been. It's off limits. Come take a ride with me. They got on the elevator, and he made a theatrical show of hitting the button. When it lighted up, Sims gasped. When they got to the 51st floor and he showed her the vast, empty space, she looked at him suspiciously. Why did you come up here in the first place? Do you still think they were running their high-frequency trading platform from here? Because I can tell you for a fact that runs out of a building in Queens. Who are you, Travis? I mean, who are you really? Just a guy who stumbled onto something. Onto what? Do you mean, she looked around, something criminal? Why else would this room have been cleared out? So you knew what was in here? Did you know of any moving company coming to do it? No, there was nothing in the office memos. What was in here? I can't tell you. But 5 people connected to this firm have died. 5. A guy named Christian Chilton was part of what was going on in this room. I don't know who that is, but the name sounds familiar. He was the man who ended up dead in Cowell's pool. Her hand flew to her mouth. Oh my God, that's right. I heard his name on the news. Should I start looking for another job? My husband and I just bought a vacation property in Connecticut, and the mortgage payment is a real bitch. Well, thought Devine, everyone has their priorities. If I were you, I'd get my resume dusted off. Devine left her and went to his cubicle. By now the other burners were all there. But he noted that fingers were not flying across the keys. Some of the burners were actually out of their chairs and talking together in small groups. The same woman he had argued with before, Lydia White, came over to him. She looked pale and distraught. What is going on, Travis? Though she had angered him before, he now felt sorry for her. For all of them, really. They had busted their humps all this time for maybe nothing. Nothing good, that's for sure. Area 51. What about it? The other burners were now gathering around the pair. You can go up and see for yourself. It's accessible now. White said, but I thought that was where the firm did high frequency. Devine interjected, that's what they wanted everyone to think. The place is cleared out now. It was full of computers and servers, and now it's all gone. They emptied it out in the middle of the night. White said, "So this is all connected with the murders." "It's definitely connected to the guy who was found dead in Cowell's pool." White was fighting back tears. "My father told me to accept the offer I got from J.P. Morgan. But I thought Cowell would be more exciting. I would take boring old J.P. Morgan over this kind of excitement. What should we do?" "Keep working, make sure your paycheck's clear, and get your CVS out to as many other places as you can." He watched as the burners scrambled to their computers to do just that. However, White didn't move. She held her gaze on Devine. "I was wrong about you, obviously. I'm sorry. You were naturally suspicious, Lydia. I would have been, too. You are clearly here for another reason, correct? Whoever you work for knew something was up and you were placed here to find out." He smiled. "You're really smart, and you're going to have a wonderful career wherever you land. Maybe you should steer clear of Wall Street, though, and try something that might have a positive impact on lots of people who actually need the help. My older sister is starting a non-profit to help the homeless in California, which is a big problem there. That's where I'm from. The Bay Area. Well, you won't make nearly as much money, but at the end of your days I think you'll have a lot more to smile about." He rode the elevator down to the lobby and decided to do a direct frontal assault on an entrenched foe. He sent a text to Brad Cowell after taking some time to compose it in his head. Cowell was a transactional guy. So Devine was going to give him an offer he couldn't refuse. Emptying out Area 51 won't cut it. The feds are closing in. I can make all your problems go away. Just hear me out and we both win. You're a deal maker, so let's do a deal. He walked out into the fresh air and kept right on going. Chapter 73. Devine texted Montgomery and told her he would meet her at the assisted living center where Poppy Chilton lived on the Upper East Side. When he got there, she was waiting outside and looking distraught. "You okay? What happened?" "Poppy passed away." "What? When?" "Please don't tell me." "No, it was natural causes." "Well, sort of. I'm not following." There was a TV. The news was on. He saw that his grandson was dead, you mean? But I thought he wasn't capable of understanding things like that anymore. The doctor I spoke with said you can never tell. There are moments of lucidity. And seeing Christian's name on the TV screen and the fact that he was dead jolted Poppy into one of those moments. He went into cardiac arrest. They couldn't resuscitate him. And this happened last night? Yes. They told me when I got here. The family is coming in for both funerals. He hugged her tightly while she cried into his shoulder. When she composed herself and stepped back, she said, "We really need to nail these bastards." He told her about Area 51 and about the text he had sent Cowell. "Do you think you'll get a response? He might think you're trying to trap him or something. It's worth a shot. And I don't have a plan B." Later, they had lunch at a restaurant on the harbor, where Devine took a minute to check in with Campbell. Campbell said, "We had operatives posted outside the Cowell building last night. When the moving trucks came, we were naturally suspicious but had no grounds to intervene or get a search warrant. And one of my men checked with the security guard on duty. He said he'd been told they were moving equipment in, not out, so we weren't as concerned as we would have been. They went in through the loading dock, so we couldn't gain access to see what was really going on. Burns my ass, though." Devine put his phone away and looked out at the water. This was where he and Stamos had gone that day. He eyed the Statue of Liberty and looked back to see Montgomery watching him. Does it feel cool that you fought to keep that ideal of freedom going? She asked. While you're actually fighting, you don't really dwell on the big picture stuff. It's just surviving day to day that occupies your mind. But I felt proud to be serving my country. Even if my father didn't see it that way. Is that also why you're working with Campbell? He eyed her more intently. Why do you ask? Because you talked to me about baggage. And while I can see you as a soldier, I don't necessarily see you as some sort of federal spy in a suit. You're more right about that than you probably know. It must have been bad. It was bad enough. It sort of ruined everything that came before that. That must have been tough to take. Tougher than I am, apparently. They sat in silence for a few moments. Devine finally said, Chilton was killed because of his connection to Cowell and Area 51. But if they killed Christian for confronting Brad, why would they dump his body in Brad's pool? That would lead the police to suspect Brad right off. There were plenty of other ways to get rid of his body. Which might mean that Cowell and his partners had a falling out. They might have done that to incriminate Cowell. Does that mean he's already dead? They clear Area 51, get rid of Christian and Brad, and go somewhere else and set up the money laundering operation. Devine's phone buzzed. He answered it and his mouth fell open. He listened for a few moments, said, I'll be there, and then put the phone down. Well, Cowell is still alive. That was him, and he wants to meet tonight. Where? In his penthouse. Do we trust him? Not with either one of our lives. So what do we do? Not go. Call in the cavalry. Neither one. But we have to have a plan. We just can't waltz in there to get killed. Going into battle is the one thing I do really well. And you're not going, she looked incredulous. What the hell are you talking about? I'm trained for this stuff, you're not. Like you were trained when Brad was about to grab the phone and let you out, only it wouldn't have worked the elevator and your cover would have been blown right there. I was the one who stepped in and saved your ass. Devine drew close to her and started speaking slowly and earnestly. Listen, I figure I have about a 50-50 chance of making it out of there alive. That's good enough for me, but it's not good enough for you. I can't let you do that. How about allowing me to make that choice? Jesus, Michelle, can you just trust me on this one? How about you trust me on this one? What are you talking about? I have a plan that I think will get us in and out alive. How could you possibly know that? Because I know Brad, better than you ever will. And you asked me to trust you once, and I did. How about I get the same courtesy? They held a stare-off for about 5 seconds until Devine broke it. What's your plan? Chapter 74. At 11:30 that night, Devine used his security card to let himself and Montgomery inside the Cowell building. The guard wasn't around. Devine looked at his watch. Making rounds, he assumed. Or maybe he was lying dead somewhere. There was a lot of that going around here. They took the elevator up as high as they could, and the doors opened. And there was Cowell. He was dressed nattily in a dark suit, white shirt, and no tie. He looked fresh despite the hour and smiled when they climbed off the elevator car. Michelle, didn't expect to see you tonight. Where the hell have you been, Brad? Exclaimed Montgomery. Just taking care of business, said Cowell. He turned to Devine. I got your message. I have no idea what it means, but I thought I'd have you up for a chat. Christian was found dead in your pool, snapped Montgomery. The police think you killed him. Well, I didn't. In fact, I've been out of town, and I have lots of people who can verify that. My attorneys have already been in touch with the police and we are fully cooperating. If Christian got himself killed, it's not my problem. In fact, he and Devine here had a real dust-up. Maybe Devine went back to finish the job at my place to make it look like I had something to do with it. Cowell gave Devine a smirk. In fact, we've already let the authorities know all about that. I'm sure they'll be in touch. Is that really how you're going to play it, then? Said Devine. With Stamos's death, too? Let's head up and discuss this. He led them to his private elevator. When they got to the penthouse, Cowell patted Devine down, checking for weapons. When he turned to Montgomery, she gave him a fierce look and said, "Don't even think about it, Brad." He grinned and held up his hands in mock surrender. "Okay, babe, okay." He eyed her extremely tight midriff tube top and knee-length flared skirt. "Don't think you have any hiding places on you anyway. But let me see inside your purse." She did. "Now, turn your phones off, because I don't like being recorded." They complied with his order. "And just so you know, I've got a signal jammer in here in case you're wearing a wire or shit like that." "Drink?" "Not for me," said Devine. Montgomery simply shook her head. "Hate to drink alone, but oh well." He mixed himself a bourbon and Coke and took a sip. "Let's sit." Montgomery and Devine sat next to each other on a couch, while Cowell sat across from them. "Stamos," said Devine. "You got a message that night," interjected Montgomery. "And you went to meet someone." Cowell said, "Okay, I'll give it to you straight. The message was from Jen. She was afraid." "Afraid of what?" "She wouldn't tell me on the phone. So I went over there." His face twisted with the memory. "And between the time I got the message and made my way there, someone cut her up really bad." Devine leaned forward. "And was that someone you?" "Why would I do that to her?" "I liked her. A lot. Because Sarah Hughes knew about the Locust Group owning the Lombard Theater. And she told Stamos to check it out. And maybe she did and realized what was going on. Or maybe you let something slip during pillow talk and she had to be taken care of." "Jesus, Devine, you're making me out to be some sort of creepy killer. Aren't you? I'm a businessman. Were you the one to call the cops?" He hesitated. "Yeah, I called them. But if you tell anyone, I'll deny it," he added, with a disgusted look. "What twisted psycho would do that to a woman? They mutilated her. Did you see or hear anyone while you were there?" "No, I had a key. I let myself in. I called out to her. No answer. I went back into her bedroom, and bam, there she was, tied up and cut up. The word bitch was carved into her stomach. I almost threw up." He looked like he might throw up now. "The police said she bled out. It must have taken some time, but you couldn't have missed the killer by much." "Yeah, I know. I've been thinking that if I got there 20 minutes sooner, I might have died." Now Montgomery's face twisted. "Or you might have been able to save her, Brad." He looked surprised by this. "Yeah, that's right, maybe. I didn't think of that." "Obviously," she said with disgust. Cowell looked at Devine. "So, you said you want to make a deal? Care to explain?" Area 51. "Oh, that. We were just doing some crypto mining there and also some carryover high-frequency trading that our facility in Queens couldn't handle. All totally legit. The place has been cleared out," said Devine. "Yeah, we decided to do some operational consolidation and shifted all of that, plus our Queens operation, to a building in Jersey. Again, nothing illegal about that." He cocked his head and gave Devine an enigmatic smile. "You trying to shake me down somehow? Now, that's illegal. Money coming in from all over the world and money going out to the Locust Group, Mayflower Enterprises, thousands of other entities. I don't believe there's enough soap in the world to do that much laundry. You're a really funny guy. Where's your proof of anything? I put a camera up there. Now it's gone. Oh, right. Illegal search, evidence inadmissible. Thrown out of court or not even filed. In fact, there's no proof of where that camera was or what it was taking pictures of. Let's go down to the 51st floor and compare what's on the film to what's in that room. You want to do that? But the optics won't look good when people hear what we know. You start spewing lies about me and this firm, I bury you in court for the next 20 years. I bury whoever you're working for, too. And at the end, I'll still be rich, and I don't know what you'll be, but it won't be good. And I've been doing some digging on you, Devine. You left the army under a cloud. Guy in your unit killed himself by hanging. Left behind a luscious wife. Then another guy you knew ended up dead. My people tell me he might have been banging the bed springs with the first guy's wife. He might have killed the guy instead of it being a suicide. You knew them both. And they're both dead. And then you dump your career and come into my world. What's that all about? You got some guilty secret hanging out there. This isn't about me. Cowell eyed Montgomery and held up his phone. And you helped him plant the camera, sweetie. After all I've done for you. I mean, shit, a guy can't trust women, can he? Like Dominique Devereaux, she said. You couldn't trust her, so she took a dive into the East River. Cowell stared blankly at her. How did you make her death go away? Asked Devine. Poor kid. She was all messed up, a druggie. The cops actually thanked me for trying to give her a better life. And she would have had a much better life if she hadn't been so inquisitive. And Sarah? She knew about the Lombard Theater being owned by Locust Group. She told Stamos. And I think you killed them because they found out what you were doing. You got one wild imagination. I already told you I found Jen. I didn't kill her. And so what about the Lombard Theater? I didn't know it was a crime to own something. Devine glanced at Montgomery, but didn't respond. Cowell shook his head, grinning. You got nothing to deal with and you're sure as hell not getting a dime from me. That's what this is about, right? You shaking me down. Or trying to get a confession. Well, forget it. Then I guess we'll be going, said Devine. Cowell shook his head. Oh no, that's not how this is ending, for men edged from the shadows. Carl Hancock eyed Devine, his face still battered from being hit with a car tire. He had his pistol out. 2 other men had shotguns. The 4th man held an MP5. They had brought a howitzer to a knife fight. But that was okay. Devine didn't have a knife. Cowell said, instead of waiting for you to try and make trouble, we decided to do a preemptive move. You saved us from chasing you down by coming here. Devine said, there's an army of people waiting right downstairs. If we don't show, they come up. Hancock said, there's no one down there. I'm having the whole block monitored. You came here because you thought you could roll Cowell over. Well, you were wrong. Cowell said, I've been playing this game a long time. I've seen it all. And now, so will you. Okay, Devine, said Hancock. You and the lady are going to get jacked. Taken to a really, really bad section of the Bronx, robbed and killed, and your bodies dumped in an alleyway for NYPD to find, and lots of forensic evidence that a particularly violent gang did the honors. And the cops will also find evidence tying you to Chilton's murder. He was in love with the lady here, and you cut him out. You and he previously fought over another chick. He tried to get the lady back, and you decided to end it and put him in the pool to try and implicate poor Mr. Cowell here. That was easy enough to do since the lady here has a key to the place and she told the staff to leave. We know you met up with Chilton the night of his death outside the place where his grandfather lives. You made arrangements for him to meet you at Mr. Cowell's home. And he did. And you killed him. All while Mr. Cowell wasn't even in town. Devine wasn't listening to any of this because it didn't matter. He was focused on the business of combat. In his mind the dimensions of the room shrank down into a close-quarters battle zone. The four men became numbers in his head. Their positions, the accuracy and potency of their weaponry, their sight lines, the obstacles to getting away, the issue of having Montgomery with him, the proximity and possible use of Brad Cowell were also assigned numbers in his brain. The MP5 he could see was on two-shot selector, not full auto. Shotguns were side by side, not pump action, so twin barrels and 2 rounds each. Hancock had his Glock, with a standard magazine. Cowell was 4 feet away, drink in hand, no weapon that he could see. Shooting angles and obstructions there too were observed and dialed into his combat brain. Possible scenarios were spit out. None of them were good. But they never were. His battle plan now set, it was time to play a game that was not in any way a game at all. Cowell might be really good at making money illegally. But, courtesy of the United States Army, Devine was maybe one of the absolute best at what was about to go down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 75. Stand up, now, barked Hancock. They both stood, but Montgomery started swaying and looked like she might be sick. "Oh my God. Oh my God," she sobbed. "Brad, please don't do this. Please. I'll do anything." Hancock snapped, "We are way past that, lady. Please, Brad, I don't want to die. I won't say anything. I swear." "Too late, bitch," said Cowell. "You screw me, I screw you right back, only a lot harder." Montgomery's eyes fluttered and then rolled back into her head. She collapsed in a dead faint against Devine, who grabbed her so she wouldn't hit the floor. "Oh come on," barked Cowell. "I don't need this shit." He looked at Hancock. "I got plans tonight." Devine laid her on the couch, his back to the men. His hand slipped under the woman's skirt. He pulled the palm-sized 10-shot Beretta subcompact that was holstered around Montgomery's thigh and hidden by the flared skirt. In the span of one breath, he whirled and got off 2 quick shots. MP5 man was his first takedown because that weapon vanquished all others in close-quarters combat. Shotgun number 1 was next because Devine had sized up that guy as more comfortable with that weapon than shotgun number 2. Cowell screamed and tried to jump over his chair but failed. He dropped his drink, slid to the floor on his back, and covered his face with his hands. Montgomery flipped over the back of the couch and lay flat on the floor. Devine slid between the couch and a chair as shotgun number 2 finally opened fire. The man had wasted precious seconds trying to fathom what had just happened. In combat, that cost you your life. The twin blasts tore right into the chair, only Devine wasn't there anymore. And now the idiot had to reload. A 5-shot pump in hand, and Devine was dead. It really was all in the details. And in a fight, you kept moving, even when part of your brain said to hunker down. A moving target drew attention, yes, but also led to poor decisions by those trying to follow the action. An immobile target let the adversary take his time, make better choices, and finish the quarry off. And stupid Hancock, after being nearly knocked off his feet by the falling MP5 guy, was spraying pistol shots indiscriminately, in a wide arc that was fine if you had another shooter doing the same from a parallel position. Then the field of fire was overlapping and you got your target 9 times out of 10. But the field of fire was not overlapping, and thus the man was screwed. The CIA apparently needed to train its people better. Devine curved around the back of the chair and placed a round into shotgun number 2's neck, ripping the fat artery there right in two, just as planned. The man screamed, let his weapon fall, and flipped over the chair clutching at a wound that was sending blood streaming out of him like a miniature hose. He had about 5 seconds to live. Hancock screamed and fell back. Devine used the cover of that horrific spectacle to place a round into Hancock's left knee, blowing out the cap and all bone and tissue behind it. The man collapsed in bloody agony on what was probably a $50,000 rug. Devine could have done a kill shot, but he needed one of them alive in addition to Cowell, and Hancock was now the only candidate for the job. Hancock had dropped his Glock and was, despite his obvious pain, reaching out for it. Devine had to admire the man's guts. But that was the extent of the admiration. He rushed over, kicked the gun away, and pointed his Beretta at Hancock as Montgomery poked her head over the top of the couch. Cowell was on the floor screaming bloody murder, with shotgun number 2 lying pretty much on top of him. Shut up, barked Devine. A bloodied Cowell pushed the dead man off him and skittered over to the couch. Devine picked up Hancock's gun and thrust it into his waistband, while the man lay on the floor moaning and holding his destroyed knee. Devine glanced over at Cowell, who was staring in disbelief at him. Hancock glared at Cowell. You pat down everybody for weapons, you idiot. Devine eyed Montgomery. Nice plan. Thanks, Montgomery said to Cowell triumphantly, you were right, Brad. You just can't trust women, at least this one. Devine checked Hancock's blood loss. He had seen enough wounded people to be able to gauge whether someone was going to live or not. And Hancock would make it. He looked at Cowell. You said you had a signal jammer in here. Where is it? Behind that vase, said Cowell in a shaky voice, the other man's blood all over his expensive suit and shirt. Devine nodded at Montgomery, who rushed over and found and turned off the device. Call an ambulance, said Devine. Montgomery turned her phone back on and called 911. Devine turned on his phone, texted Campbell about what had happened, and then put the phone away. And now, Cowell, sit down, compose yourself, and start talking. I'm not telling you shit. Okay, but since you just tried to kill us, it doesn't matter how much you gave the mayor and governor for their last elections. You came up here and shot the shit out of the place. Right, taking on 4 armed guys in a place that only you have access to. Who are you? Screamed Cowell. Right now, a seriously pissed off guy. He pointed his gun at Cowell's head, and the man covered his face with his hands. Don't, sweet Jesus, don't shoot. I'd like to hear about Area 51. You say nothing, Cowell, screamed Hancock. Devine pointed his gun at him. Shut up or I'll take out the other knee. Then you bleed out before the EMTs get to you. Montgomery put her phone away and joined him. She was pale and avoided looking at the dead men. Area 51, said Devine. You've seen it, asshole, spat Cowell. I'd like to hear your version. Cowell's tone changed and he spread his hands wide. Look, I've got people to answer to. We can make a deal. Hancock shouted, you say one word, you are dead, Cowell. You know who I'm talking about. Devine slugged the man on the head with the butt of his gun and Hancock fell unconscious to the floor. Then Devine looked at Cowell. You were saying. You came here to get rich, right? Well, I can make you so rich you'll never be able to spend it all. You can buy your island and have the bitch there in bikinis 24/7, and 10 more like her. I never really liked making money, confessed Devine. Then what the hell were you doing here? Snapped Cowell. Area 51. This is more than me, Devine. It's more than all of us. Well, we have to start somewhere. But let me throw you a bone. And comely equals clean money. How's that? Cowell looked at him and snorted. Maybe you could have done well here. I don't think there's a here left, Cowell. Montgomery used Cowell's phone to let the EMTs in when they arrived minutes later. They confirmed the deaths of the other men, then stabilized the still unconscious Hancock and took him away. A contingent of federal agents appeared a few minutes later, with Campbell leading them. He sat down across from Cowell and studied him. "Who the hell are you?" said Cowell. "I'm either your worst nightmare or your savior. It all depends on how you want to play this." "I don't know what you're talking about." Campbell rose. "Then I'm your worst nightmare. Hope you enjoy prison food." Wait a minute. I'm listening. "Any deal I do, my lawyers sign off on it." He looked at his men. "Take him but don't charge him." "Not yet." They led Cowell away. Campbell looked at him and Montgomery. "I guess you thought you had gotten away from war zones, Captain." "Maybe you never do," replied Devine. As Devine and Montgomery left the penthouse, she said, "So, it's finally over?" He shook his head. "No, not even close." Chapter 76. The 6:20 train. It was rainy and foggy and chilly, the opposite of what summer should be, thought Devine, but then so was everything else. He was in his normal seat. He was looking out the window. The train slowed and then stopped. There was Cowell's mansion. Empty. He was heading to Cowell and clean money, as he thought of it now. The media hadn't gotten wind of anything that had happened in Cowell's penthouse, which had been walled off and preserved for additional processing. The decision had been made to allow the Cowell firm to stay in business for now. Campbell had texted about the progress so far. It was not encouraging. "We have Cowell and Bartlett, for that is indeed who Carl Hancock is. But there is no electronic trail left from Area 51. It's been NSA level wiped. What we have on the photos and the camera feed isn't enough. There is no chain of custody. We'll be laughed out of court. But with Cowell cutting a deal we think we can get there in the end." Devine had gotten that text at 1 in the morning. As he neared the city he got a call from Campbell. "Extremely bad news, Devine. Cowell and Bartlett are both dead. The latter in the hospital. Pillow over his face. Sentry killed, too. And Cowell shivved in a holding cell. The CCTV was taken offline. We've put a dome of silence over all this. No leaks, no one knows, for now. But that won't last long. Back to square one, unfortunately, but I think we have them on the run. And DOJ and the other agencies are going after them with all they've got, even with the stonewalling going on with some of the politicos." Devine was not nearly as optimistic as the retired general. He was sure that Area 51 would be set up somewhere else, or consolidated with another ongoing operation. He wondered how much of America others truly owned. The world is upside down. Good is bad and bad is deified. And his instincts were telling him that a killer was still out there. 4 people dead and it had everything to do with Sarah Hughes, and not Brad Cowell and Area 51. And it somehow has everything to do with me. I got the emails. They were sent to me for a reason. The killer is speaking directly to me. This is as personal as it gets. He didn't get much done at work. His brain was in too much of a fog. All the other burners were in the process of getting interviews at other firms and venting about their problems. He just tried to tune it out. When he got home from work that night, he found Valentine on the couch, sucking down beer and eating a hot dog instead of pizza. "Hey, dude, you're early tonight. How goes it? You figure all that shit out?" "I think so." "So all is good?" "I wouldn't go that far." The news finally broke about the murder of Brad Cowell while in police custody. The financial press, already reeling from the string of murders connected to the firm, was covering all of this with astonishment mixed with a bit of glee, even as a few rumors started to circulate about possible financial improprieties at Cowell and Cumley. As Devine read through these news accounts on his phone in his room after coming home from work one night, he shook his head. Possible financial improprieties? Just wait. This will make Bernie Madoff look like a third-rate grifter if it ever sees the light of day. Later, he texted Montgomery and arranged to meet her at a hotel the next day, where she was staying with a security team. In the city, he cleared her armed guards and knocked on the door of Montgomery's room. She opened it immediately. She had on jeans and a white t-shirt. She looked like she'd been crying. He closed the door behind him. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" She dabbed at her eyes and sat on the bed. "My mother called. She heard about Brad and also about Christian. She wanted to know if I was involved somehow." "My own mother." He perched on a chair opposite her. "That must have been a difficult conversation." "Well, at least it was a short one, since I hung up on her." "You've still got your retirement portfolio." "I'm not sure that's going to be enough, Travis," she said dully. "Apparently I've got a bullseye on my back." "You too." "Maybe, maybe not. They probably don't want to make more waves. They know the big guns are out for their blood." She brushed the hair out of her face. "Do you really think so?" "I can't guarantee it, but the truth is these guys just care about getting their money clean and using it to buy property and people. And the fact is, we're not that important, Michelle. They go somewhere else and set up shop, and the pipeline opens up again." He sat back. "But that doesn't get us any closer to figuring out who killed 4 people. So, what are you going to do?" "I was thinking of going back to the scene of Sarah's murder." "Can I come?" she said quickly. "Why?" "Because right now I don't want to be alone." Devine hesitated. "My ass is on the line too, Travis," she snapped. "Okay, let me clear it with Campbell before your security team freaks out. After seeing what you did in Brad's penthouse, I feel safer with you than I do with them." He got permission from Campbell, and they left the hotel. Devine used his security card to get into the Cowell building. It being a weekend and the firm probably going under, the place was pretty much empty. They rode the elevator up to the 52nd floor and got off. Devine led Montgomery over to the storage closet and opened the door. "That's where she was found," said Montgomery. "Yes. By the custodian. She was hanging from that pipe you can see in the ceiling." The chair was knocked over. Her shoes were on the floor. They tried to make it look like suicide but failed. She glanced nervously at him. "Murder disguised as suicide, like Brad was talking about with you and those men in the army who died. That's a long story that I hope one day to be able to share with you, but not right now." "And the guy who found Sarah's body?" "Jerry Myers, the custodian who works here. Freaked him out. There was no one else on the floor because there was an all-hands-on-deck seminar at the Ritz that morning. And the admin folks hadn't arrived yet." "Is that a coincidence?" said Montgomery. "That her body was found on the morning when no one would be up here?" "I don't think so. I believe it was planned that way, which smacks of inside information." "When was Hughes killed again?" "The previous night, between like midnight and 4. So whoever killed her was long gone by the next morning. But you got the email in the morning telling you about her being dead. That's right. Well, I doubt whoever killed her snuck back up in that time window you were talking about to look at the crime scene so they could write you that email. They already knew what it looked like. Devine thought this over. You're right about that. But the message did mention that a custodian had found her body. That led me to believe that the person was there that morning, because how else would they know about who found the body and when? But why would it be important for you to know who found the body? Wasn't it enough to tell you that she was hanging in a storage room? Devine started to say something and then stopped. You're right. I just never thought about that. So why wait until the next morning to tell you about it? Why not email you that night, as soon as she was dead? You would have called the cops and they would have found the body. I don't know. The way you said it out, it makes no sense. But it does make sense if the killer and email sender were two different people, said Montgomery. The killer murdered Sarah. And told the email sender about it. But we get back to the same issue. How would the killer know a custodian found the body the next morning? And if he didn't know that, how could the person who sent me the email know about it? She looked around the space. So this guy Myers found her. Why did he come into the storage room in the first place? To get a printer cartridge that someone on the floor told him they. Devine stopped and looked around at the supplies on the shelving units before glancing at Montgomery. She said, "Only you just told me there was no one on this floor on Friday." Then who told Myers to get a printer cartridge? Let's go ask him. Chapter 77. Devine got Myers's home address from the company database he had previously hacked into. He lived on Staten Island. They cabbed over, and Devine had the driver drop them off about a block from the house. It was situated in a neighborhood of working-class homes. He's got a new ride, said Devine, eyeing the silver Ford F-150 pickup truck in the driveway with temporary tags. Wonder where he got the money for that. I doubt he'll volunteer it, said Montgomery. I can be persuasive. They knocked on the door, but no one answered. They looked in the small backyard. It was empty except for an old pickup truck up on cinder blocks. There was a one-car garage, but the doors were locked. Devine peered in the window but didn't see anything helpful. Maybe he has another car, said Montgomery. Maybe, but I doubt it. He's not married and lives alone, the security guard at Cowell told me. Can I help you? The voice said. They looked around to see a woman standing on the front porch of the house next door. She had on leggings and a long t-shirt. She was in her 20s with a baby riding on one hip. We were looking for Jerry, said Devine. We were supposed to meet for a beer, but he didn't show. She gazed over at the house. It's funny. He was supposed to help my husband with a project we're doing in the backyard. When he didn't show up this morning we called and went over there, but it's all locked up and Jerry didn't answer his phone. Does he have another car? No, he bought that new Ford. It's a beauty. A King Ranch model with lots of bells and whistles. My husband Barry says it must have cost around $60,000. Wow, said Devine. Yeah. He works at some big muckety-muck company in the city. Jerry said they gave out big bonuses to everybody. But if this is his only ride, he must be inside. Do you think he's sick or something? A large, beefy man came out onto the front porch. The woman said, Barry, these people were supposed to meet Jerry for a beer. But no one answered. Now I'm getting worried. Barry looked over at Myers's house and the truck. He eyed Devine. Should we call the cops? Maybe we should check first. If he's in there sleeping off a bender, the cops will not be happy with us. Good point. Jerry likes his beer for sure. He and Devine went up on Myers's front porch, and Devine studied the door and the glass side panel. This is the easiest way. He put his elbow through the glass, cleared out the shards, reached through, and undid the lock. Barry opened the door and they stepped through. "Hey, it's Barry from next door." "You okay?" Barry sucked in a breath and blanched. "What the hell is that smell?" Devine knew exactly what it was. "Go call the cops, Barry." "What?" "The cops. Call them. We have a situation." "What situation?" Devine peered around a corner and into the small kitchen. "A dead body situation. Jerry Myers will never get to enjoy his new pickup truck." 2 hours later the house was swarming with police and a forensic scrub team. Devine had thought to call Detective Shoemaker. He was off today, but he and Ekman showed up anyway. They met up outside the house. "The dead guy is Jerry Myers, the custodian at Cowell who found Sarah Hughes' body," explained Devine while Montgomery leaned against a patrol car. "Looks like somebody killed him." The detectives went into the house and came back out 30 minutes later. Shoemaker said, "The prelim from the me is some sort of poison. Frothing on the lips, color of the skin." He was on the kitchen floor. There was an open bottle of whiskey on the counter and some in a glass. "We're having it all analyzed." "What's the Todd?" asked Devine. "Prelim is about 6:30 last night." "Did anybody see anything?" asked Montgomery. "Not so far." "But why kill the janitor?" asked Ekman. Devine said, "Because I think Myers killed Sarah Hughes late on Thursday night. Then, on Friday morning, he finds the body, which makes him pretty much above suspicion." "Jesus!" exclaimed Shoemaker. "We never thought about that angle." "I wouldn't have either, except for her," said Devine, motioning to Montgomery. Ekman eyed Montgomery suspiciously. "And how do you figure into this?" "I was Brad Cowell's girlfriend." "Oh, you were you?" Devine said, "She's working with us on this. And we came out here because something Myers told me didn't add up." "Like what?" asked Shoemaker. Devine told him Myers said he had gone into the storage closet because someone had requested a printer cartridge. But there was no one on the floor that morning because of a seminar at the Ritz. So there was no one to ask Myers to get anything. I think they knew about the seminar and picked that day because of it. That way there would be no one on the floor who might find the body. Myers also probably wanted a second chance to go over the crime scene to make sure there was nothing incriminating left there. And any forensics of his found there would seem innocent since he went in there and found the body, added Ekman. "Right. Pretty slick plan," said Shoemaker. "But why kill Hughes? Were they having an affair? Was he a jealous stalker who wanted to be with Hughes and she rebuffed him? Is it just the old story of a rejected guy?" "I might think so, except for that." Devine pointed at the brand new F-150. "That was his payoff," said Montgomery. "And the fact that he was poisoned shows he was working with someone and that someone decided to get rid of that loose end," opined Ekman. "That the guy ran out and bought a new truck was probably not a good thing. The person who hired him might have been afraid the cops would take a second look at Myers, and he'd fall apart and start pointing fingers," said Devine. Shoemaker nodded. "We did check on the guy, always do when it's the person who finds the body. You don't need a security card to get in during regular business hours if you come through the front doors. Now, you need your security card at all times if you come in the rear." He said he came in the front doors at 8 and left at 5 the same way, and took the ferry to Staten Island. The guard doesn't remember specifically seeing him that day, but he did confirm that Myers always came and went by the front entrance. We had no reason to suspect him. Myers had no motive or opportunity, at least that we thought. What about the building's security cameras showing people coming and leaving? Inconclusive. We checked the footage for that time, but there was a large group of people leaving around 5 and we couldn't ID everybody, including him. I can tell you from experience, detective, that footage isn't worth the pixels it's built on. Chapter 78. Devine and Montgomery took their leave from the detectives and Staten Island. As they cabbed it back to Manhattan, Montgomery said, "So, Myers killed 4 people in exchange for a new pickup truck." He glanced at her. "I've seen people do it for a lot less than that, Michelle." They rode the rest of the way in silence. Devine took the train back out to his house after dropping off Montgomery at her hotel, and walked home from there. Valentine wasn't on the couch or in the kitchen filling his belly. Overhead, Devine could hear Tapshaw tapping away on her computer, happy as a clam. Helen Spears stood in her doorway and stared at him as he came up the stairs. "Busy day," she said. "Another dead body found." "Who was it this time?" she asked calmly. "You're not surprised?" "What's one more?" He stood in front of her and shook his head. "I really don't get you." "You don't have to. Just like I don't have to get you." "Where's your friend Michelle?" "In a safe place." "So, you like the Glock over the Sig? And you like the Sig Sauer over the Glock, good army man that you are. But diversity makes the world go round. I'm living proof of that." She closed the door. He knocked on Valentine's door but there was no answer. He tried the knob. It turned and he poked his head in. "Will, you in here eating pizza under the bed covers?" But Valentine wasn't there. He'd never been in Valentine's room before. What was astonishing to him was how neat and clean it was. Bed made, desk tidy. Monster computer screens that rivaled Tapshaw's. Some books in Russian were on a shelf. Shoes lined up against one wall. He looked in the closet and saw that the clothes were neatly hung and separated by pants and shirts. His dresser was just as organized. He had gotten adept at doing searches like this back in the army. Out on patrols, they would frequently have to work their way through the homes of suspected Taliban and Al-Qaeda allies and informants. And those guys really knew how to hide stuff, he had discovered. He looked over the desk and saw some post-it notes affixed to the screen. They were all in Cyrillic. He smiled. Nice little piece of security there. In one desk drawer were some framed photos. They looked to be about 20 years old or so, judging by the clothes the people wore. A man and a woman were holding a baby with a girl around 6 next to them. Maybe that was Valentine's family back in Mother Russia. He might be the baby boy. He heard a noise downstairs. Devine put the photo back, closed the door, and left the room. He knocked on Tapshaw's door just as Valentine came up the stairs. His expression was serious, focused, Devine thought, until he saw Devine. Then Valentine smiled, and said, "Dude." "Yeah, dude." "Hey, Will, how goes it?" Tapshaw opened her door in her fluffy bunny slippers and capri pants with a white top. "Hey, guys. Is this a party or what?" Spears opened her door and looked out. She eyed everyone and said, "All we do is pass each other every day and night. How about we go out for some beer and chips, roomies? And actually get to know each other?" They crammed into Tapshaw's Mini Cooper and made the short drive to downtown Mount Kisco. The pub was rocking, but they found an empty table outside and ordered their beers and food. Valentine also had a vodka tonic and a slice of meatball pizza. Tapshaw took a sip of her beer and said, "I think the Taiwanese are going to invest." Not the full amount I was initially looking for, but at least half. That's great, Jill, said Devine. He didn't know if she had heard about Chilton's murder, and he was not going to bring it up. Spears looked at her and said, "How did you get into the online dating space?" "I know your background because I Googled you. You could be working for NASA or NSA. I got offers from both while I was at MIT. But while NASA does many wonderful things, I'd rather focus on this planet. And the NSA? I don't want to spy on people. I want to help them be happy." Valentine finished his vodka tonic in one impressive gulp. "But people can be happy alone. I am example of this. I do not need nobody to be, as you say, happy. I am happy with me." "Come on, Will, everyone needs somebody," countered Tapshaw. Devine eyed him. "How'd you end up in Mount Kisco doing what you do?" "I can do what I do from anywhere. This is nice place. I move around a lot before, but this is nice place. I stay here." "Where were you before?" asked Spears. "In big city of New York. But I did not like it. Too many people. Remind me of Moscow, only in Moscow people either stay home or go to bar. They do not, how you say, wander around. You wander around there, you get shot or arrested." Tapshaw said, "Well, I like it here, too. But I also like to travel. I did that to learn about what people wanted from each other. That helped me put my platform together. Other sites ask you all these questions to build a profile so they can match you with a person of like interests. And we do some of that, too, but what about the old saying, opposites attract? A great relationship doesn't mean that the people are carbon copies of each other. Then it's like you're staring in a mirror every day. What about two very different people getting together and learning from each other? Changing what they like and dislike because they have someone who lets them see another slice of life." "Me," said Valentine. "I want another slice of pizza. Then I am happy man." Tapshaw tittered at this, but Devine didn't join in. Spears had eyed Valentine in a way that Devine didn't like. A thought suddenly hit him. Did these two know each other before? But if they did, why was she searching his room? Then he thought about the picture in Valentine's room. And the girl. "Hey, Will, do you have family back in Russia? Brother? Sister?" Valentine finished his beer before answering. "I have nobody, dude. Nobody. Way I like it." Chapter 79. It was nearly 4 a.m. when Devine rolled over in his bed and coughed. Then he coughed again, harder. The next moment he couldn't catch his breath. In his murky mind he thought, "Am I having a heart attack?" He sat up in bed and his head felt like it was underwater. What the hell was going on? He'd had 2 beers, not 10. Then he inhaled and the smell answered all his questions. Shit. He jumped out of bed and almost crashed against the wall. He ripped open the door and gagged. He pulled his t-shirt up over his nose and mouth, went down to his knees, and scuttled across the hall to Spears's room. He tried the knob. It was locked. He rose and put his shoulder to it. It flew open and he saw Spears in the bed. She didn't react to his crashing into her room, which was not a good sign. He stumbled over and tried to wake her. He checked her pulse. Still there. Barely. He lifted her up and carried her down the stairs and out the front door. He set her down in the grass and ran back in. He checked Tapshaw's room next. Her door was not locked. She was unconscious on the floor. He confirmed that she was still breathing and carried her outside and set her next to Spears. He ran back inside and knocked open Valentine's locked door. He wasn't in there. Devine looked wildly around and even checked under the bed, in the closet, and also the bathroom. The man wasn't there. After grabbing his phone, he ran back outside and called 911 and then the gas company's emergency number. There was a garden hose next to the front door. He turned it on and sprinkled water over the women. Then he patted their faces, turned them on their sides, and applied pressure to their backs to help their lungs expand. Their breath started getting deeper, and their color finally started returning. Spears even managed to sit up. She looked at Devine. What is? Gas in the house. You're okay now. I called the ambulance. But I can't find Will. She plopped back down in the grass and threw up. Tapshaw briefly came to, and Devine told her the same thing. Then he turned and ran back into the house. He threw open windows everywhere and also the back door. He searched every inch of the space for Valentine, but the Russian was not there. A minute later 2 ambulances pulled up. The EMTs jumped out and administered oxygen to both the women and Devine, too. They ran fluids into the women as well, but Devine declined, telling them that he was fine. What about the townhouses on either side of you? Said one of the EMTs. The gas might have seeped into them, too, or originated from there. They're both empty, said Devine. After triaging the ladies, the EMTs decided to take them both to the hospital. The ambulances pulled out about the time the gas company showed up. 2 men quickly climbed out of the truck, and Devine told them what had happened. 30 minutes later they came back out of the house. Somebody did it on purpose, said one of the men. Fiddled with the line going into your townhouse and then opened up the pilot on the fireplace in the living room. We got safety features for that now, but this is an old house and nobody upgraded it. I told the EMTs the homes next door were empty. But they're being renovated and guys might be showing up to work there today. Some of the gas might have gone in there. We'll put up signs for them to stay out. Then we'll contact the owner and get the places checked and cleared out if need be. Okay, thanks. Lucky escape for you, said the other man. You sure you're okay? I'm fine. Is it safe to go in now? Yeah, it's all aired out, but don't turn on any electrical switches for a while, just to be sure. I'll have a crew out here in an hour to check everything 7 ways from Sunday. Thanks. You got any enemies, buddy? Asked the other man. Devine looked at him. Well, I got at least one. Another team from the gas company showed up later and gave the house a thorough going over. They also checked the homes next door after getting in touch with the owner. There was no evidence of gas in either of them. Devine went back into the house after calling the hospital and checking on Spears and Tapshaw. They were both in the ER and being monitored. Their oxygen levels were still low, and the doctors had decided to keep them in the hospital until they were completely out of danger. Devine looked around the house once more and found no sign of Valentine. Devine had called and texted him but gotten no reply. He went up to the man's room and found that his bed had not been slept in. They had gotten home around 11 last night, and Devine had fallen asleep pretty much right away. Obviously, Spears and Tapshaw had too. Nor was Valentine's laptop or phone anywhere to be found. But a suitcase he had spotted in the closet when he had previously searched Valentine's room was gone, along with what looked to be some clothes. He went into Tapshaw's room and looked around. Then his gaze froze on her computer screen. Taped to it was a diagram on a piece of paper. He sat down and read quickly through it. It started off with the oddly numbered email sender addresses that he had given Tapshaw to track down. In a flow sheet structure, it went from that line of numbers to a dozen different configurations, which he supposed were the electronic subterfuges the sender had used to disguise their identity and also to send an email without the requisite internet protocols. When he got to the end of the flow he gaped. There was an email address that he seemed to recognize. And under it, in parentheses, was written a name. Will Valentine. And next to that, holy shit. Devine went back down to the living room and stared at the gas fireplace. There were no signs of forced entry. Whoever had manipulated the gas here had been inside the house last night. Clearly, suspicion fell on the man who had not almost died from carbon monoxide poisoning. And who was now AWOL. Now things started to fall into place for Devine. Valentine was Russian. He had come to the townhouse about the same time Devine had. A good portion of the money pouring through Cowell and Cumley had been identified by Campbell's people as coming from Russia and countries friendly to it. Valentine was a genius with computers, so it would have been easy for him to put together a very difficult email to trace. Ironic that I asked him to track an email he'd sent. The guy must have laughed his ass off about that one. I was filling him in on an investigation in which he was already a part, only on the opposite side. And he would tell me nothing about Area 51. Of course he wouldn't. How could he have been so blind? Valentine also knew about Devine and Sarah Yu's dating, the only roommate of Devine's who had before Yu's had been killed. That means that the motive for killing them had nothing to do with me. That was just misdirection. It had everything to do with what Sarah found out about the Locust Group. And then she told Jennifer Stamos. And Stamos had come here. Valentine had let her in. He might have eavesdropped on their conversation on the front porch. And so Stamos had to die, too. And the Yuses were in their daughter's house. Valentine and company couldn't take the chance that they might find additional evidence their daughter had left behind. Just like I thought before. Always go with your gut. The symbolic murders that Devine had theorized about were all bullshit distractions. This was all about two things, money and power. But in reality, they were one and the same. Devine left the house and went to the hospital. Chapter 80. Tapshaw looked weak and shaky. Her eyes fluttered open and then closed. Devine studied her vitals on the monitor and noted that her oxygen levels were improved, but not nearly back to normal. She was very thin and probably didn't have a lot of robust reserve to overcome this easily. He sat next to her bed and held her hand and watched her slight chest rise and fall. "I'm so sorry this happened, Jill," he said. First she had lost the investment from Chilton and Mayflower Enterprises, and now she'd almost died. And it was probably all connected to what Devine was looking into. With Will Valentine as the unknown factor. Okay, Tiravis. I saw your information on the email, Jill. I saw that you traced it to Will. Will Ma. It now occurred to Devine that that was the reason Valentine had made a run for it and tried to kill them all. He had somehow discovered that Tapshaw had found him out. I'll follow up on that, Jill. Don't worry about that. We'll find him. I promise. But I think I should contact your family. I know your mom lives in California. But what about your dad? And your brother, Dennis? Do you have contact info for them on your phone? Or in your room? He knew he couldn't get on her phone or laptop without her passwords. She mumbled something incoherent and then fell back asleep. He glanced at her monitor, where everything seemed to be holding its own but didn't seem to be improving. He wished her color looked better. He left her there and ventured to Helen Spears's room. Only she wasn't there. She checked herself out AMA about 2 hours ago, the nurse told Devine when he made inquiries. Against medical advice? Yes, but I think she'll be fine. She was already recovering nicely when she was brought in. She's a very fit young woman. The other woman is a lot frilier and she's also anemic. We're watching her closely. Did Spears say where she might be going? We roomed together. She didn't. He wondered if Spears and Valentine had met up. And if they had, why? I might have enemies on both flanks right in my own camp. He went to work the next day and sat beside burners who were openly weeping in front of their computer screens. Word had obviously gotten around that the firm was going under. He had contacted Caltech, because he remembered that was where Tapshaw's mother taught, and left a message for her explaining a little of what had happened. He had heard nothing from Spears. He then received a text from Montgomery, and they arranged to meet later in the city. When he got to the cafe in Tribeca, she was already waiting. He filled her in on what had happened at his townhouse. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "So, 2 of my roomies are now missing. And Valentine wasn't there when the gas got turned on. Was he working with the laundering operation? With Cowell?" "I think so." He went on to explain that Valentine had been the one to send him the emails. "Then he must be working with them. And he tried to get rid of me, and my other roommates were collateral damage. But Jill tracked him down online, and Campbell's men have an APB out on him." "And Spears?" Devine shook his head. "She checked herself out of the hospital. She hasn't answered my texts or emails or phone calls." "That is so odd." She reached out and took his hand. "Look, the stuff Brad was talking about. With you and the other soldiers in the army?" "What about it?" he said curtly. "Is that why you left the military?" "Yes. It ended with both of them dead, and I have a level of guilt from all of it that will haunt me until my dying day." She sat back and studied him. "Whatever happened there, I believe that you did what you thought was the right thing, the honorable thing." "Why do you believe that?" he said earnestly. "Because, despite your best efforts to make yourself out to be a shit, you're actually a really good guy. A really nice guy, Travis. I can tell. Trust me. I've seen the whole spectrum of men. And you're definitely one of the good ones." He took her hand and squeezed it. And she leaned over and kissed him. "Now what will you do?" she asked. "The mission's not finished yet." "I mean after that." "Not sure. Keep working for Campbell. I don't think I have a choice, really. Do you want company?" "I'm not sure Campbell would go for that." "No, I am sure he wouldn't. I meant on the personal side. You can do a hell of a lot better than me, Michelle. While I hope I am a nice, honorable guy, I'm also a washed-up soldier with daddy problems." She gazed at him. "You're a West Point grad. Army officer. You defended this country in combat. You have an MBA. I have a high school diploma and look great in a bikini, and I have serious mommy problems. I think you can do a hell of a lot better than me. But we could make it, if we worked at it. What I need to work at is finding out who killed all those people." She sighed and sat forward. "But I thought Jerry Myers did it. I think he killed Sarah. But I'm not sure about the others. Do you really think it could be your missing roommate?" "Which one? Valentine or Spears? Could they be working together?" Devine thought back to the night at the bar, where Spears and Valentine just seemed to have an odd connection. But then she had searched his room. And he had left Spears for dead. "I don't know. I really don't." "Have the police found out anything more on Jerry Myers?" she asked. "Detective Shoemaker contacted me. The killer spiked the bottle of whiskey with enough cyanide to kill an elephant." "Wow, taking no chances. But if you think Myers was paid to kill Sarah Hughes, why wouldn't the person who killed him have gotten him to kill all the others, too? I know you have your gut feeling on this, but Myers could have killed everybody. Sarah, I think, had to be hanged. At least in the killer's deranged mind. Sarah was about 5'9" and athletically built. Not so easy to hoist someone like that up on a rope. And then the person had to strangle her first. Myers was my size, big and strong. And he had access to the building. The others? Stamos was drugged and then killed. A knife was used on the users, too. Anyone could have done that. Including a woman. A woman, she exclaimed. But now I thought you said Valentine was behind this. Although I guess it could be Helen Spears who killed Jennifer Stamos and the users. He looked at her inscrutably, certain thoughts, uncomfortable thoughts, running through his mind. I don't think Will would know which end of a knife to stab someone with. And with his big gut he's not crawling through windows. He can barely walk up the stairs. And if he was working with the people behind the money laundering they'd have plenty of skilled foot soldiers to do the deeds. But what? Why pay off Myers to kill Sarah? Again, why not just use one of your own people, like Hancock? Well, Myers had access to the building, like you said, countered Montgomery. So did Brad Cowell, retorted Devine. He fell silent. At first he had thought Cowell had been behind the killings. Then he had changed his mind and thought there was a different killer, who had had a grudge against him and who had sent him the weird emails, and killed his victim symbolically. Then he'd changed his opinion again, and decided it was the people behind Cowell and now Valentine who had done the killings, or at least he was involved, and all the rest was just misdirection. But now I'm not sure. Again. There was something off here, really off. And he just couldn't figure out what it was. But I have to. Eventually. Or else a killer walks free. To kill me. Chapter 81. That night, Devine went back to an empty townhouse. Spears's room held her unused law books, but not the Glock under the mattress. The woman had evidently left the hospital, come back here, and gotten her weapon. He wondered why. And he also wondered where she was now. They had all returned from the bar and gone to their rooms. At around 4 a.m. Devine had been awoken by the gas. During that time, Valentine must have messed with the gas lines and fled, leaving them all to die. Campbell had texted him that their APB had so far turned up no leads on the man. Where the hell are you, Will? Back in Moscow getting a medal from Putin? He was about to go up to his room when the phone rang. He didn't recognize the number but decided to answer it. Hello? Mr. Devine? Yes. Who is this? Emily Spanner. I'm afraid I don't. I'm Jill Tapshaw's mother. Oh, Mrs. Spanner, I'm sorry. I looked up the faculty at Caltech but didn't see a Tapshaw listed. So I just left a message on the department receptionist's voicemail for Professor Tapshaw. It's all right. Spanner is my maiden name. That's happened before and I finally got your message. But what has happened? Is Jill okay? She's fine. There was a gas leak in our townhouse. I'm one of her roommates. But we all got out okay. They took Jill to the hospital for observation, but the last time I checked she was fine. Oh my God, I had no idea. You're sure she's in no danger? Devine wasn't quite sure how to answer that, since it was clear someone had tried to kill them. Or maybe just me. But he didn't want to unduly worry the woman. No, she's fine. Really? Do you think I should come out there? From a health perspective I don't think it's necessary, but I'm sure she'd love to see you. I'm not too sure about that. I don't understand. It's just family issues, Mr. Devine. We're all dysfunctional in our own way. Devine thought of his own family. Truer words were never spoken. I didn't have any contact info on Jill's father, or even his first name. George is in Canada. We're divorced. And I couldn't find any contact information for your son. Dennis? Yes, I thought Jill's twin might want to know about what happened to her, too. I'm sure he would have. Would have? Dennis is dead. He passed away nearly 9 months ago. Oh my God, I had no idea. Jill never mentioned that. Does Jill have her phone with her in the hospital? Can I call her? No, but I can get it and take it to her. That would be very nice, thank you. And thank you for contacting me. Jill is a really wonderful person. She works really hard. Yes, Hummingbird has been her dream for a while now. It's been very successful. She could be working anywhere, you know, with her skills and mind. She could be teaching at Penn or Stanford. But this makes her happy. Bringing people together. Yes, I suppose it does. Well, thank you again for letting me know. Sure, thanks for the call back. And I'll get Jill's phone to her. I appreciate that. Goodbye. Devine put his phone back in his pocket. Why hadn't Tapshaw mentioned that her twin was dead? But then again, he hadn't really talked to his roommates about his family. Still, he wondered how Dennis Tapshaw had died. He climbed the stairs to Tapshaw's room and went inside. A search of her things revealed no phone. He wondered if she had left it at work. He'd noticed that she hadn't had it with her at the bar. He looked around and saw a set of keys on a brown file folder. He picked them up and saw her car key on there. There was another key on there, too, but he knew it wasn't to the office. She used an electronic security card to get into her space like they did at Cowell and Cumley. He knew that because she had taken him for a tour once and had used her security card to get in. He had a sudden thought and went down to the garage and unlocked her Mini Cooper. He searched through it and found the RFID card in the console. This should get him into the office okay. He decided he might as well drive her car the short distance to the office rather than firing up his motorcycle. He also searched the car to make sure she hadn't left the phone in here. But he didn't find it. He called the phone to see if it had perhaps slipped down between the seat and the console, but he heard no ringing or vibrating. There were some stains on the front seat that he wiped away with his hand. Tapshaw was not the cleanest or most organized person in the world. When they had ridden over to the bar in her car, he had been in the back seat with Valentine. His feet had been resting on top of mountains of old fast food containers and used Starbucks coffee cups. And her car's interior smelled like a dumpster. He drove over to the strip of shops where Hummingbird was headquartered. The RFID card did its magic and the door unlocked. He went inside and flicked on the lights. Since Tapshaw had given him a tour through the office, he knew the layout. There was a large, open work area with a dozen computer screens flashing the Hummingbird homepage, smart boards on the walls, desks and iPads and stacks of papers and marketing materials and files, copier machines, a water dispenser, a small kitchen and bathroom, and everything else one would normally see in an office. He knew the cloud that ran the Hummingbird platform was housed elsewhere, because Tapshaw had told him. Tapshaw's office was in the back corner. He tried the door, but it was locked. Then he saw the reader port and waved the RFID card in front of it, and the door clicked open. He turned on the light and looked around at the messy space. He again had the idea of calling her phone to see if it would ring somewhere in the mounds of all the stuff in here, but it didn't. She might have it on silent. But he didn't hear vibrating anywhere either. The battery might have died for all he knew. He started to slowly search the space. The woman's workload was immense, if all the docs he was looking at were an indicator. It was no wonder she looked tired all the time. He looked through all the file cabinets until he came to one that was locked. He hesitated and then decided to see if the other key on the ring would open it. He didn't know why she would lock her phone up in there, but he had seen her rushing around enough times trying to find stuff at the townhouse. Her car keys had once ended up in the refrigerator for some odd reason. The key worked and he slid the drawer open. There was a mass of papers in here and some colored files. He moved them out of the way to see if perhaps the phone had slipped down to the bottom when he saw the red file. He slowly pulled it out. It was from the doctor's office of Jonathan Wyman, more specifically his clinic for women wanting to undergo artificial insemination. A stunned Devine slowly opened it and started to read what was inside. The patient's name was Sarah Elise Hughes. The procedure was artificial insemination using donor sperm. Then, written on a post-it note, was a name, sperm donor, Dennis Tapshaw. Jill's twin brother was the sperm donor for Sarah Hughes's pregnancy. Devine was so overwhelmed by these revelations that he could barely think. He turned when he heard the noise behind him. Jill Tapshaw was standing in the doorway, pointing Devine's cig at its owner. Chapter 82. What are you doing here, Travis? She demanded. He let the file drop to the desk. Looking for your phone. Your mother called. She wanted to reach you. I knew you didn't have your phone with you at the hospital. I was trying to find it. It wasn't at. She held up her hand. Just stop, okay? Please, just stop. Who cares about a phone or my mother? She glanced down at what he had been holding. Wonderful Dr. Wyman. Who? Don't pull the stupid act, okay? I'm really tired from sucking in all that gas. Okay. Then let's talk about this, but not with the gun pointed at me. I told you to drop the stupid act. The gun is going nowhere. She seemed like a totally different person now. He also had the impression that perhaps the Jill Tapshaw he thought he knew was an act. Maybe this was the real version. He picked up the file. You and Sarah were having a baby together. That was the plan. It didn't end well. But you know that, right? And your brother was the sperm donor? Why not? He was perfect. I also understand that he's dead. By the look on her face, Devine wished he hadn't mentioned that. Who told you he was dead? She said quietly. Your mother. I mentioned that I wanted to let him know about your being in the hospital, and that's when she told me he died. He paused. Only she didn't tell me how he died. Tapshaw held up the gun. He put one of these in his mouth and pulled the fucking trigger. Why would he do that? You said he had everything going for him. Because Dennis desperately wanted to transition to being a woman, and my brilliant father couldn't accept that. That's why my parents finally divorced. He was awful to Dennis. Never 1 minute's peace, never any support. He drove him to suicide. I wanted to kill him, but he ran away to Canada, and nobody knows where he is. Wyman said he didn't know who the sperm donor was. He didn't. Neither did Sarah, at first. So you and Sarah were in love and were having a baby? Why didn't anyone know about that? You met her parents, so do you really have to ask the question? Sarah wasn't about to tell them about me. And it's not like my father would have been thrilled with two, as he would see it, alien children. But no one even knew you and Sarah were dating. That's hard to believe. Sarah wanted it that way. She wanted to move up in her field. There are lots of gay people in the world of finance. Not that many gay women. She bit her lip and looked unsure for a moment. And Sarah was confused, it seemed to me, about her sexuality. Tapshaw's face twisted angrily. She needed to make up her mind, so we kept things quiet. Very quiet. So you two broke up. And she terminated the pregnancy. Why? She motioned with the gun to the file drawer that Devine had been looking through. Her diary is in there. In a yellow folder. Read it for yourself. Devine slowly pulled the folder out and found a black journal inside. He flipped through the pages. The entry for December 4th, Tapshaw said. Devine found it and read through Hughes's notes. He finished and looked up. She was afraid of you. She was afraid you were unbalanced. That you were obsessed with your brother. He had recently killed himself. I was distraught. She wrote that you had a shrine to him in your room. That you were too emotional, too over the top. Too controlling. And that this was before he killed himself. In her diary she wrote that after that you really lost it. Tapshaw said in a strident tone, she had no reason to be afraid of me. I loved her. And so what if I idolized my brother? Is that a crime? You said she didn't know he was the sperm donor until later. In a calmer voice, Tapshaw said, she found out. I don't know how. It was supposed to be anonymous, but I arranged for Dennis to donate the sperm. Is that why she terminated the pregnancy? She didn't want to carry your brother's baby. It wasn't his baby, it was my baby. We were twins. If we were the same gender we'd have the same fucking DNA. Dennis got the Y chromosome, but he didn't want it. And she killed my baby. She might as well have put a bullet in my mouth. And when you found out, you decided to kill her. No, I didn't. I was still dealing with Dennis's death, her face twisted in anger at him. But then I found out you two were seeing each other. She moved to her new place. But I found out. I saw you there with her. I know you slept with her. When a room became available at the townhouse where you lived, I grabbed it. Why? I needed to watch you. I needed to know if you were going to be a good match for Sarah. Match? Did you meet her through Hummingbird? She was one of your earliest subscribers, you said. Tapshaw nodded and moved closer to Devine. We were perfectly aligned in every way. The algorithm said we would be happy forever. It was love at first sight, the way it sometimes happens. She moved closer. But then she abandoned me, terminated our child, and hooked up with you. And then she dumped you. I didn't know who she was seeing for a while. I thought it must be another man. I could understand and accept that she might like men and not women. I could have lived with that. I really could have. But then I saw her one night with a woman. They were kissing. They were very close. They were in love, obviously. Jennifer Stamos. I didn't know her name until I overheard you talking to her outside the townhouse. Shit, thought Devine. Her room overlooks the front of the house. She heard everything. And that conversation signed Stamos's death warrant. The night she died you were up early. You said you had a Zoom interview with a magazine in the Netherlands. There was no interview. But I had just gotten back from killing her and you caught me, so I had to come up with something. You didn't have any blood on you or anything. I wore scrubs over my clothes and booties on my feet and then got rid of them in a dumpster. You mutilated her body, Jill. She took Sarah from me. So I had to take something from her. You were also probably worried that Sarah had told Stamos about you. But I never mentioned you to Sarah or Jen, there would have been no reason to. But you couldn't chance that. Jen was smart. She might put two and two together. And I got the emails telling me of their deaths. That was you, right? The untraceable emails. I wanted you to know. I wanted you to feel guilt that you helped cause Sarah's death. And the others, too. And making those emails work the way I did was a challenge. I enjoyed it. These internet assholes think they control everything. Well, I just blew that up, didn't I? A little old girl. And you went out the night that the users were killed. You stabbed them in the heart. Yes, while you were probably screwing spears. I know you two were lusting after each other. Do you have any idea where she is? Did you kill her, too? I had no reason to kill her. But you hired Jerry Myers to kill Sarah. How did you and Myers hook up? He was Hummingbird subscriber 7904. Lonely man with several bad relationships and one lousy marriage behind him looking for warmth, humor, and female companionship. New York Giants and New York Mets fans and beer drinkers particularly welcome, she said, apparently reciting his profile from memory. But how did you get him to do it? He had been to prison. I found that out. It wasn't in his profile. He did it because I paid him and paid him well. He was just that sort of guy. But then he bought the truck. It wasn't just that. He came back to me for more money. I paid him. He came back again for more. He left me no other choice. I don't like people who break their word. How did he get Sarah alone? I sent an email to Sarah that she thought was from Brad Cowell basically. Ordering her to pull an all-nighter to meet a deadline. I later deleted it completely. And I mean completely. I know how. The NSA desperately wanted me to work for them, and I did for a year, which I never told anyone about. The NSA usually signs you to 5-year deals. They don't like turnover for obvious reasons. But what were they going to do to me? They could keep me from getting another government job, but I didn't want that. So they had no leverage. But the bottom line is that I know how to wipe things clean. Jerry had never left the building. He hid in the storage closet where Sarah was found. He waited until very late to make sure no one was around, went to her office, strangled her, and then strung her up. Hanged her for, what, being a traitor. To you. To me and our baby. I had earlier hacked into the firm's calendar and found out about the M&A seminar the next day. That made it perfect for Jerry to kill her the night before. I told him no one would suspect him if he was the one to find the body. And you don't need your card to enter or leave the building during normal business hours. And Jerry had ridden up on the elevator to the 52nd floor with some other people he knew worked on that floor, so he didn't have to use his card. After he killed Sarah, he slept in a spare office and showed up for work in his uniform. But he would need his security card to take the elevator down from the 52nd. No, he just used the stairs. There are so many people coming in during the morning that there was no way to say for sure he wasn't in one of those groups. And while he was doing some work in the lobby the day before, Jerry shifted the camera positions just a bit to make it pretty much impossible to verify who came and went through each day. And the guard isn't there every minute. Then Jerry took the elevator up using his card the next morning and started his duties. On the 52nd floor. To find Sarah. That's right. Even more reason to have cameras on all the floors and the stairwells, not just the front and rear entrances. She smiled. From what I heard about Brad Cowell from Jerry, I don't think he would have liked cameras everywhere. And my security card being on the log the night Sarah died? And my video? I cloned your card while you were at the high school working out. It was easy. It's a 125 piece of shit, said Devine dully. Yes, it is. And the video? I took a film editing class in college. I had started thinking about doing something online, and I thought that skill would come in handy. And it did because I use it on Hummingbird. I took photos and video of you coming and going from the townhouse, Travis. And Jerry was your height and build. I took video of him going in and out of your building. Then I just digitally sliced and diced and put the appropriate clothes on you. Your head on his body. From a distance, it was close enough for the cops to nail you on it. And Stamos? After I found out who she was, I got her address, broke into her place, drugged her, and did what I went there to do. Like carve bitch into her skin. That was exactly what she was. No, she was the woman that Sarah loved. And you couldn't live with that. And I was the one who told you about Fred and Ellen Hughes and her attitude toward Sarah. So, in a way, I'm the reason they were killed. Stabbed through the heart because they, at least in your mind, had no hearts, or at least you implied that in your email to me. And then you manipulated the entry logs to show my card going in at the requisite time to kill Sarah, and then you added a video image of me, too, like you just said. Only that didn't jibe with what the night security guard saw. I guess you didn't know when the guard made his rounds. And Jerry isn't there at night, so he wouldn't know either. That one little oversight blew up your plan. Her face crinkled and she gave him a weak smile that showed a bit of the innocent, kind-hearted woman he thought he knew. You're a smart person, Travis. And I do like you. I really do. You've always been so nice to me. You remind me a little of Dennis, actually. She stared off for a moment and her look hardened once more. But when I found out that witch had killed our baby and was now with another woman, well, I had to do something. But why send me the emails? Why set me up to take the fall, Jill? You were the perfect choice, Travis. I did all the analysis. You're an Army Ranger, so you know how to kill people. You slept with Sarah. You wanted a relationship with her and she rejected you. No one could really be certain you weren't the father. Those are motives to kill. I tried to be very logical in choosing you. But the main thing was you loved the woman I loved. In a way you took her away from me. I didn't even know you two were seeing each other. It doesn't matter, she snapped. Okay, she aimed the gun more rigidly at him. She glanced over at the large computer where the Hummingbird logo was prominently displayed. Now Hummingbird is my baby. Yeah, I remember you saying that to me. The only baby left to you, she said absently. I liked Will, too. It was a shame. What do you mean? He said sharply. In the face of all this he had forgotten all about Valentine. When we got back from the bar, he came to my room later. He was really good at hacking. Better than I thought he was. Understanding filtered through Devine's expression. He finally traced the emails I got. And he traced them back to you. I found the information taped to your computer screen where you showed it was Will who sent them. But that was obviously all a lie. He was good, despite being a pig. And I hated the way he always used the word dude. I mean, it was like a bad 1980s movie or something. And when Will found out it was you, he wanted an explanation. I told him I would give him one. At my office, where I told him I had documents that would explain all. I think I convinced him that you had killed those people and were trying to use both of us to cover up your crimes. You told him I had asked you to track the emails as well. I did. And I intimated that you were working with people that could set us both up as being involved in all this. He wasn't a citizen yet. So he was terrified of being deported. Before we left, I did as much as I could on the computer to turn the tables on him and show he was the source of the emails, and not me. I taped up that piece of paper on my computer for people to find. And then what happened? On the drive over I asked him to get something out of the glove box. While he was doing that, I injected him in the neck with the same sedative I used on Stamos. I drove him to the lake near the townhouse. I stabbed him in the chest and tied a heavy rock to him. Then I threw his laptop and phone in the lake, too, after I rolled him into the water. Will was very heavy, but I was very determined. When I was throwing his stuff in, my phone fell out of my pocket and went into the water. I had some blood on me from stabbing him. I cleaned it up as best as I could, but I probably missed some. Devine glanced down at his hand where he had rubbed off the stains from her car seat. Will's blood? And the gas in the house? That was you? I had to come up with a reason for Will's disappearance, namely, that he tried to kill all of us and then disappeared. I went back to the townhouse, packed some clothes in his suitcase, and tossed it in a dumpster in the downtown area. Then I came back and fiddled with the gas. But weren't you afraid of dying from the gas? I mean, you were really close to it, Jill, when I carried you out of the house. She looked at him calmly, with an utterly uninterested expression, which, under the tense standoff, was terrifying. You should have just let me die, Travis. It would have been much better for me and certainly much better for you. Meaning now it's my turn. Is this what Dennis would have wanted? Dennis never had a chance to know what he really wanted. But for what? It's worth, I'm very sorry, Travis. She fired the gun and the bullet slammed into his right shoulder. He fell back against the file cabinet and then dropped to the floor. The blood spurted down his front, and he desperately tried to use his shirt to stanch the bleeding. She moved closer and aimed the gun at his head for the kill shot. I'm sorry, I meant to shoot you in the chest. I don't have really good aim. But it won't hurt any more in a second, Travis. I promise. I never wanted any of this to happen. A second shot rang out. Devine watched Tapshaw stiffen as a bullet went into her back, traversed her thin torso, and exited out her chest. In his wounded, muddled state, Devine thought he could see the bullet in midair. The round smacked into the wall and stayed there. Tapshaw swayed on her feet for a moment. Then the cig fell from her hand. And she followed along with it, hitting the hard floor face first and not moving again, except for one last involuntary twitch as life quickly transitioned to death. A bleeding and rapidly weakening Devine swiveled his head to the doorway. Helen Spears stood there with her Glock still pointing at where Tapshaw had been standing a moment before. She looked down at Devine and started to run toward him, her phone coming out as she tapped in 911. Travis, she cried out. Right as Devine's eyes closed. Chapter 83. Devine lay in a hospital bed, but his mind was elsewhere. The thump-thump beats of the chopper blades, the swirl of heated desert air, the taste of red sand in his mouth along with the biting fumes of aviation fuel in his bloody nostrils. None of those things should happen while you're dying, because dying was enough of a bitch. Ass over elbows, the IED had taken Devine, a 225-pound man, loaded down with 50 more pounds of gear, and launched him like a human cannonball across a rut-filled road 50 clicks outside of Kandahar. He hit the dirt unconscious. He woke up to a morphine-inspired fog. He endured multiple surgeries and a skin graft and did it all over again 2 years later when a badly aimed sniper round went through a defect in his body armor and ripped his shoulder apart instead of his brain. Only this time it was the other shoulder, and he was nowhere near Kandahar. Devine blinked himself awake and stared around the antiseptic confines of his hospital room. Just beneath the intoxicating shimmer of the morphine drip, he felt both the snake-like bite of the Sig Sauer 9mm round and the surgery that had followed. Without painkillers he knew he would be shrieking in agony right now. He flitted across time and space, and then his gaze lingered and stopped on twin figures. Emerson Campbell was in a suit but without a tie. Helen Spears was in a dark blue jacket and skirt with a red scarf around her neck. For a moment the drugged-up Devine thought she was an airline flight attendant. "How is consciousness treating you, Devine?" asked Campbell. Devine tried to form the words, but his mouth, along with his brain, was not entirely under his command. Spears sat down next to him and took his hand, squeezing it in a firm grip. "I'm sorry, I should have been there sooner. I'm so sorry." And she did look sorry, Devine had to admit. Very sorry indeed. He thought he saw tears bubbling at the edges of those beautiful eyes. But perhaps that was the morphine talking. That was all he could accomplish. Campbell stepped forward. "She's with us, Devine. Special Agent Helen Spears. She fired the shot on the football field that allowed you to escape from Eric Bartlett and company that morning. Of course, she would have further intervened if you had needed her assistance. However, with Ms. Tapshaw, she couldn't take any chances." "Dead," said Devine. Spears slowly nodded. "Yes. It was either her or you." She glanced at Campbell. "Can you give us a minute, sir?" Campbell nodded and stepped from the room. Spears pulled her chair even closer and looked deeply at Devine. "So, you were my guardian angel," he said. "I was supposed to be. When Campbell was thinking of recruiting you, he had me get a room at the townhouse. Do you sleep with all your—" "No, I don't. I made an exception with you." Her face crinkled into a smile even as her eyes filled with tears. "I made some mistakes in my earlier career, Travis. I guess you did, too. I don't know if you know this, but Campbell collects people like you and me. We're sort of like the misfit toys on that island in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Damaged but capable of redemption," he finished for her. "Yes, redemption. So, you slept with me to show you were my ally," he mumbled. She stared at him for a long moment, something building in her expression that Devine's drug-induced thoughts could not readily interpret. "I slept with you, Travis, because I wanted to sleep with you. Why did you search Will's room? I was suspicious and there seemed to be things hitting too close to that townhouse. I wanted to find out if we had enemies in our own camp." She reached down and stroked his cheek, and it felt so good. Devine nodded and closed his eyes as the morphine flowed into him. Engaging in a pitched battle with the pain ebbing just below the surface of his punctured shoulder. When he awoke again, he was feeling better, and time apparently had marched on. It had been dark when Campbell and Spears had been there. It was daylight now, and he sensed that multiple days had passed. Nurses walked in and walked out after checking on him. Doctors and specialists examined him constantly. He eyed his vitals on the monitor. They looked closer to normal than he probably deserved. Campbell visited him regularly, and then walked in one morning and sat down next to him. "You look much better today," he said. Devine managed to inch up a bit on his pillow before hitting the bed control to raise himself up more. "I think I've rounded the corner." "Good." Jill Tapshaw. Her mother came to claim her body. We gave her a full briefing. Well, as full as we could. How did you know what to tell her about Jill? I haven't been able to tell you anything. She left a full written confession in her room, said Campbell. I think when she went to her office that night, she intended to kill herself using your gun. But she found you there instead. Worse luck for you. If she had killed you, she probably would have turned the gun on herself. Her poor mother was devastated. She's lost both her children. Jill was a brilliant person. She did a lot to help people. And could have done a lot more. She did a lot to hurt people, too, countered Campbell. What about Cowell and Cumley? Shut down. The people behind Area 51 are still out there. But you disrupted their operations to a considerable extent. But how much damage have they already done? We reviewed the report your friend Valentine cobbled together. That was hardly all of it, and we're working on finding out more. From what we can make out, foreign interests who are no friend of the United States own more of this country than most people, myself included, can even comprehend. And a lot of politicians across the country have received dark money from these same groups. What will happen to them? Probably nothing. They'll shout to the heavens that they didn't know, or it's all fake, or entrapment, or a political hit job. And they'll keep their positions and go on doing exactly what they were doing and sucking on the same dark money teat. That is some sick shit, Devine said wearily. But we have to keep this on the QT, Devine. What, why? International relations, key alliances, not wanting to rock the boat too much, disrupt political arenas and financial markets, that sort of thing. That is total bullshit. I agree, it is, Campbell conceded. Devine looked out the window at the sunny day. So, I didn't really complete my mission, then. And you don't give out participation trophies. Am I headed to USP? I think you're well on your way to a second chance, Devine. If you want it. The two former soldiers stared at each other. I want it, Devine finally said. And that's a good reason to get out of bed every day. Devine looked around the room. Have you heard from Michelle Montgomery? She's left the country. Devine nodded, looking and feeling disappointed. Okay. She didn't really have a choice. Devine glanced back at him. What? She wanted to visit you here many times, but that would not have been a good thing, so I put the kibosh on that. We arranged for a safe place for her to live abroad. Campbell pulled an envelope from his pocket. But she asked me to give you this. Devine took the envelope. Without another word, Campbell left. Devine slowly opened the envelope and slipped a single page and 2 photos out. He glanced down the paper and began to read. Dear Travis, what a ride. I've never been more scared and more excited in my life. Not sure what that says about me, but just being honest. I guess the general has told you what happened. I didn't want to leave you, but he didn't give me a choice. I can say I will miss you, and I will. But I'm convinced we will see each other again. And while the general won't like it, you can reach me at this phone number. Devine eyed the international phone number with the country code for Italy. He read the rest of the letter. I won't call you because I don't want to put pressure on you. But you can call me. I'm so sorry about what happened to you. I never would have guessed that that sweet-looking girl who founded a dating service to help people find love would have been so screwed up. I hope you recover quickly. Even though I couldn't visit you in the hospital, I was thinking about you, all the time. And remember, while we both have baggage, it can't last forever. And even if it does, life must go on. And I don't think you or I need a dating service to find the person just right for us. I'll always love you, Michelle. P.S. The man in that photo is a keeper. The one of me is so you won't forget. Devine next looked at the photos. The one of him was the same photo she'd taken on the rooftop of her building, the troubled man with baggage. The one of her did not have her in a bikini but, rather, jeans and a t-shirt. With the loveliest smile he had ever seen. He reluctantly set her picture aside and stared at the ceiling. He had never suspected Jill Tapshaw. He had trusted her and then nearly been killed by her. He had not trusted Helen Spears, and she had been the one to save his life. He had suspected Will Valentine of wrongdoing, and the man had done nothing but be his friend and help him. And his payment for that had been the loss of his life. During an earlier visit, Campbell had told him that Valentine's family back in Russia had been taken away by the state. The infant Valentine had been left alone and then whisked out of the country by family friends. But with Michelle Montgomery, in the end, he had trusted her. And that trust had been amply rewarded. So maybe my instincts aren't all bad. But 1 out of 4 isn't going to cut it while working for Campbell. He turned to the window and lay there, staring at the rising sun of a new day. Chapter 84. It was 3 weeks later, at precisely 6:20 in the morning. Devine, his arm in a sling, stepped onto the train. He was leaving the area the next day. But he wanted to take one more trip on the 6:20. He wasn't sure why, but then again, maybe he was. The train started to fill, station after station, with the young gladiators in their suits and skirts, their laptops and clouds fired up and gestating future wealth for those with already too much of it. Later, the train climbed the little knoll, slowed, and then stopped, like a thirsty animal does at creekside for a drink. The Cowl Palace was for sale. There was no Michelle Montgomery in her Morse code bikini. No swaggering billionaire in his natural habitat of unparalleled luxuriousness. Devine looked around the train car and saw all gazes stuck to computer screens. He took out his laptop and looked over the email he had crafted along with a large attachment. It documented everything he had found out about Cowell and Cumley. He hit the send key, and off it flew to one Elaine Nestor, the tarred and feathered journalist. Go and win a Pulitzer, Elaine. And screw the powers that be and the dark money they suck on. Devine found himself staring out the window and conjuring up images that bordered partly on nostalgia and partly on necessity. His need to feel something. To regret things. To sense guilt and loss and other things he couldn't readily identify right now. Figuring out the inexplicable was never easy. Sarah Hughes and Jen Stamos dead. Jill Tapshaw, too. 3 remarkable women who could have done a lot of good in the world, given the chance. But Tapshaw hadn't given the other 2 the opportunity. In her brilliant, twisted mind they needed to be punished and removed from the living. And Will Valentine, his beer-guzzling friend with more optimism than any person Devine had ever met, and who loved his adopted country more than some native-born citizens, was also dead. But Michelle Montgomery was still alive, though denied a place at whatever table Devine would be heading to, alone. But I have her phone number. And a letter from her in which she says she'll always love me. Right now that is enough. The train started up again with a jolt. He turned away from the glass and stared straight ahead. The only direction he could now see himself heading. What lay there for him could be bullets or bombs once more. Or the more subtle entanglements that happened all over the world outside combat zones. He didn't know which was more dangerous, or whether it would end up being a tie. He only hoped that he was up to the task. Ranger tabbed and Ranger scrolled. And a seasoned financial analyst to boot. Devine would probably need all of it and a little bit more to survive. Along with luck. A good soldier never discounted the intervention of well-timed luck. Redemption, a second shot, a new lease on life. Maybe this was all of those things. You'll never know until you try, soldier. He sat back, closed his eyes, and let the 6:20 train take him somewhere, one more time. Acknowledgements. To Michelle, thanks for the early read and great comments on this one. To Michael Peach, Ben Sevier, Elizabeth Kulhanek, Jonathan Valucas, Matthew Ballast, Beth de Guzman, Anthony Goff, Rena Kornblue, Karen Kostelniak, Brian McClendon, Albert Tang, Andy Dodds, Ivy Cheng, Joseph Benincase, Alexis Gilbert, Andrew Duncan, Morgan Martinez, Bob Castillo, Kristen Lemire, Brianna Lowen, Mark Stephen Long, Marie Mundaka, Lynn Vaughn Hassel, Rachel Kelly, Kersaya McNamara, Lisa Kahn, John Colucci, Megan Fitzpatrick, Nita Basu, Allison Lazarus, Barry Broadhead, Martha Bucci, Ollie Catrone, Raylan Davis, Tracy Dowd, Melanie Friedman, Elizabeth Blue Guess, Linda Jameson, John Leary, John Leffler, Rachel Hairston, Tiz Hannah Knight, Jennifer Kosek, Suzanne Marks, Derek Meehan, Christopher Murphy, Donna Nauper, Rob Philpott, Barbara Slavin, Karen Torres, Rich Tullis, Mary Urban, Tracy Williams, Julie Hernandez, Laura Shepard, Maritza Lumpris, Jeff Shea, Carla Stockalper, Kyron Fitzgerald, and everyone at Grand Central Publishing. As my readers can see from the long list of folks, it does take an army. To Aaron and Arlene Priest, Lucy Childs, Lisa Urbach Vance, Frances Jallet Miller, and Kristen Peeney, for being such great partners. To Mitch Hoffman, for continuing to be an amazing editor and friend. To Jeremy Trevathan, Lucy Hale, Tricia Jackson, Stuart Dwyer, Leanne Williams, Alex Saunders, Sarah Lloyd, Claire Evans, Eleanor Bailey, Laura Sherlock, Jonathan Atkins, Christine Jones, Andy Jonu, Charlotte Williams, Rebecca Kellaway, Charlotte Cross, Lucy Granger, Lucy Jones, and Neil Lang at Pan Macmillan, for continuing to amaze me with your creativity and dedication. To Praveen Naidu and the wonderful team at Pan Macmillan in Australia. Praveen, great to finally see you, albeit in a Zoom. To Blake Smith and Thomas Dearden, for able assistance on the technology material. To Caspian Dennis and Sandy Violet, for being far more than agents, for being dear friends. To the charity auction winner, Paul Ekman, James V. Brown Library, thanks for supporting such a great institution. I hope you enjoyed your namesake in the story. To Chuck Bitak, for all matters military. Thanks for making me look good. To Tom DuPont, for making me look smart in financial matters, and providing me inspiration for monetary skullduggery. And to Kristen White and Michelle Butler, who keep everything rolling along.